Are you a real villain?
Well, technically, nah.
Have you ever caught a good guy like a real superhero?
Nah.
Have you ever tried a disguise?
Nah.
All right. I can see that I will have to teach you how to be villains.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I've always been a big supporter of local business. You can catch me every week commissioning the fire department to put out the fires I start. I love business so much, I am one now. Want to know why the economy's failed ever since it was introduced? Because there's nothing to buy. Well, I'm here to change that. Introducing my new product, Scott Talks About Game Commercials. I recorded myself talking about game commercials for 17 odd minutes and I decided to sell it at full price. What's full price? Stay tuned. To ensure this product will be as successful as possible, I am forcefully giving everybody it right now. It will start playing and at the end, you will have to pay. If you don't want to be a bum. Oh, it's starting. I've been chipping away at my bucket list lately. Now all I've got to do is have an irrational desire.
PSP. It's like a nut you can play with outside.
I want that. Video games require whatever word I decide to pull out of the hat. Well, that works out. Marketing is crucial to a game's success, whether it's free publicity with word of mouth spreading around or more traditional forms of advertising. You don't see somebody with no access to internet, TV, or other people going, God, if a game called FIFA 20 existed, that would be great. I knew it. People need to learn about a game's existence one way or another, and the method that sticks in a consumer's mind the most has and always will be the video game commercial. You've got print advertisements in magazines, social media campaigns, real-life publicity stunts, sponsorships, believe me. I've seen enough things sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends to the point where I truly know I never want to play it. But commercials can be some of the most elaborate portrayals of a video game. A quick video specifically created to elicit feelings, showing you why you should want this game. Good commercials can be fascinating to analyze. Either they go for something artsy, something that stays in your mind throughout the day and makes you think, something that's just incredibly memorable. It just doesn't leave your mind due to how funny it is, the music used, the product itself being advertised. And then you have the other ones. Today we will be diving into the history of video game commercials. Now, I draw a fine line between a commercial and a trailer. A commercial is generally 30 seconds worth of manipulation, smacked on TV, the internet, what have you, made to appeal to the masses. And while a lot of the same descriptions apply, I see trailers as more so showcasing the game to people more in the know, I guess. No time limit really, just showing what the hell this is. While a trailer can be a commercial and a commercial can be a trailer, we'll be focusing on the advertisements broadcasted on TV or the 30-second spots shoved in your face online. And with that, what better place to start with than... oh god. The 1970s, the decade that sorta kinda just happened. And this was where the video game commercial was born. The Magnavox Odyssey was the first home video game console, so obviously they had an uphill battle in the marketing department. Nobody knew what the term home video game console even meant, so the commercial had to do a great job at showcasing the value of not only the Odyssey, but video games as a whole. So what did they do? They said, rip out the recorder, we got a product to sell.
Odyssey easily attaches to any brand TV, black and white or color, to create a closed-circuit electronic playground. Odyssey gives you all the exciting action of hockey and 11 other challenging play and learning games for the entire family.
I wouldn't be surprised to see cave paintings of this commercial. It is dry, raw, and bare. There's no pizzazz here. It's literally a product description for half a minute. Sure, it tells us what the product is, but there's nothing memorable about it other than the budget for the background music. Of course, commercials evolved after this, and with the introduction of the Atari 2600, commercials definitely went from
Comes complete with world electronic games and education.
to
I'll blow this town to smithereens! Time bomb! Try to get up there in time, Spider-Man!
what the f was that? The Atari 2600 commercials were a nice mix of fact sheets and my worst nightmares. The typical scene, a family who's never been to Great Clips, they're playing Atari 2600 games. I mean, what else would they be doing? It's the 70s. Now, the Odyssey came out in the early 70s. Here we're talking late 70s, and even though a good chunk of these commercials are just bowl cuts using joysticks, there's more going on here. Some little jokes, some interesting animations and graphics. Most of these commercials aren't anything special, but they did the job. They weren't too boring and conveyed the appeal of Atari. On top of that, a lot of these commercials explain what the hell these games were about. When you have games that look like this, you kinda need commercials to go from gameplay to what it's trying to represent by going, it's baseball, you fucking drip. Did you know Breakout's about Prison Break?
You can't keep me in here, Atari.
I have to buy it to see what happens next. Yard's Revenge explicitly makes it clear that this is a fly. Thank God somebody clarified. But of course, we also got some catchy commercials that stick in your mind, like the Centipede one featuring a rap. And back then, you couldn't have a marketing campaign without a slogan and a jingle to go alongside it. No. Of course, with success comes competition, and with more consoles in the fray, we get the coveted 2-TV setup, all to make Atari look like a fucking idiot. Yes, the classic smear campaigns. Commercials designed to not necessarily say why you should buy an Intellivision, but why you should buy one instead of the stupid dumb Atari. And that's all a lot of these commercials were. Hey, here's why you should buy our console. Alright, okay, see you later. You never heard anybody go, "You see the ColecoVision commercial with the fingers?" You could swap around the clips of all these commercials and they'd all pretty much be the same. Moving on to the NES era in the mid-80s, for some reason I thought there would be a dramatic improvement in presentation, concept, and memorability in comparison to the previous few commercials we've talked about. See, I give these commercials too much credit sometimes. This guy does his entire narration in one take. You can hear him taking a breath.
Rob, the extraordinary video robot, batteries not included. He helps you tackle even the toughest challenge.
What's it like to play the Nintendo Entertainment System?
To be fair, this commercial begs to ask what it's like to play an NES. Well, you don't get an answer, but your house flies into space. Now that's just talking about hardware-specific commercials. Singular game-specific commercials, this is where it gets a lot better. We see a dramatic increase in memorability. Now that may be because comparing NES games to Atari 2600 games now is like comparing old people to fucking dead people. But I think it's because consumers just started to get smarter. The Atari era ads were very simple. Some of them had some songs or colorful characters, but most ended up being a narrator saying, "Plug this cartridge into your Atari home video game entertainment system for maximum enjoyment." It's like they were expecting the consumer to say, "Is that product? I like product," to the checkbook. As video games became much more widely understood at this point, NES era advertisements didn't have to tell consumers what a chord is. They focused more so on what made their product special, presenting it in an interesting way. Like, we still got a lot of the sitting on a couch playing game commercials, but they had a lot more to them this time. The 80s might as well have been set in space. These commercials pretty much sold many kids on the fact that if they owned a video game system, they might as well be Buzz Aldrin. Here's one I never fully understood. So, space robots, right? It's supposed to zap the power of Game Boy to a kid. Instead, he zaps a kid with a Game Boy into existence. Man, Game Boy is the least interesting thing going on here.
Mario! Mario!
The Mario 3 commercial, man. Literally people shouting for Mario in the shape of Mario. That's it. This and the original Zelda commercials are the highlights of this generation for me. What better way to sell the greatest adventure of all time than with whatever the hell this is?
Did you see the latest Nintendo newsletter?
Whoa, nice graphics. I'd like to get my hands on that game.
You mean you haven't played it yet?
What's the matter with you? You hand him the newsletter expecting him to not have seen Zelda before. You then act surprised to hear he hasn't played it to end up telling him you have the game. Why not just start by showing him the game?
It's The Legend of Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Ganon are pretty bad.
God exists, right? NES era commercials were either A, with the power of video games, you too can experience pleasure. B, here's some footage of the game and then footage of us pretending the game is real to make it more exciting. Or C, here's some white guys. But as the 90s started coming up hard, Sega put their big boy pants on and released the Sega Genesis. And with that, they introduced one of the most killer marketing campaigns to ever exist.
16-bit arcade graphics.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis does.
16-bit sports action.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis does.
Get to it, Nintendo. Buy 16-bit Genesis.
So this is something we don't see too much of these days. Full-blown advertisements with Sega saying, Nintendo f***ing stinks! The 90s were ruthless. Commercials were hell-bent on making the competition look as wimpy as possible. I mean, look at this, okay? It's just going, you should buy an Intellivision if you want. We think it's a little better than Atari. Sega? Oh, they f***ing hated Nintendo. This was the golden age of video game commercials. No longer were they simple narrations over some kids playing a game. Each and every ad had to have some kind of gimmick, something to make them memorable. Half the times, the ads weren't even about the games. They were like, Super Metroid is so crazy, it turns dogs into nerds. It was all about doing extreme and crazy things. It was the 90s, not a church. Unreadable fonts and neon colors were abundant with a stick-it-to-the-man kind of attitude. And then the Yoshi's Island commercial was just gluttony. Almost every company putting out games basically were forced into making their marketing smear campaigns, just constantly putting the competition into place whenever they could. However, I'd say one of my favorites will always be the Super Mario World commercial. This was a lot of people's introduction to the Super Nintendo as a whole, and I think it does such a fun job showing everything off.
Introducing the next generation from Nintendo, New Super Mario World, created especially for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. It's a bit more exciting, a bit more challenging, a bit more graphic.
It's just so spot on about everything Mario World was. It didn't need to throw a Sonic in there. It stood on its own. Plus the narrator says a bit more 16 times because the Super Nintendo was 16-bit, and that's just adorable. Throughout the 90s, commercials were consistently similar. As years went on, they definitely eased up on the... Don't get me wrong, that was still there, but not as much as stuff like the Play It Loud commercials by Nintendo earlier in the decade. Also, the whole beating the competition senseless angle wasn't as prevalent. Sure, the PlayStation features Crash Bandicoot heckling Nintendo headquarters, but other than that, they weren't nearly as ruthless. Instead, with 3D visuals becoming the norm, commercials were either more comfortable focusing primarily on just gameplay, like with the Ocarina of Time ad featuring Conan the Barbarian music blasting against footage, or just being an enjoyable, entertaining ad, hoping to stick in your mind for days after watching it. All the games were becoming more interesting to look at than just this, so they didn't have to try to make the games look more exciting a lot of the time. Instead, they focused on making the commercial on its own exciting and entertaining. Like the Donkey Kong ad back in the early 80s, yeah, it's an ape in the living room, that's the gimmick. The Smash Brothers ad featured Nintendo characters assaulting each other. It's everything I always wanted. The game itself already looked great, the live action segments were there to make the commercial itself great on its own. Now moving into the 2000s, yeah, commercials got weird. This was when marketers were trying to be funny and memorable for all the wrong reasons. I just put some weird shit on the screen, that'll scar them into buying a PS3. See, the original PlayStation 3 commercials, the one with the baby doll crying and the PS3 levitating, you know that one. How did that one even start production? I got it! Sony was very confident they could sell anything with the word PlayStation and a number after it, so they just pulled words out of a hat and made a commercial about it all. That's not to say all the commercials from the 2000s were oddballs, we got some incredible ones. To advertise the PlayStation 2, Sony made a commercial for the PlayStation 9. That worked? They didn't even say PlayStation 2 in the ad. There were the Animal Crossing commercials that were parodying reality shows at the time, a guy playing Frogger Advanced during a prostate exam, really going for relatability on that one. This Ratchet & Clank commercial, but easily one of the greatest marketing campaigns that I still can't easily explain.
We would like to play.
We Would Like to Play is so simple yet so poignant. 2 Japanese businessmen go door to door forcing families to play the Wii. It was a felony turned commercial. It kind of showcased the quirkiness yet understandability of the Wii. Like, yeah, them showing up is weird, but people immediately got the hang of how to play and were having fun. And while the Wii's initial marketing campaign was successful, you could tell that it affected how most of Nintendo's future advertisements were going to be. Just look at the Nintendo DS ads. We went from this, before the Wii came out, just Kirby and a finger, love that game, to Beyonce playing Rhythm Heaven. That's it. It's not a bad ad, and it's weirdly stuck in my brain. I kind of immediately think about this when Rhythm Heaven is brought up. But it's not a fun ad, come on, where's the fat guy exploding? Nintendo's ads became very safe after the release of the Wii. Even after the We Would Like to Play campaign came to a close, they just kind of had bare bones advertisements. They didn't really make you think, they weren't particularly funny, they weren't bad, but they didn't really do much more than tell you, this game's coming out. Some of them looked really nice, they were really cool for fans, but I wouldn't consider them to be titans of the game commercials. I will say though, I love the new Super Mario Bros. Commercial with Super Mario Bros. Transforming into New Super Mario Bros. I always just found that to be so fun and cool. At least Sony picked up their slack and launched a new campaign to revitalize the PlayStation 3. Kevin Butler was the fictional higher-up at Sony who single-handedly put the spotlight on the system and made it so much more attractive. The ads were funny, they conveyed how much value was in the PS3 at that point, and he got fired for accidentally appearing in a commercial advertising Mario Kart. Sony really got a knack for advertising at this point, and that led into these awesome huge commercials celebrating the legacy of PlayStation. You could really tell they were trying to get a hold of the sense of community and family that Nintendo had with its characters, and I'd be lying if I say they failed. And moving into the PlayStation 4 era, the Perfect Day commercial. Fellow video game players all taking place in activities that are supposed to represent certain games without naming them at all. We have Gladiator Tussle, Drive Drive Crash and Burn in typical video game. Just them all singing the song Perfect Day together just gives me such a positive feeling. It makes you want a PlayStation 4 without telling you why you should want it. That's really impressive. It gives off this weird feeling of we've come this far without showing the console or any gameplay. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, but this commercial is just so good. And then the Xbox One commercials went back to how the Magnavox Odyssey commercials were set up. That's not a joke. This is why I like the Xbox One. Here I am on a couch, $4.99. There honestly isn't really a single Xbox One commercial I remember fondly. But my god, is it better than what was happening a couple doors down. The Wii U commercials. Now, this is odd because Nintendo did a fairly decent job with the 3DS ads. Nothing crazy most of the time, but they get mega points for having Robin Williams and his daughter Zelda appear in the Ocarina of Time 3D ad. The Wii U originally hit the scene with these commercials, with people in boxes playing Wii U games to dubstep. Why did this console fail? The Wii U advertisements that followed were bad. Almost none of these ads did anything other than surface level marketing. They weren't clever or funny or interesting. Nintendo just leaned heavily into the Wii U is the family system for family games. I'd say one of the best ones though was the Super Mario Maker campaign. This had fantastic visuals and grandiose music accompanying everything. But for every Super Mario Maker ad, there were 12 Yoshi's Woolly World ones.
Woshi! It's a double Yoshi explosion!
What does that even mean? There was the commercial that came out a solid year after the Wii U launched, with kids trying to explain to their parents what the Wii U was. I mean, at least they were self-aware, nobody knew what this is.
So, you want a Wii U this holiday? We'll watch and learn. Here's Mom. We already have a Wii, Sweetiekins. Here's you. Wii U is a total upgrade, Mother. Did you get younger?
Most of the 3DS and Wii U era Nintendo advertisements were like puppet shows. They featured a kid in the Nintendo world with a goofy narration reading off the bullet points on the back of the game's box. But it's pretty obvious Nintendo did a complete 180 with marketing the Nintendo Switch. They would generally only make new Wii U commercials when a new game came out and during Christmas. Now they sprinkle them throughout the year, not necessarily anything all too funny or memorable, but commercials showcasing the Nintendo Switch in heavy lifestyle-esque commercials. And that's just how a lot of commercials are these days, lifestyle pieces. And that works well, but I will always cherish the more unique ads, the ones that just stick in your mind. And I just got back from the doctor and they said that's not normal, it's a disease. It's reverse Alzheimer's. Well, I hope you enjoyed Scott Talks About Game commercials. To pay, please send a check through one of the following methods. If you cannot send a single check, a checkbook will do. What will I do with all the money? That's tough to say. I think I might buy out the economy. You can do stuff like that. Technically speaking, IBM owns the weather.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now, one...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall,
I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honeyberry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks beam.
Want that medium fatty tuna? that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Check it out, it's the sequel confirmer. Tells you if the game you're scanning is a sequel or not. Yeah! Number 2 rocks. This thing is so versatile. It could go here, here, or here and still produce mediocrity. Sequels are basically a necessity with video games. I mean, why let all those character models, sprites, or that game engine go to waste when you can just reuse them for another game? Making a video game sequel most of the time is being relatively resourceful, and that's why they get pumped out year after year. But what about the titles that haven't gotten sequels yet, or series that haven't gotten new games in general recently? I thought it'd be fun to just throw some sequels I want out there. Just some games I want to see made. Now, I mainly tried to stick to sequels to games that aren't obviously going to happen or haven't been announced yet. Man, I sure do wish they made another Final Fantasy. Like, are you kidding me? They made it 15 plus games in and you're acting like they're gonna stop there. I tried to mostly think of sequels that aren't necessarily a complete shoo-in, with some sequels likely, some unlikely, and some that make me look like an effing moron. And like I said, these are just sequels I'd personally want to see. Feel free to discuss ones you'd want, but this is all about me, me, me. These were a bit harder than you may think to dream up, mainly because a lot of the biggest video game sequels that are taking forever to happen are already happening, or have already happened. The Kingdom Hearts 3, Shenmue 3, Psychonauts 2, Mirror's Edge 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, these games seemingly were never going to happen, but look at things now. Hey guys, it's Scott checking in. I just wanted to say before we get into all these sequels I want to see, that this isn't a definitive list of all sequels I want to see. I'm sure anybody could say, why didn't you bring up a sequel to Wario World? And I'll be like, I forgot Wario World! This list has to end at some point, so let me just mention some games I still want to see, just don't have time to discuss all too much. Star Tropics 3, a new custom Robo, a new skate game, Grand Theft Auto Advance 2, Mega Man Legends 4, Super Smash Bros. Brawl 2. Anyway, here are some games I'd like to see too'd. Hear me out on this. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, outside of being just one of the worst lineup of words I've ever seen in my life, was Sony's answer to Smash Brothers, and it was the wrong answer. Here's the thing though, I want a sequel to this game based purely on the fact that this isn't a bad idea, far from it. Sony's had a terrible history of making their version of a Nintendo thing and just not putting enough effort into it. The PlayStation Classic, the PlayStation Move, Little Big Planet karting, all just feel like half-assed attempts to do something Nintendo did successfully. And with all of these, especially All-Stars Battle Royale, they all flopped. They all felt soulless, and the thing was they didn't need to be. A PlayStation crossover fighting game could be amazing, they just need to treat it with the same amount of love and respect as Smash Brothers gets. Smash Brothers always felt like a momentous occasion, with a character being in it solidifying them in as true gaming icons. Eva Cole's in PlayStation All-Stars. For a PlayStation All-Stars sequel, they need to get a better character lineup. The ones they had were fine, but the lack of PlayStation icons like Crash and Spyro would be like Smash Brothers not including Link and Kirby. It needs better gameplay and ideas. It just felt like they copied Smash Brothers but tweaked a bunch of random things to make it different, but in the end just made things worse. They should just try to do their own thing. Maybe making a 3D fighting game would be interesting. And change the title. This thing is the most generic garbage sequence of letters my mouth could ever barf out. Now, before anybody says anything, yes, there was technically a PlayStation All-Stars sequel called PlayStation All-Stars Island, a minigame collection for mobile devices brought to you by Coke Zero. Well, that's one thing Smash Brothers doesn't have. What it means to be a Sonic game isn't the most clear-cut thing in the world, since the mainline Sonic the Hedgehog titles vary so much in terms of style. Classic, the adventure titles, the Boost formula, Knuckles Chaotix, it's all over the place. Right now we have 2D Classic Sonic with Sonic Mania, the Boost formula with Sonic Forces, and then whatever the hell Sonic Lost World is. I'd really like to see some of the other styles of Sonic games throughout history get brought back. A good chunk of them had merit and would be fun to see again. With proprietary handheld systems fading away, there's been one type of Sonic title that hasn't made an appearance for almost a decade, and that's the Sonic Advance / Sonic Rush style of games. These titles only appeared on mainly Nintendo handhelds and felt like a modern spin on the 2D Sonic titles from the Genesis days. I'd love to see a successor to these games. Not saying something like Sonic Mania isn't phenomenal, but these games were different enough from the classics to warrant being brought back. I think seeing a new Sonic Rush thrown onto the Switch eShop would be really fun, maybe with a 2D hand-drawn art style, crazy fluid animation, I'd love that. Of course, you can't talk Sonic sequels without bringing up Sonic Adventure 3. While I'm not a huge Sonic Adventure guy, I feel like if the right developers were behind it, an Adventure 3 would be pretty cool. Most of the problems I have with the adventure titles are just due to them not aging the best, so a modern take could work. I'm just not holding my breath. Also, technically this could be considered Sonic Adventure 3, so there's that. As anybody born in the year 1997 would do, I played Pac-Man World 2 as a kid. This wasn't a groundbreaking game by any means, but it did a really great job at transitioning whatever the hell this is into a 3D platformer. It didn't feel like a generic 3D platformer with Pac-Man squirted into it. It felt like if Pac-Man was a 3D platformer, and I really admired that. Now with the Pac-Man World series in general, I went straight down the middle. Didn't play 1, didn't play 3. From what I hear, Pac-Man World 1 was pretty good, and 3 was a pretty divisive follow-up. It took a different direction with the tone and formula and didn't really turn out the best. Now there have been some fairly recent Pac-Man 3D platformers, the Ghostly Adventures games based on some TV show. But unlike Pac-Man World 2, these do feel like generic 3D platformers with Pac-Man squirted into them. These aren't my Pac-Man World. I like to see another traditional 3D platformer with this Pac-Man, no pupils and all. No TV show tie-in, nothing weird like the third game, just a fun 3D platformer in the same vein as World 2. A true Pac-Man World 4. Oh my god, out of all the potential sequels on this list, Conker's Bad Fur Day just begs for one. Bad Fur Day was the Nintendo 64's swan song and got a remake on the original Xbox, and that's it, it's 2019 now, wow. Bad Fur Day was a spit in the face to all cutesy E-rated platformers. It went 8 letters down the alphabet and went full-on M-rated with loads of fun blood and piss. The developers at Rare were obviously making the game for themselves and not for the general Nintendo 64 owner. It obviously didn't sell well, but was always destined to be a cult classic. The ending of Bad Fur Day feels definitive enough, but does hint at a future game, and a sequel called Conker's Other Bad Day was planned, but was given the boot after Microsoft acquired Rare. After that, another game, Conker Gettin' Medieval, was planned, but scrapped as well, and the only thing released that progressed Bad Fur Day's plot was some episodic DLC for Project Spark. That was cancelled after episode 1. Project Spark was a game creation tool, and the Conker DLC was created within it. I think it's fair to say this really wasn't how anybody wanted to see Conker evolve. Oh fuck, I spoke too soon. Yeah, Conker has just been subjected to tech demos and reliving Bad Fur Day again, and a true sequel that continues the story of Bad Fur Day is really what everybody wants to see. There's not much more I can say, just a new Conker game that continues where Bad Fur Day left off. That's it. Every single E3, Ubisoft's press conference comes around and I'm ready for a new Rayman to be announced. Yeah, it never happens. Alright, I quite liked Rayman Origins and Legends. I wasn't like out of this world in love with them like other people, but I will happily say I quite enjoyed my time with both titles. I even really dug the mobile Rayman games. Rayman Jungle Run was one of the best platformers on mobile. I'd just love to see more of these games. They're so beautiful and creative. Seeing a Rayman Legends 2 or whatever you want to call it would be stellar. But it would be even cooler to see a return to the 3D Rayman games. We haven't seen one of these in ages. Now, Rayman Origins came out around the height of the return of the 2D platformer, but we've been seeing a resurgence in 3D platformers lately, so maybe a new 3D Rayman isn't totally out of the question. Either way, I like a new game in general. Bully has never been one of Rockstar's bigger games, but it's a beloved one nonetheless. It's always been odd to me that this game didn't become a series like other Rockstar titles did. Think about it, if Manhunt can become a series, you can accomplish anything. It's not like Rockstar wants to try and forget this game exists, they'll gladly put it out on mobile devices and PS4, and a sequel to it has been one of the longest running rumors surrounding the company. And with Bully being a T-rated game, a sequel would be a nice change of pace from all of this Rockstar has been putting out for the past 10 years. Alright, bear with me on this one, because I only just started playing it, but Okami is really something special. I've been with it for a few hours so far, but from what I've played, now this is what you call a wolf game. That's right, I said it, f*** out Wolf Quest. Every single second I've played has filled me with so much joy. It's really similar to the Wind Waker, but is all about the beauty of Japanese culture, history, art, everything. Now, a sequel was released for the Nintendo DS, Okami Den, and like I said, I'm still making my way through the first one, but with how much people adore Okami, I would love to see a new title in the series. Capcom has been spreading Okami HD around to all current-gen platforms, so that at least shows they want people to continue playing this game. So hopefully that means a third game is still a possibility. Mario RPGs have incredibly dedicated fan bases, especially considering how all of the Mario RPG series out there are either dead, or please die. Alright, Paper Mario Color Splash was okay, but really it was only saved by its writing and presentation. Mario and Luigi games used to be special, but now they just seem to be filler titles for when Nintendo needs to put out a game with Mario on the cover. But then, there's the grandfather of them all. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, developed by Square for the Super Nintendo. I feel that the Paper Mario series has definitely overshadowed the original Mario RPG, RPG in terms of pure love from fans, but it's still a beloved title and many's favorite Mario RPG title. The original Paper Mario on N64 was actually initially planned as a sequel to Super Mario RPG until it became its own thing entirely. So while you can make the argument that Paper Mario is Mario RPG's sequel, it's still kind of its own entity. I think a true sequel to Mario RPG would be mind-blowing, and with Nintendo and Square Enix playing nice with each other, seeing a full-blown sequel to the original game isn't completely impossible. Imagine Mario RPG 2 being done by the same team behind Octopath Traveler. Now that would be something to see. I'm not even an RPG guy, and I would love to see this. But we can't forget about Paper Mario though. I think what most people would love to see is obviously a follow-up to Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. The original Paper Mario and its sequel are treasured as the deity of paper-based Mario RPGs. And while some people still love the third game, Super Paper Mario, it's definitely more of a mixed bag. Plus, this is a platformer with RPG elements. And then this happened, and like I said, Color Splash was okay. Sticker Star and Color Splash, while still RPGs, are huge deviations from the first two games' formulas. I think what everybody would like to see would be a third game in the style of the first two Paper Marios. Basically, The Thousand Year Door 2. Kid Icarus Uprising is one of the most I wanted to play it. I bought it on Amazon and the seller sent me the European copy game I've ever not played. Believe me, I'm dying to. The Kid Icarus series only saw 2 titles and then lay dormant for over 20 years until Uprising's release. It was directed by Smash Bros. Creator Masahiro Sakurai, and the same hefty attention to detail and wealth of content you'd find in those games was present in Uprising. The gameplay was pretty different from the first 2 games, being a third-person shooter, more sin and punishment than traditional Kid Icarus. Regardless, it is a beloved game that was plagued by this little sliver of pain. Yeah, the number one complaint about Uprising was the controls. This type of game just doesn't work that well on the 3DS. Now, I'd gladly take a remake of Uprising on the Nintendo Switch, but I'd be even more excited to see that a sequel is being made instead. Kid Icarus Uprising didn't sell like crazy, but it didn't flop, so while I don't think Nintendo is hovering over the Make Uprising sequel button, I'm sure they wouldn't be crazy opposed if Sakurai wanted to make another one. And I love when people don't make games, especially you, Valve. This company has evolved from making hit after hit to just hanging out, running Steam, selling other people's games. They're great. Almost all of the titles Valve have previously released warrant sequels, and of course, this is the obvious one. Now, I'm not gonna act like I'm everybody's resident Half-Life expert. I've played a little bit of 2, but not much. With the last we've seen of the Half-Life series being a cliffhanger, we just need a finale to it all. Just finish it up. Now, will it ever happen? I don't know. I'm fairly optimistic about it eventually happening, but I'm not saying it's super likely anytime soon. I just want to see Half-Life 3 announced because it would truly be one of the biggest days in gaming history. Just reading the history of Half-Life 3 not being announced is entertaining. Imagine it actually happening. Now, a game I'm more personally invested in is Portal. This is a series that has an infinite amount of possibilities with it. They can make 34 Portal games, and the 35th one would still impress me with new ideas, I'm sure of it. Portal 3, make it happen, and I know for a fact people want Left 4 Dead 3. Just Jesus Christ, Valve, do something. The NES Remix games on Wii U were great, just quick challenges on old school NES games with some of them mixing things up in terms of art style, characters, physics, all that. I really like these games because they took some NES games that aged poorly and made them legitimately fun by chopping them up into tons of challenges. Or they took NES games that actually aged well and made them fun in a whole new way. They made 2 of them, and these just feel like perfect gap fillers. Like if Nintendo isn't releasing anything one month, just throw out a remix title. They're fun pick up and play games and they don't take too awful long to develop. And really, I just want them to do more console variations of them. SNES Remix, Game Boy Remix, N64 Remix. I just want to see more of these remix style games, and then sequels to them too. Not asking for much, just 6 new games here. Duke Nukem is one of the biggest and most iconic names in all of games. Alright, okay, Duke Nukem 3D could be considered a landmark title, but other than that, things get a little mediocre with the franchise. What made Duke Nukem popular in 1996 was the edgy lowbrow humor and being a pretty impressive first-person shooter with loads of things to interact with in the environment. After a bunch of side games and spin-offs, Duke Nukem Forever released in 2011 as the true sequel to 3D. And after being in development hell for over a decade, yeah, it wasn't that good. Forever didn't evolve Duke Nukem. Some fans saw that as a positive, but most people saw that as the game feeling outdated in terms of its comedy and how it looked and played. Some may say he's better left in the 90s, but I think with enough passion and wit behind the project, a true new Duke Nukem game could be pretty decent. Look at how Doom 2016 came out. That similarly is based on a legacy PC first-person shooter franchise from the 90s. Now Doom has had a much better track record than Duke Nukem, but I'm just saying, I think if the Duke Nukem team puts forth a similar effort to the Doom reboot, a new game can work really well. Mario Kart Double Dash is the most unique Mario Kart. Get out of here, Mario Kart Super Circuit supporters. What the hell kind of an argument was that? You can pick 2 characters per kart, and that opens loads of gameplay possibilities, including co-op. There was really not much wrong with this style of Mario Kart, but they dropped it in favor of the way God intended Mario Kart to be, 1 driver and all. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is fine, but this was also fine. Now, do I need a full-on Double Dash 2? I mean, that would be cool, but at the very least, I think a Double Dash mode in the future Mario Kart would be stellar. But hey, Double Dash's concept has so much potential that I'd love to see a full-on sequel. They can just do so much more with this. Kirby, for God's sakes, grow up. A good Kirby game is like a nice bowl of mac and cheese. I mean, it's probably not good for you, but it's pretty fun. That doesn't really help shake off the fact that throughout the series' entire life, Kirby has remained a 2D game. This isn't a series that straight up won't work in 3D. There have been little mini-game offshoots and experimentations that easily show, hey, this game will work just fine in 3D. I just want a 3D Kirby game, a true step forward for the franchise. And Kirby Air Ride 2, that would be pretty cool. This isn't gonna happen. Even then, I think Earthbound/Mother is too important to people to just let the game sit there. I think this series has potential to tell so many more stories and capture so many more hearts. Plus, these games aren't perfect, far from it. A new game could easily refine the gameplay with little quality of life improvements here and there. Now, like I said, Mother 4 is crazy unlikely to ever happen. The series creator Shigesato Itoi has made it clear that he doesn't plan on making any new games. And of course, Mother 3 hasn't even released outside of Japan yet, that needs to happen. I'd still love a remastered collection of all 3 titles, but I think a 4th game would be jaw-dropping to see happen. Will it? Probably not, but I don't think it's impossible. This is Itoi's baby, and he doesn't really want to do anything with it, but who knows, maybe someday he'll have a change of heart. It's something more people want than you may think. Myself and countless others have had many sleepless nights where the only thing we could hear echoed in the darkness. Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort are great. They may seem like nothing more than motion control minigame collections. That's exactly what they were. But they're so much fun. These are such simple games, but they're chemically engineered to be infinitely replayable. They remind me of a good high score based arcade game. No matter how many times I play Galaga, I still want to keep playing it, and the same goes to you, bowling. I think doing a new game under the name Nintendo Sports or Mii Sports would be awesome. I think keeping with the resort theme would be a great idea, or maybe they switch things up and go for a winter-based sports one. I don't know, I just want Nintendo to make something like this again. I don't want these casual type games to be the only thing Nintendo makes. But if they plop out a new Wii Sports, I'd be pretty content. The Uncharted games. I played through all of them outside of Golden Abyss on the Vita and Fight for Fortune, some card games, so actually no, I guess I can't call myself a fan. Now, while the series developer Naughty Dog seems to be done with the franchise and Nathan Drake's story is finished, I think maybe handing the series over to Sony's Bend Studio or something and having them make games in the Uncharted universe would be a fun time. Now, I don't need these right now, not at all. I think I've had my Uncharted fix for a while. But I'm mainly talking about in like a few years. When there hasn't been a new Uncharted game for a while, bringing back the franchise in a new way would be fun. There's so many great characters in Uncharted that you could easily make a countless number of games focusing on. I mean, they already dipped their toes in this whole no Nathan Drake Uncharted with Uncharted The Lost Legacy, so it's definitely possible. Because it's already been done. Sony generally doesn't continually support franchises for decades. Their developers usually focus on a certain series for a good number of years and then move on. I really wish they'd start supporting franchises in the long term more often. And in about 4 to 5 years, I think a new Uncharted focusing on a character other than Nathan Drake would be pretty cool. Listen, if you want a foolproof way to make me squee, here you go. Punch-Out is one of my favorite Nintendo series, no doubt, and the Wii game is so good. The problem with it though was that it didn't have a lot of its own ideas. It mainly used boxers from previous games, and the gameplay was basically the same Punch-Out we all knew. Years ago, I always thought this style of Punch-Out would work beautifully on the 3DS. I thought you could do some fun things with the 3D, and Punch-Out would be perfect for handheld play. Well, that never happened, and it never will, so I'd just like a new Punch-Out game with new unique boxers. Maybe a few classic ones, and maybe some new gameplay mechanics. Alright, that does it for everything I had a lot to say about. Let's pummel through some more games I really want but didn't have much to discuss. Chibi Robo 2, yes please, a series that never had a fair chance. All games Nintendo actually tried to push were garbage spin-offs. The only game that could be considered a true sequel to the original was a Japan-exclusive DS title. Either localize and remaster that one and put it in a resolution that doesn't sting, or make a true Chibi Robo sequel on a console. Oh man, I would kill for a new racing game that doesn't take itself seriously and isn't a crazy simulation. I've heard Forza Horizon has a great deal of fun, but what I'm mainly talking about is the return of Ridge Racer and Burnout. I'd squeak. I have 2 fears. They're dead mice and playing Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64 is just like any human being. It's aged. However, that doesn't mean the concept of a 3D Donkey Kong should be thrown out the window entirely. I'd love to see a modern 3D DK game. Like I said, I'd like to see a few new Sonic games, but man, f*** Sonic. I do enjoy a good Sonic from time to time, but my god, look at all these other games Sega could make sequels to. Jet Set Radio, Samba de Amigo, Gunstar Heroes, Night, Space Channel 5 Comic Zone, a good Super Monkey Ball game. Sega has just an absolute forest full of franchises that they haven't been doing anything with. Just please bring back some of these. Gravity Rush 3, yes please. I'm really concerned this series is dead. Sony originally was going to pull Gravity Rush 2's servers offline only a year after the game released. They delayed it by half a year after fans got antsy. I mean, that shows that Sony may not be interested in supporting Gravity Rush anymore, but that also shows they know the series has a passionate fan base, so I don't know what the future holds, but I know I want more Gravity Rush in it. A new Katamari game. Excluding the remake of the first game, we haven't had an original game on a console in so long. The last mainline title was released on the PS Vita in 2012. Nobody played it. Wario Land. Yeah, I'd love to see a new one, especially with the art style of Wario Land Shake It, and on top of that, a new original WarioWare game. WarioWare Gold was pretty good, but was a Best of WarioWare compilation. I want a fully original new one. A new Crimson Skies. This is a fan favorite Xbox title. Come on, why not just bring out a new one with modern visuals? That would be gorgeous. A new James Bond game. We haven't had one in forever. I think the last one was 007 Legends in 2012. These were tons of fun. They were some of the few first-person shooters to not take themselves so seriously. A new Mario vs. Donkey Kong, but now with these godforsaken mini Marios. This style of game was fun for a while, but they just kept making the same game. I want to see a game in the style of Donkey Kong 94 on the original Game Boy. This was an amazing puzzle platformer. And the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong was basically a spiritual successor to it. I just want another one of these games, they're so good. A new Castlevania game, either one that plays similarly to Super Castlevania 4 or any of the Metroidvania type games. A new F-Zero. Yep, that's it. Tomodachi Life 2. I love Tomodachi Life. It was such a fun game to keep coming back to for a week. But that's the thing, it was only fun for a week. A sequel needs more content and a way to spread that content out so you don't experience everything the game has to offer so quickly. Sin and Punishment 3, because why not? They made the first one for the N64 in Japan only and then made a sequel worldwide on the Wii 10 years later. Anything's possible with this series. I loved A Link Between Worlds and would dig seeing a new game in this style. A completely original one. Yes, Link's Awakening exists for the Switch, but that's a remake, and A Link Between Worlds still uses the same map from A Link to the Past. I want a top-down Zelda title that plays like this, but is completely designed from the ground up. Also, a new Four Swords game would be pretty solid, none of that Triforce Heroes whatever. Super Mario Sunshine 2. Sunshine is one of the only 3 Marios that never got any kind of follow-up, and I still think there's a ton you can do with the Flood Pack. Plus, I kinda want a Sunshine sequel more so than a Mario Galaxy 3. I'd be pretty stoked for a Galaxy 3, but I'm pretty okay with stopping at 2. Sunshine has so many things that I think could be tweaked and expanded upon, so I'd personally want to see that more. I love begging companies to not do new things and to just do the same thing over and over again. But hey, I let all my desired sequels out of the bag. I'm pretty sure I didn't forget any. I have sinned.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
Go, Jazz! You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson. So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
Is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret. How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks beat.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Now listen closely. Here's a little lesson in trickery. This is going down in history. If you wanna be a villain,
oh man, hey y'all, Scott here, and if you couldn't already tell, I had a crazy night last night. This lamp didn't stand a fucking chance. I was at a leak party. You could tell by the amount of bullshit in the air. It was crazy. There was Photoshop and overcompensation everywhere. But it got me to think. Remember the good old days when the Nintendo Switch was merely just a bunch of forum posts and Photoshop trash? The Great Depression, huh? Absolutely adorable. You see, I was a Nintendo fan from 2015 to 2016. I know what true despair feels like, and yes, I do accept a gasp as a response. Picture this, Nintendo's release schedule is getting drier and drier by the second. Barely any games come out, and when they do, I mean, it was definitely a bit much to call them games in the first place. Nintendo was obviously giving up on their failing home console, the Wii U, and their successful handheld, the Nintendo 3DS, was still receiving games, albeit what felt like a lot of filler and older games finally being brought over from Japan, with some solid titles sprinkled in there. Nintendo wasn't announcing much, wasn't talking about the future enough, and it felt rainy. The only thing keeping us Nintendo fans hopeful was 8% of the English alphabet, NX. Nintendo announced the existence of a new home console they were developing codenamed NX all the way back in 2015, and for the next year and a half, the rumors and leaks were going effing wild until it was formally unveiled as the Nintendo Switch on October 20th, 2016. And let me tell you, that was a satisfying day to be a fan. But let's take a look at the history of rumors and leaks that led up to the system's unveil. I'm mainly going to be focusing on the stuff prior to the Nintendo Switch reveal on October 20th, just because that's back when rumors were rumors and leaks were leaks, the good old days, I just think that's a good place to cap things off at. Starting things off in a little year I like to call 2014, a rumor surfaced in January detailing an upcoming Nintendo platform that was a hybrid between a handheld and a home console. The name was Nintendo Fusion, a solid name if I do say so myself. Nintendo actually owns the domain name nintendofusion.com, however this was back in 2003 and was for a promotional music and video game festival Nintendo held from 2003 to 2006. The Fusion console was apparently two parts, named the Fusion DS and the Fusion Terminal, unlike the all-in-one the Nintendo Switch turned out to be. The specs were all listed, and from what it seems, the Fusion DS was like a luxury souped-up 3DS, complete with 2 motorized circle pads, 3G, GPS, thumbprint sensor, Bluetooth, the works, including a 3DS card slot. The Fusion Terminal was a console and was basically a souped-up Wii U. It could play Wii U games, 3DS games, and Fusion-specific games. It also came in 2 versions, one with a disc drive and one without a disc drive. It seems that both consoles would have interacted in some way, and the Fusion DS would have been a controller for the Fusion Terminal, in addition to the Fusion Terminal using Wii Remote controllers as well. I personally think this idea was a bit too overcomplicated. It's not easy to sell. Like, the Fusion DS and Terminal are 2 separate products, but I guess they work well together, but they don't seem to play the same games, and I think having a version with a disc drive and one without a disc drive is, get this, dumb. It just makes things way too confusing for the consumer. This obviously turned out to be false, but the idea of Nintendo combining their handhelds and consoles was definitely there before the Nintendo NX was even announced. And fast forward to March 17th, 2015 when the Nintendo NX was even announced at a shareholders meeting. At this meeting, Nintendo unveiled their partnership with mobile game developer DNA to create mobile phone games based on their franchises. Nintendo decided to announce they were developing a new home console so then people didn't get the assumption that they were leaving the hardware business. However, they didn't reveal much about the upcoming hardware, not even if it was a handheld or a home console. They basically said, wait until next year. But that didn't stop the speculation station from opening its doors, as 2015 was the year that various patents were filed by Nintendo that many assumed were for the NX. A console with no disc drive, shoulder buttons that doubled as scroll wheels, and an oval controller that is fundamentally one big touchscreen with 2 analog sticks popped on. Hello everybody and welcome to Critique That Leak, the first game show to ever laugh in the face of continuity. Hello everybody and welcome to Critique That Leak, the first game show to implement the per leak measurement. For example, we're getting canceled per 5 leaks, and my god, this is utterly terrifying to me. Let's critique some leaks! Of course, a lot of this wasn't and was obviously fake. Shit, that was 5 leaks. My yuck glands are about to burst at the lack of continuity. What a riot. The Nintendo NX received a fair amount of garbage fake junk, trying to pass itself off as non-garbage fake junk, so let's take a look at some garbage fake junk, the first of which is the Nintendo XDS, uploaded around June of 2015.
What you'll see is pretty self-explanatory, so stay tuned.
Obviously, the leaker was trying to make this come off as a private presentation Nintendo was holding to people such as third-party developers or retail partners or whatever. But that is a voice clip of Bill Trennan taken from somewhere else. You didn't need to pop that in there. Not including the voice clip would have made this more convincing. Whoa, slow down there! I don't want the low-quality CGI patrol in my case. Regardless, the XDS seems to be a portable Wii U 3DS combo system. The use of the dual screens is definitely in the oddball arena, however. Like, why does it show the menu screen of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U on the bottom, but then the top screen shows gameplay? You can flip the screen around and make it a single screen experience, which is a neat concept. Overall, it's not a convincing video in the slightest, but not a bad one. September 2015, an interview was posted that apparently revealed a hearty dose of info about the NX. NX was a platform, one that would stretch across multiple devices, 2 of which would of course be a handheld and a home console. The handheld was to be unveiled in spring 2016 and would release at the end of 2016, or at the very latest spring 2017. The console was to not have a disc drive and would connect to the portable in a format similar to how the Wii U connected to the Wii U gamepad. Specs would be close to the PS4 and Xbox One, and games would look better on the home console, which would release a few months after the handheld. Games on the platform included Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Sonic, Metroid, F-Zero, a 3D Mario, and Zelda. It was fake. In October 2015, the Wall Street Journal reported that Nintendo began to distribute development kits for the system to third-party developers. Later in December, it was rumored that Nintendo was to showcase the NX behind closed doors at CES, which didn't happen. January 2016 rolls around, and this is where leaks and rumors start coming in full force. But I find it interesting that the majority of the rumors in 2015 pegged the NX as a combo system, a separate handheld and console that work in tandem rather than a handheld you just plug into your TV. Cirkin Toto reported that Bandai Namco was in development of a fair amount of games for the NX, including Smash Bros. For the launch of the system. Now, it was never clarified if it was a wholly new game in the franchise or an updated version of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, but nevertheless, that happened, it didn't. The NX was rumored to work alongside multiple devices, including smartphones and even competing game consoles, specifically the PlayStation 4. Smartphones? Kinda. On the Nintendo Switch, you can connect your Nintendo Network ID, which then tracks the friends you made on Nintendo mobile games, and you can add them as friends on your Switch, and that's about it. PlayStation 4 compatibility? Please. Analysts speculated that the portable console was to come first in 2016 and the console would come in 2017. Then reports started coming out that confirmed the device was both a handheld and a console, and development kits were starting to ship, which was reported by the Wall Street Journal in October. February 2016, it was rumored that the Nintendo NX was on par with the Xbox One in terms of raw power, and the device was a handheld that connected to the TV via a wireless HDMI dongle. I always thought that idea was really intriguing, and it is wholeheartedly possible. It would have used a similar technology used in the Wii U, where the Wii U streams video to the gamepad screen, except now the handheld would stream video to the TV. It was also reported by Super Metal Dave 64 that Final Fantasy 15 and the Final Fantasy 7 remake would make their way to the NX, which still hasn't happened, but hey, who knows. The Nintendo Cross, Crucifixion's big comeback. It was released around the same time as the Nintendo XDS leak, and it takes a very similar form, being filmed as if it was a presentation or whatever. I do not like this concept, and it's also not a very professional looking video. So it's a console that plays Wii U and 3DS games, and you can stream them to your mobile device or Wii U gamepad. I mean, that's more of a nice bonus feature rather than a complete selling point. The controller included with the console is a hacked up Photoshop of the Wii U Pro controller too. The image looks too pixelated to be official from Nintendo, and you can see the image was sloppily edited to have a transparent background. The lines look too effing jaggy. So after all that, let me pick what exactly about this leak was fake. Yeah, that sounds about right. March 2016 was when Activision apparently was going crazy with support on the NX. Considering the Switch has been on the market for about a year and the only Activision game we've gotten is Skylanders, I think it's fair to say this rumor is bogus. It also details the new Call of Duty game for 2016, subtitled Bloodlines, was launching with the system, with Destiny following suit in 2017. The same guy who talked all that Activision garbage also brought forth a rumor of Luigi's Mansion 3 coming to the NX. Basically, this would be a technical showcase for the system, looking like a living 3D cartoon with an AR multiplayer mode shoved in there. Alright. Then some insider from NeoGAF said we'd get some info about the NX before E3, and oh boy the vague. I love the word info. That meant if the president of Nintendo happened to sneeze the word NX before E3, we couldn't say the insider was wrong. A user on Reddit posted in early April of 2016 some rumored info, including the system being based on x86 architecture and would support the use of an additional screen. This was a relatively soft supply of info, so it couldn't instantly be swatted down. However, later on some people dismissed the rumor as false by reputable sources such as Emily Rogers, but we'll get to her in a bit, and a bit has totally happened, and here comes Emily Rogers. A games journalist with loads of know-how and connections within the industry, Rogers played a big role in the NX rumors world and reported that NX would receive a few ports of Wii U games: Breath of the Wild, Splatoon, Super Mario Maker, and Super Smash Bros. This made a lot of sense, as Splatoon, Smash Bros, and Mario Maker had big online communities. It would have made sense to bring those games to the newest platform to keep those communities alive and talking about the games. Breath of the Wild also made sense just because it was the big new Zelda game still in development as Nintendo's next console was looming over. It just worked bringing it to the new platform in addition to the Wii U. Now that we have the Switch, the only one of these that has actually happened as of January 2018 has been Breath of the Wild. The other three may have been misinformation or haven't happened yet. Splatoon 2 launched on the Switch and could have started development as a part of the original, and Smash Bros. And Mario Maker could still happen, specifically Smash Bros., but personally I believe a sequel of Mario Maker is more likely than a port. A user on NeoGAF doubled down on this information regarding the Wii U ports, but also brought up that the NX would be more powerful than the PS4. Rumors about Breath of the Wild appearing on the NX persisted alongside some others. Emily Rogers struck again a few days later with reports on the latest Zelda game. She reconfirmed that Breath of the Wild would release on the Wii U and NX, while also throwing out there that the game would feature voice acting aside from the protagonist Link, and would allow you to choose between playing as a male or a female. All of this ended up happening except for the choice of gender, as Sears producer Eiji Onuma later confirmed that they thought about the idea, but later decided against it. Rumors and speculation were going crazy, saying Nintendo would reveal the NX at E3 2016 and then would release that holiday, so Nintendo decided to throw that speculation out the window in late April, confirming the NX would release in March of 2017. Breath of the Wild would release on NX and Wii U, and was also pushed from its initial 2016 launch to a vague 2017 one. However, Nintendo accidentally labeled the game with a March 2017 release date on their website, but later took that down and replaced it with simply 2017. To top it all off, Nintendo confirmed NX would not be revealed or talked about at E3, and E3 2016 would focus entirely on The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which was still untitled at that point. Nintendo fans were completely puzzled and bummed. 2016 was already a bit of a dry year, but there was hope in the form of getting an NX news blowout that summer. That never happened. We'd have to wait even longer for concrete info. A few days later, Nintendo filed a trademark for the term 3D swap, which a few people speculated was the official name for NX, but of course that wasn't the case. May 2016 was the month rumors started to come out about the Nintendo NX utilizing cartridges as its main format instead of discs. This rumor continually kept on getting more and more real, as when Nintendo later trademarked the title Breath of the Wild, not only did it mention video game discs, but cartridges as well. Emily Rogers later dismissed the earlier rumor of the NX using x86 architecture and described the power of the device to be much more comparable to the Xbox One rather than the PlayStation 4. Later in May, Nintendo's president Tatsumi Kimishima stated that the NX was neither a successor to the Wii U or 3DS and would basically be a new way to play games, not a replacement. Sure. You ever have the lust to play Zelda on a soap dish? We've all been there, and this leak tried to please that primal instinct. This is obviously based off the patent Nintendo filed, and I gotta say, this is really well done and seemed relatively real. Of course, patents rarely look this close to the final product, but I gotta say, it looked fucking stupid enough to be real. June 2016, the month of E3. Early on, it was reported that the NX would be VR compatible. Of course, currently, that is far from the case. E3 rolled around and Nintendo finally gave basement loads of footage of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Everything shown of the game here was simply the Wii U version with no NX version in sight. However, Just Dance 2017 was announced for NX and everybody issued a sigh of relief. A Reddit user pointed out a trademark for Resident Evil 7 mentioning cartridges implying it could come to the NX, but it was also pointed out that other Resident Evil games from the past included mentions of these as well. July 2017 was the biggest yet for the Nintendo NX, as we finally started to get information from trustworthy sources. A major announcement regarding the platform occurred on July 22, 2016 at the Sonic the Hedgehog 25th birthday celebration at Comic-Con, where two Sonic games were revealed, Sonic Mania and Project Sonic 2017. Sonic Mania was initially revealed only for the PC, PS4, and Xbox One, but Project Sonic 2017, later titled Sonic Forces, was announced to be coming to all three of those platforms, plus the NX. This made me wonder, does this mean the NX is powerful enough to easily house a multi-platform release like this? To be fair, Sega has released Sonic games for current and past generations of consoles simultaneously before. Sonic Unleashed released for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, while also releasing for the PlayStation 2 and Wii. But the fact that Sega was confident that their next big 3D Sonic game would run on the NX made me feel like this wasn't just going to be a repackaged Wii U. Eurogamer decided to spit out the biggest leak regarding the NX yet. They reported Nintendo NX was a portable system with detachable controllers that hooked up to a docking station, allowing it to display on a TV. This was spot on, and based on the mock-up Eurogamer provided, it's obvious this was the real deal nowadays, and was the most concrete leak we had gotten up to this point. Takashi Mochizuki of the Wall Street Journal brought up that the NX would be compatible with Nintendo smartphone games, even though we have yet to really see that happen. August 2016, an anonymous developer threw out a rough sketch on the design of the NX, showing off stuff like the share button and the separated D-pad, featuring 4 separate buttons rather than the cross design Nintendo's known for. The developer also described how the controllers detached via a button on the back. Also, for some reason, the placements of the cartridge slot, power, headphone jack, and TV connector, and the SD card slot are reversed on the sketch, but it's totally whatever. It was later discovered Nintendo filed a patent for detachable controllers in a manner similar to the leaks describing them. Another patent was filed describing an IR camera that would be able to measure distance and hand gestures, exactly what appears on the bottom of the Nintendo Switch's right Joy-Con controller. Let's Play Videogames.com reported on the detachable controllers of the NX being more than meets the eye, as they were told the controllers featured motion control and force feedback. Obviously, the Joy-Con controllers feature motion capabilities, and the force feedback is definitely the HD rumble. However, they were also told that Wii remotes would be compatible with multiplayer titles. While that is definitely possible with a software patch, as Wii remotes can be synced with Bluetooth, it hasn't happened and I can't foresee it ever doing so. September 2016 comes about and we are only a month away from the Nintendo NX being revealed, but being a Nintendo fan during this time was every bit of the word torture. Nintendo kept on saying, we'll reveal the NX in 2016, and every single day felt overwhelmingly, why haven't they revealed the NX yet, Emily Rogers posted what to expect from the final NX product on her blog, everything from the ho-hum battery life, 32GB of internal storage, 6.2-inch multi-touchscreen with no stylus, the console being region-free, it was all pretty spot on. A journalist who predicted the existence of Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire teased that the 3DS game Mario Sports Superstars was coming to NX. Yeah, that's no. Nintendo's Amiibo website updated and revealed that the Amiibo figures for Breath of the Wild were set to be released on March 4th, 2017. Now, Amiibo figures generally release alongside the game therefore, which implied not only Breath of the Wild was coming out on March 4th, but as a launch title for the NX. In the end, it was off by one day, as Breath of the Wild and the Switch launched on March 3rd, but still. Rumors were abuzz when a supposed Foxconn employee posted a sketch of what the NX was. It included a handheld that connected to a docking station which housed a hard disk drive, cartridge slot, and seemingly boosted the system's performance. And then this was later completely debunked, as the image was initially posted in a forum talking about NX design concepts. The Nintendo Focus, a leak posted on 4chan, credibility is an understatement. Games would include Breath of the Wild, a new Super Smash Bros. Alongside a remake of Smash Bros. Melee, F-Zero Squared, re-releases of Pokemon Gold and Silver, a new 3D Mario game, Animal Crossing Election Year, Pikmin 4, ports of Pokemon Sun and Moon, and a new IP from Goodfield Pilio released on March 10th, 2017. You see, I wouldn't have believed this if it wasn't words on the internet. I mean, it's words on the internet. The credibility credits itself at that point. The final month of the worst waiting any fan could ever endure totally. October 2016. Effin' people were getting super pumped about Nintendo's NYC store closing off a section for a special event because, whoa, wait, that could be an NX reveal, and it ended up being a f***ing Disney Magical World 2 event. A lot of people were talking Beyond Good and Evil 2. The sequel was presumably cancelled after being absent for years, but this month, rumors indicated that it was entering development, with some rumors stating it would be either on the NX or even an NX exclusive. A rumor about the packaging and the price of the NX floated around about a week before the reveal. Apparently the final name was simply NX and the tagline was, "Interact with your games on the go." A basic model would be priced at $300 and a bundle of some sort would be priced at $400, yikes and a half. The investment banking firm Macquarie Group stated that Nintendo would reveal the NX the following week at a high price. This was on October 14th, and with the reveal happening on October 20th, they at least got that right. However, the price of the Nintendo Switch wasn't revealed until January. On October 19th, Emily Rogers stated that an NX announcement was coming incredibly soon, and wouldn't you know, blam. Nintendo tweeted out that on the morning of October 20th, 2016, we'd finally get a glimpse at their next system. And finally, October 20th comes, and the Nintendo NX is no more, as it became the Nintendo Switch, revealed via a 3-minute trailer on Nintendo's YouTube channel. Now that wasn't everything rumored and leaked about the Nintendo Switch before it was revealed, it was mainly the good majority, the main ones. Rumors are something anybody can post, so if I actually went over everything, we'd be here all honkin' year. In the end, the point of this was to highlight how much it f***ing blew to be a Nintendo fan back then. Well, that was a hearty dose of garbage. I'm getting kind of tired of seeing all these leaks, so I decided I'm going to Washington, D.C. to propose a leak tax to Congress. Wish me luck. It went really great. Everybody listened to me, and at the end they gave me this slick coin, and they told me to come again next time, so I think we have this one in the bag. Son of a bitch, that was an AA meeting.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now, one...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
In a turtleneck sweater, is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
No, Jazz! You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson.
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
Is a little...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey?
It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks beat.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
You have to chase a superhero on the run. Just follow my moves and sneak around. Be careful. careful not to make a sound. Shh. No, don't touch that.
Hey all, Scott here. I'm legally obligated to state the following. 3 hoes and a Merry Jesus birthday is on December 25th. Christmas is almost here! The time of year all about facial hair and obesity and whatever the hell a Yuletide is. But most importantly, it's about the joy of getting a Red Dead Redemption 2 Collector's Edition that includes everything except Red Dead Redemption 2. Great! I love Red Dead 2 merchandise, but I just refuse to own the game. Listen, I need a right quick way to prove to everybody that I have copious amounts of money and I hate sex. It's a Christmas miracle! With the announcement of almost every big AAA release these days, word of an expensive collector's edition of the title is sure to follow. Ah, the collector. Hey! A steaming pile of virginity who cares deeply about how his Yo-Noid cartridge looks. Almost every pop culture medium has collectors, but I'd argue video games are a special case. They're inherently collectible. Many titles can only be played on specific hardware, sometimes with specific accessories. Couple that with the fact that video game preservation simply hasn't been taken as seriously as other artistic mediums when it deserves and needs to be, and hopefully you can see why I, alongside many others, find collecting video games to be a fulfilling hobby. And it's pretty obvious, video game publishers know this, and thus offer limited versions of their games, coming with all sorts of this. I think the first collector's edition most people remember was The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Times, which was a value-soaked box. It came with a gold cartridge. You don't see that every day. Ever since that release, collector's editions, limited editions, special editions, whatever you want to call them, have gotten increasingly popular for publishers to offer. It can be fairly pricey in comparison to the standard releases, so when one is announced, it's fair to ask, alright tough guy, why should I buy this? Well, luckily, I got an early Christmas present in the form of a bunch of irrelevant collector's editions, so let's take a look at them all and see what it takes to be a good collector's edition. Alright, what do we have here? Oh, Aliens Colonial Marines. Yeah, this game turned out to be a little too fucking terrible for most people's liking, but we don't care about that. How does this collector's edition stack up? I like the packaging, and this box set comes with some sheets of paper. Paper with words, paper with pictures, even paper with, here you go, some expired DLC codes. Collector's editions that come with DLC just seems like a cheat. Like, come on, that's not collectible, give me something physical. These documents are kinda cool. Aliens fans are sure to get a kick out of them, and by that I mean they'll look at them, smirk, and then never look at them again. We get some patches included as well, but the star of the show is the premium NPVC collectible. That's premium with a capital I mean, overall, this collector's edition isn't too bad. It feels like more thought and care was put into this than the actual game. But it originally retailed for $100, and when you look at it that way, for $40 more, you got an okay figure, some patches, paper, and more weapons in the game. The Mega Man Legacy Collection, a great way to experience the series in my opinion, released on PS4, Xbox One, and PC in August of 2015, with a 3DS release coming later in February 2016. Alongside physical releases of the PS4 and Xbox One versions, Capcom also released a collector's edition exclusive to the Nintendo 3DS. So we get the game, some postcards, which I really want to know if anybody actually used these things as actual postcards instead of doing the tried and true, "That's cool." But of course, the main event is the amiibo. This box set comes packed in with the Smash Bros. Mega Man figure, now gold flavored. Alright, few things about this. 1, this comes in a completely blank package. Cool. 2, from what I've read, this amiibo doesn't have any exclusive features to it in any game. It's just a Mega Man amiibo. You can unlock certain challenges in Legacy Collection with it, but this works with any Mega Man amiibo, so unless you're a die-hard amiibo collector or a huge Mega Man fan, this amiibo is one of the more pointless releases. This was $50 when it released, a solid $20 more than the standard version. Amiibo were all worth $13 back then, so overall the value of this package is $43, and you're spending $7 more for postcards. I bought this when I was still in a bit of an amiibo phase, and I already owned Legacy Collection on the PS4. So really, I didn't play the 3DS version all too much, and already owned a standard Mega Man amiibo. Yeah, safe to say I didn't get a lot of value out of that purchase. Street Fighter Cross Tekken. This comes with 45 gem power-ups, and people still say the economy's in shambles. We get a copy of the game with exclusive cover art that denotes it's the special edition. Well, that's nice. An exclusive prequel story comic book. Well, it's well illustrated, but it's just a part of the instruction manual. Hey, I mean, an upside to this is that it's probably way harder to lose as it's just gonna sit in the game case since it's also a manual, but it also feels like they were cutting some costs. However, it's all about the Street Fighter Cross Tekken arcade cabinet replica piggy bank. How's that for a catchphrase? Well, it's a plastic, non-functioning arcade cabinet you can spank some coins into. You have to assemble this yourself, and childbirth, kidney stones, Assembling the Street Fighter Cross Tekken arcade bank. This thing is dreadful to put together. You have to apply so much pressure to these pieces, and it never feels like you're doing it correctly. But in the end, it's alright. This is kind of cute. Nowadays, I don't think it's totally out of the question to offer playable mini arcade cabinets and collector's editions, but back in the horrifying year of 2012, this was all they could do. I believe it retailed for $70, so for $10 more than the regular edition, I think this was definitely passable. Life is Strange Limited Edition. This one is simple and straight to the point, and in my opinion is quite good for the price. A hardcover art book, the game's soundtrack on CD, and a downloadable director's commentary, all in a nice box. I mainly like this one because it includes stuff that actual collectors and big fans would legitimately enjoy and get use out of. They all fit the tone of Life is Strange, plus it was only $10 more than the regular edition. At that point, why not pick up this version? Ooh, Call of Duty World at War, a game based on World War II, how fun! Now this one is pretty lame, just a bunch of multiplayer bonuses are included, but what do you get physically with this box? Well, a box for everything to come in, that's nice, and also a collectible canteen, well I'll be. I can't wait to drink out of this thing and consume water and swallow liquids. My night's ruined. This canteen doesn't open at all, it's literally just a prop. I feel like it would have cost them less to just buy real canteens that you can actually drink out of. Now I don't have a canteen to drink out of. What am I supposed to do in a life or death situation? Don't worry guys, we'll have plenty of canteens. I stocked up on World at War collector's editions. You fool! Hey, Xenoblade Chronicles X. This is the game with the yellow round guy, right? Yeah, during the Wii U era, I bought a lot of Nintendo published stuff just to support them in their time of need, and that included buying the special edition to a game in a series I am not into. At the very least, this is a really classy, well done release. We have an insanely meaty art book, a matted art card, alright, and the game soundtrack on a USB drive. Now this thing feels substantial, it feels quality, and it's fucking dreadful. It only includes 10 songs from the soundtrack. You'd think since they were putting it on a USB flash drive instead of a CD, it would be easier for them to include the whole thing. On top of that, the flash drive can only hold 800 megabytes worth of content, which makes it next to useless to use as an actual flash drive. And on top of that, there's messy DRM with the soundtrack, meaning you have to keep the flash drive in to listen to the songs. At least it looks cool. A blue light flickers when the drive is inserted and it gives off vibes of the scales in the game. You see, I can Xenoblade a little bit. Saints Row 2, everybody's favorite Grand Theft Auto game until a real Grand Theft Auto game comes out. Look at this nice tin, it's like there's a real back in front of me. We get an art book, which feels like trash. The quality of this paper is in line with kids menus, and plus out of all games I want to see art from, Saints Row 2 is definitely not in the top 10. A money clip, and finally, I have a bullet USB drive. It comes with a bunch of wallpapers and can store a full gigabyte of data. Well, there you go. Saints Row 2 narrowly beat Xenoblade X for Game of the Year. And that's about it. Overall, not the most impressive out there. Holy shit, it comes with a poster. This one ain't too bad. It doesn't include any big cool things, but it includes enough small things to make it interesting. Batman Arkham City. This is one that really gets a lot right. A really high quality statue of Batman alongside an art book, a DVD copy of a movie, a soundtrack, and a mountain of DLC codes. Now you may ask where the game is. Oh come on guys, you got so much right and then you put the game in the art book. That's just inconvenient. Really, collector's editions can be cool. It's just there's a lot of things going against many of them. Sometimes they're anything but collector's editions. They might be overproduced and thus put on clearance, ending up cheaper than the standard edition because guess what? Nobody wants a toilet-sized box with Easter eggs in it. This copy of MVC Infinite has been rotting at my Best Buy since launch. Guys, if no collector has bought this thing by now, nobody's ever gonna buy it. You know what stings? When there's like a billion different editions of a game. Ubisoft does a lot of this, where there's the standard edition, deluxe edition, gold digital edition, ultimate digital edition, the Spartan edition, and the Pantheon edition. Who's like, man, I want this $160 one. Well, I don't know about that $220 one. And when certain content is only in certain editions and there's not one version you can buy that gives you all the content, that's just dumb. Also, I hate it when collector's editions come with box art that's just straight up worse than the standard edition. Smash Bros. Ultimate, the special edition comes with a slick Pro controller and a steelbook. That's awesome, but it doesn't come with the standard case for the game, and let's be honest, this steelbook does not compare to this artwork. Weirdly enough, Nintendo of all companies doesn't do a ton of limited editions. They do them every now and then, like with Breath of the Wild. We got a special edition and a master edition. For $100 you got a Switch carrying case, a map, a CD, and a coin, and for an extra $30 with the master edition you got a statue of the Master Sword. I personally didn't see much value in either one, so I passed. But that's the thing about collector's editions. Most items included in them aren't inherently valuable or rare most of the time. They're just supposed to be little things that collectors and diehard fans would find cool. So yeah, while many of them are kind of waste of money, and you're probably going to look at the things included maybe twice and never again, it's all about whether you see value in the purchase. And damn it, I wanted the keychain with Puyo Puyo Tetris. Collector's editions can be lamer than lame sometimes, but hey, if you personally see some value in one, go for it. It's not like some of them are the only versions released of certain games, falsely advertise their contents, include items that you're never going to use, take up 500 square feet of your house, are ludicrously overpriced, or one of 15 different versions, none of which come with all the content, or just called Collector's Edition on the box for no reason. Yeah, that would be ridiculous!
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry. Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey?
It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks beat.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger? Ew! I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I think I've reached a critical point in my life recently. I feel like I have to actually get up and do something rather than just piss around talking about the Game Boy Color or whatever. So, this is it. I need to decide. Do I get up and contribute to society, or do I talk about the Game Boy Color? Yes, finally, I can experience the Game Boy in color! The Game Boy line of systems, honestly the brand most synonymous with portable on-the-go gaming. Oh man, what am I gonna do on this road trip? Throw a couple Game Boys in the back, you'll be fine. This is the original Game Boy released in 1989. It obviously released that year, there was no way you could miss it. Obviously it was produced with performance and cost effectiveness in mind. An ass green screen with no color, just varying shades of this is fucking disgusting. But it lasted forever on 4 AA batteries and was at a decent price point comparative to the other handheld competitors at the time. The Sega Game Gear and Atari Lynx had full color displays and they were lit up as well. You could actually see them. Who could possibly fathom wanting this in comparison to these? Well, Nintendo had an ace up their sleeve. You see, the Game Boy had Tetris, Mario, Zelda, Tetris, Donkey Kong Tetris, Golf, Tetris, it had Tetris. Basically, you bought this to play video games, you bought these if you had insecurities. The original Game Boy completely solidified Nintendo's reign on the handheld market, and nobody could really top them. They had a solid price point, battery life, and the best game library you could ask for. Did you really want to get caught playing Sonic Triple Trouble? While the Game Boy was a massive success, it obviously warranted a successor, or at the very least, an upgrade. You really think Nintendo looked at this and said, yeah, that's good? They did. It took them 7 years to admit this may not stand the test of time. 1996, we got a redesign, the Game Boy Pocket. More compact, a much clearer screen, but it still wasn't lit or anything. You still needed to bring a lighter if you wanted to play at night. Well, 2 years later, in 1998, Nintendo released another revision of the Game Boy, the Game Boy Light. Like they started to give a shit a decade in? The Game Boy Light was fundamentally the Game Boy Pocket, but not with a screen you could actually use in the dark. It was only released in Japan. Nintendo knows what we like over here. 2 revisions, still no true successor to the handheld. All the Game Boy games coming out were still designed for the brick of '89. By '98, this thing was screaming, I'm 9 years old, please let me die. It's truly surprising Nintendo was able to make the Game Boy last that long with no true successor in sight. I mean, sure, they released the Virtual Boy in 1995. They sure did. Okay, that was a concept for a product that never should have left the research and development department. Nintendo delayed the Nintendo 64 and needed to release something, which oddly enough was the working title for this. This wasn't a successor to the Game Boy. In what realm was this a handheld? But by 1998, things needed to change. The fact was, the Game Boy experienced a resurgence in popularity due to the release of Pokemon. Game developers were getting antsy. They wanted more power. They didn't want to be restricted to hardware from the 80s. But for a true giant leap in technology, Nintendo needed to wait a few more years. They were in fact working on a true successor to the Game Boy, but it wouldn't be until 2001 for it to release. To satiate everybody in the meantime, the Game Boy Color came out. The same year as the Game Boy Light. What was the goal there? This is the Game Boy Color. It's the Nintendo console that won the attendance award in high school. It happened. It did well. That's all there is to this one. What was its core innovation? The fact it could display something handheld game systems were displaying for decades? Yeah, big whoop. Holy shit, that's fucking purple! The Game Boy Color is an odd duck. So many consider it to be a true successor to the original Game Boy. I'm one of those swine. But others consider it to be an upgraded Game Boy and nothing more. Something along the lines of the PS4 Pro to the PS4, the DSi to the DS, the new 3DS to the 3DS. Obviously, these were superior pieces of hardware to their predecessors, but they weren't generational leaps in quality. They were fundamentally better running systems to play the same games on. They may have had a handful of exclusive games, but fundamentally, they were still that same old system nobody wanted anymore. I think Nintendo themselves have this mentality with the Color, because usually whenever they spoke about how many units the Game Boy or Game Boy Colors sold in their lifetimes, they would usually group them together. Here's my problem with that. Yes, these console upgrades sometimes have their own exclusive games that can only play on them specifically, but they're usually few and far between. I can count on 5 body parts how many Nintendo DSi exclusive games were released to stores. The Game Boy Color had hundreds of games that only worked on the Game Boy Color, definitely more than a lot of other systems that were considered their own thing, so I don't care. The Game Boy Color, to me, will always be the first true successor to the original handheld. It's its own system. If I defend a game system this much, do you think it'll notice? So what's the deal with this thing? Well, the Game Boy Color is fundamentally a souped-up Game Boy. It was released in the latter half of 1998 worldwide because in the background, Nintendo was working on a much more advanced handheld to be released later. This was released to keep the Game Boy relevant and stop it from feeling too outdated and obsolete. The design of this handheld is one of the most iconic relics from the 90s, which is crazy considering it's so damn similar to previous models. Everything's laid out in the same way. It's nearly identical to previous designs, but I don't know how they did it. They made the Game Boy Color have its own unique look. You can immediately look at this and tell it's a Game Boy Color and not an original Game Boy. The shape is slightly tweaked, proportions are a bit different, it's the same general design, but updated in great ways that not only make it a better system, but add to its own character and charm. It does feel a bit more kiddie now though. See, the original Game Boy, this looks like a tool. This looks more like a toy, especially with the logo. Well, in terms of new features, the Color has no feature. No more contrast dial. Oh my god, that was my favorite part of the original Game Boy. It gave all games hard mode. This was always there because the screens were never great and you'd have to adjust them based on your lighting conditions. Here on the Color, they were so confident with this screen, they removed it entirely. And this is a much better screen, but it's still not lit up. Strange considering the Game Boy Light released before this, and the big fancy new one went back to a non-lit display. Nintendo's fire code must have been strict. Now, obviously it wasn't included to keep costs down, but under normal lighting conditions, it looks fine, it's just not ideal. We only need 2 AA's to power this bad boy, or you can plug it into the wall with an AC adapter. I've never seen somebody do this with an old school Game Boy. There's an IR blaster on the top, basically the same thing used on most TV remotes. It's not used in a ton of games, but when it was used, it was mainly just a way to transfer stuff like high scores to other players. Thank God the screen wasn't lit for us to get this. The buttons all have a comfortable, slightly rubbery feel to them, and I like that. They are all slightly smaller than I may prefer, but hey, at the time this was the definitive Game Boy if you hated seeing things. So to quote any parent who picks this up, what the f is this? The Game Boy Color works as a regular old Game Boy. You can play all your old cartridges, with some of them having added color to them. Most of the time the color added is literally just... Well, now the game's not completely colorless. There's faint color added here and there, but it's not enough to really say, oh wow, all my Game Boy games are in color now. They just use different color palettes in these games. They never programmed Wheel of Fortune to have color, so the Game Boy Color adds a faint dab of it here and there in very smart ways, so it doesn't look out of place or anything. It's still pretty much black and white, but what once were varying shades of gray on the original model are now varying shades of certain other colors. You can actually change the color palettes on the old Game Boy games with different color combinations on the startup screen. Like I said, a nice little bonus, though it's not full color and it's not like it changes any of these games. But hey, if you ever wondered what color the sky was in Mario Land, God, you need this thing right now. Speaking of Mario Land, a few select original Game Boy games had specific colors programmed for them, so if you'd play them on the Super Game Boy adapter for the Super Nintendo or later on the Game Boy Color, they'd be more colorized than other Game Boy games, though not like that much more. But that's just the original Game Boy games. The Game Boy Color also plays special Game Boy games that take advantage of the new hardware. The Game Boy Color Enhanced games are just standard Game Boy cartridges with a splash of color on them, normally black. These play perfectly fine on both systems, but if you have a sense of self-worth, you play them on the Game Boy Color to see everything in Crayola flavors. Basically, these are Game Boy Color games that also run on the original Game Boy. But then we have the games that are apparently too good to be seen on the original Game Boy models. These have distinct Game Boy Color logos on the cartridges, are translucent, and have convex tops. Easiest way to put it, the original Game Boy cartridges you could use as pill organizers. Game Boy Color, not so much. These games take advantage not only of the color, but the upgraded hardware as well. But here's what I find really bizarre. Nintendo went to all the trouble to ensure by looking at the game cartridges, you could tell what played on the original Game Boy and what couldn't. But the original cardboard boxes these games came in, they only said Game Boy Color on the front. Even if it played on the original Game Boy, you'd have to turn it around to see if it could play on the original. Now, the exclusive games generally had only for Game Boy Color on the box, but the fact that I just realized that, like, right now, I am shocked there wasn't nearly as much confusion when these games came out. I mean, a lot of these Game Boy Color games that said Game Boy Color on the box played on the original Game Boy no problem. Now, if you tried to play Game Boy Color only games on the original Game Boy, you'd get unique screens telling you to piss out. I always liked that many of these games didn't just display generic error messages. Just seeing a logo or special design is a cool little detail. But whatever, what matters is the games on the Game Boy Color and what released on it. So what released on it? Well, here in North America, we got 4 titles that launched alongside the system, and it was just a bunch of old shit. Tetris DX, so this is Tetris again. We have full color and some very basic different modes to play in, but it doesn't feel really all too distinct from the original Game Boy Tetris, and it lacks the iconic Tetris theme. Alright, this is going in the pile. Game & Watch Gallery 2! So, the Game & Watch Gallery games were compilations of the old school LCD Game & Watch units Nintendo would make. They're all very simple games, and Gallery took those titles and remade them with Mario characters and some new twists, while also incorporating the original versions as well. I couldn't have thought of anything better to launch with this brand new high-tech Game Boy. Game & Watch games. Centipede, yeah, that was a graphical showcase. And Pocket Bomberman, which in all fairness is a cool Bomberman title. It's actually more of a side-scrolling platformer compared to the traditional overhead Bomberman games. Yep, can't think of better games to launch a system with. These all worked on the original Game Boy. The Game Boy Color has a weird library, and I think the launch titles are indicative of that. I know I said how I consider it to be its own system, but so many of the titles that are labeled as Game Boy Color games are just Game Boy games that display in color when you pop them in the system. But there were still tons of games that were exclusive to the Game Boy Color that took advantage of the better hardware. But it just so happened around the time the Color released, Nintendo got really weird with what they considered publishing worthy. I would scream if they ever decided to publish a game called Little Mermaid 2 Pinball Frenzy. Nintendo's output was incredibly strange on this thing. If I had to guess why, I'd say it's because they didn't want to fully commit to dropping the original Game Boy in favor of the Game Boy Color, so they kept at it with these cross-compatible releases for a while, and by the time they really started to put out color-exclusive titles, the Game Boy Advance was right around the corner. This thing was the new kid in town for only 3 years, so Nintendo really didn't pour a ton of support into it. Because of this, we got a lot of re-releases, reimaginings, and games that were companion titles to N64 games. Let this sink in. One of the defining Game Boy Color games was a re-release of an original Game Boy game, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. It was Link's Awakening in color. Yep. I get a little miffed when they decide to re-release games on platforms that could already play those games. You could already play Link's Awakening on the Game Boy Color with just the Game Boy cartridge. Why not remake Zelda 1 or 2 for the handheld? To be fair, they did add a few things, like a brand new optional dungeon to explore that focused on color-based puzzles, and with DX actually getting the full color treatment, it really made this the definitive version at the time. This is a fantastic game. It was just an old one. Of course, this re-release worked on the original Game Boy as well, good for it, but what about something that could have only run on the Game Boy Color? Well, lucky for us, Nintendo put out the original Donkey Kong Country on the system. Holy shit, this is raw. I mean, at the time, this was a pretty faithful interpretation of the original SNES game. It was always amazing seeing what once was a home console game run on a handheld. And Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color, it's obviously downgraded and not the ideal way to play, but they did it alright. I mean, the original Game Boy had the Donkey Kong Land games, and the Game Boy Color version of Country was definitely a step up from those. This is a neat little novelty, but not much more than that nowadays. What about Super Mario Bros. Deluxe? This was the original NES game, but with so many new features and bells and whistles, you could go backwards in this one. They added an overworld map, a save feature, more modes like You vs. Boo, where you race a Boo to the end of the level. The original Super Mario Bros. 2 can be unlocked. We have a calendar? This is an incredible version of Super Mario Bros. The one issue is that the screen is so zoomed in, it can be a nightmare to play. Yeah, because the aspect ratio of the Game Boy Color was so skinny and the screen itself was so tiny, everything is crunched onto the screen, and because of that, it does require a bit of getting used to. Back in the day, this was the best option to play Mario 1 on the go, but now when I play this, I just think, my god, it doesn't have to be this way. Nintendo always does this thing where they make the definitive version of one of their games, but it would have like one massive downside. It happens every time. Donkey Kong Country returns 3D. It includes brand new content, a new difficulty mode, it gets rid of the motion controls from the Wii version, it doesn't look as nice, it runs at half the frame rate. Come on! Mario Tennis and Mario Golf released on the Nintendo 64, so in tandem with that, they made some Game Boy Color versions. These are completely different. While the console versions were basically sports party games, these are full-blown RPGs. You play as children, and your goal is to try to beat Mario at sports. IGN gave Golf a 10 out of 10. I'm definitely more of a golf guy, but these are both still solid titles. I'd say give them a shot purely based on the fact that they are exactly what you don't expect a Mario sports game to be. Like, who are these people? But what about the wackier, more experimental side of Nintendo? Well, there was Kirby Tilt and Tumble, a motion control game with a tuner/accelerometer. You tilt the Game Boy around to move Kirby. It was incredibly novel and still works best on the original Game Boy Color. It was designed for this hardware-specific build, but you can play it on the Game Boy Player on the GameCube if you're a masochist. Wario Land 2 and 3 were on here, with 2 being released for the Game Boy and then being released for the Game Boy Color later. The Game Boy Color released still worked on the original Game Boy. Why is this so confusing to me? Wario Land 3 was a full-on Game Boy Color exclusive though. I don't know much about the meat of Wario Land. I'm more of a bread guy. Basically, I've played 1 and 4. But Nintendo's crowning achievements on the Game Boy Color are obviously The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, and Oracle of Ages. Original Zelda titles. These are very much cut from the same cloth as Link's Awakening. They look very similar, but these were developed by Capcom, and they went for the Pokemon approach of selling 2 games that were kind of sort of the same. The Oracle games are more so 2 chapters of one story, where you can play them in either order. Whatever one you finish, you get a code to enter in the other game, and you see how they connect. It's a brilliant idea that was only done this one time for Zelda. But of course, if we're talking games that had a dual release that were kind of sort of the same, but not really, yeah, sure, Pokemon. Pokemon Yellow was sort of kind of a Game Boy Color game. It had some color enhancements thrown in there, but the core of the game was still a classic Game Boy title. Pokemon Gold and and Silver were made from the ground up for the Game Boy Color. They worked on the original Game Boy. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, the enhanced version of Gold and Silver, Crystal, released as a Game Boy Color exclusive. Look at that cartridge shape. It can't be anything but a Game Boy Color exclusive. Where the was the only for Game Boy Color logo on the box?
How is nobody confused?
The Game Boy Color was definitely where more and more Pokemon spin-offs were starting to show their head. The trading card game, Pinball, Puzzle Challenge, they were definitely up to do weirder stuff back then. Speaking of which, Nintendo didn't do a ton of huge first-party stuff on this machine, but they published damn near anything they could. Quest for Camelot? Go for it. Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle 3? Why not? Beauty and the Beast, a board game and adventure? Fuck it. Hamtaro, Ham Hams Unite? I've heard worse. Little Mermaid 2, Pinball Frenzy? What may be even weirder is Nintendo's internal American development studio, Nintendo Software Technology, developed the games Bionic Commando Elite Forces and Crystalis, with Nintendo as a whole publishing them. These were Capcom and SNK properties that Nintendo just decided to develop and publish on the Game Boy Color. Like I said, their output was weird on this thing. And not only that, but we got games that nobody ever expected on this handheld. Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil Gaiden, Tomb Raider, Driver, GTA 2, and many of these actually played fairly well. There were tons of cool games developers tried to bring over to the Game Boy Color, and shockingly, many of them worked out fairly well. Not only that, but series like Dragon Quest and Mega Man came over gracefully, and new ones like Tokitori and Shantae started out here. It's still a weird fucking handheld.
I may have been wrong about this thing. This system isn't nearly as in-depth as I thought it was. A lot of the games that were labeled as Game Boy Color titles were just Game Boy games with colors programmed into them. Even Nintendo support on this thing was really weird and lackluster. We got a few original Zeldas, some ports and remakes, Mario sports titles, and enhanced Pokemon. That's basically it. But still, original Zeldas and a Pokemon. Those are huge games for Nintendo to just put them on a simple upgraded Game Boy if it was only a simple upgraded Game Boy. What the f*** was this thing? An excuse for me to waste 17 minutes.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks beat.
Want that medium fatty tuna? that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Ooh, look at me, I'm the Nintendo Switch. I sold over 32 million units. Yeah, big whoop. How many units did the human race sell? Try 7 billion units. That's right. F you, Nintendo.
Oh hey, it's been 2 years. The Nintendo Switch is 2 years old, only 23 years until it can rent a car. Now, 3 days after the Switch officially released, I talked about my opinions on the system at that point in time. 1 year after the Switch officially released, I talked about my opinions on the system at that point in time, and I think we all know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna complain about Mario Tennis Aces and talk about year 2 of the Nintendo Switch. I'll be taking a look back at the Switch's second full year on the market month by month, from March 2018 to February 2019. I'll be talking about the main games that released each month and the news that came out. As with last year, I'll primarily be focusing on the games I played and or the more notable games on the system. So buckle up, let's see how long it takes me to start whining. Kirby Star Allies wasn't what I wanted! March was a pretty busy month, all things considered. The only first-party Nintendo title that shot onto store shelves was Kirby Star Allies, and oh boy. Kirby Star Allies was Kirby's first traditional mainline game in HD. So I guess they wanted this one to be as basic Kirby can be. Star Allies isn't a bad game, but even when it was originally revealed at E3 2017, I championed the opinion that it looked too basic. Fast forward to March 2018, and oh man, do I have an opinion for you. Star Allies is focused on co-op multiplayer, and because of that, level designs are incredibly simplistic to accommodate for it. Now, Kirby games are generally pretty simple, but this one took things too far in my opinion. These levels rarely have anything of note in them, no fun stage gimmicks or ideas or themes, nothing. And calling the puzzles in this game puzzles is an insult to puzzles everywhere. Sure, this makes the game more accessible for multiplayer. Complex 2D platformer levels can be a nightmare for co-op. But even then, playing in multiplayer doesn't make the game that much more interesting. Now, I love a good Kirby game. I've enjoyed every game before Star Allies that use this same gameplay style. This one just did not do it for me, I'm sorry. Like I said, it isn't bad. I know tons of people who had a good time with it, but it seems like even the people who enjoyed it say this definitely isn't Kirby's finest outing. Not worth the $60 price tag, that's for sure. At least at launch. Star Allies received a handful of free updates throughout the year, adding new playable characters from previous Kirby games and a bunch of new things like an extra mode. Yeah, that's cool, but I'd rather these things be in the game from the start simply because by the time they were added, I was long past the point of caring about Star Allies. The game already kind of burned me with its lack of content and overall gameplay. Plus, guys, yeah, they added a ton of characters and some of them are awesome callbacks to old school Kirby games. But the lack of playable characters wasn't my problem with Star Allies, so while I guess they give the game more worth, it's nothing that's really going to change my opinion. In terms of other games from March, Scribblenauts Showdown came out and it was a triumphant return of the Scribblenauts franchise, never mind. I was somewhat intrigued by this game when it was first announced. Scribblenauts party game sounds pretty fun, but after seeing one trailer and reading reviews, I kinda manically ran away. The original Punch-Out arcade game finally got a re-release through the Arcade Archive series, which was cool to see. A lot of people were talking about that indie game Mulaka. I didn't play it. My eyes were mainly on Bingo for Nintendo Switch. Fear Effects Senna, Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, Tokitori. Yeah, there was definitely stuff to play, but not the greatest overall month in terms of games. What made March worth it was the Nintendo Direct on March 8th. Honestly, one of the better directs in recent memory. So much was shown. Okami HD, Sushi Striker was announced for Switch, Project Octopath Traveler was renamed to, get this, Octopath Traveler. Dark Souls got an amiibo and was confirmed for a May 25th release date, can't wait for that. A Captain Toad Treasure Tracker re-release, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, Splatoon 2 got paid DLC, and holy shit. Yeah, Smash Brothers was announced for the Switch. I wasn't expecting that to happen during this Direct, but right when we saw both Koizumi and the Splatoon producer standing together, I gave off a hearty, oh yeah, Smash Brothers is about to be announced with Inklings as playable characters. Oh, what do you look at that? Later in March, a Nindy Showcase premiered. It detailed a bunch of indie games, but it was only 10 minutes long, so that was pretty disappointing. Some solid stuff in there, definitely though. Luminous Remastered and Mark of the Ninja just to name two. March also marked the first time the My Nintendo Rewards program actually meant something. Starting this month, if you were a My Nintendo member, you could build up gold points by spending money on the eShop and then redeem those points for a certain amount of cash you could use on digital games. Yeah, I'm happy this is here. Sometimes I'll be buying a game digitally and go, oh man, I can use some of my gold points to pay for this. You have to spend a lot of money to get even a little bit of cash back through the gold points. A $60 game will net you $3 back. That's not a ton. Again, I'm happy it's here, but Nintendo sure ain't running a charity. April was another month in terms of games. Again, there were definitely things to play, just nothing huge came out. This was the month of Nintendo Labo. It was initially revealed earlier in January, and I thought this concept was absolutely brilliant. Giving you cardboard and instructing you on how to make your own Switch accessories to play minigames, using the Joy-Con to help make these things function. One of the most creative things Nintendo's come up with in recent memory. It's obviously aimed towards kids, specifically those with an interest in creativity or engineering, but I think plenty of us looked at it and said, yeah, this is pretty cool in general. The first two kits released on April 20th, Toy-Con 1, the Variety Kit, and Toy-Con 2, the Robot Kit. I just picked up the Variety Kit and almost a full year later, and I still haven't touched these things since. I didn't dislike Labo, but there just wasn't much to it if you weren't looking to customize and make your own Labo creations. The build process was a ton of fun, I like that, but afterwards there was just nothing to do with these things. The games offered in Labo are beyond shallow, there's just nothing to them. You play around with them for 10 minutes and that's about it. I wasn't expecting anything I'd be playing for hours, but more so expecting something along the lines of a minigame in Wii Play or something. Like sure, those aren't massive games, but they're quick short bursts of fun, they're enjoyable to replay for a high score. I wish they just added a time attack or arcade mode to these games. They have promise, they just weren't presented in ways that made them fun or replayable. I already took a look at the Labo Variety Kit before, and my opinions haven't really changed. It's a really awesome concept, and it's more about the journey than the destination. Building these things is half the enjoyment, and the most memorable experience I had with Labo. And if that doesn't interest you, for God's sake, stay away. After I built them all, there's nothing to do. I didn't have any interest in going into the Toy-Con garage to program my own Labo toys. All the games I was done with after 30 minutes. Nintendo Labo in its initial state was made for a very specific kind of kit, one that wanted to make their own machines, one that was going to get a lot of use out of the Toy-Con garage feature, but it could have been for so many more people if they made the games more replayable and fun. As it stands, these are overpriced and take up too much room considering how much use I got out of them. The Robot Kit doesn't seem much better at all. You get one robot suit, which sounds kinda cool, and the game portion of it seems more in depth than anything in the Variety Kit, but it's $10 more and there's less you can do with the robot. The Variety Kit offers a lot more and lends itself to customization. What the hell are you gonna do with this thing? Other than Labo, Don't Starve, South Park, and Shelter Generations came out, am I the only one who can't tell if this game's visual style is kinda cool looking or kinda ugly? Sega confirmed they were bringing over their classic games to Nintendo Switch via the Sega Ages label, and Dark Souls Remastered got delayed to summer 2018, while the other platforms would get it in May as originally promised. Yes, the platforms where they actually had to up-res Dark Souls were getting the game first, while the platform that's more in line with the original consoles Dark Souls released on was getting it later. That made sense. Now, May was a fantastic month for regurgitation. Nintendo re-released 2 Wii U games for the Switch, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze and Hyrule Warriors. Now let me first state my opinion on Wii U ports of games. Many are for them, many are against them. I'm in the middle. I love that they happen because people who didn't play these games originally can finally play them, and I love that they allow me to play good Wii U games on a platform that isn't the Wii U. However, it annoys me when Nintendo overprices Wii U ports, when they try to pass them off as new games, when they're the only thing Nintendo releases for like 2 months. We'll get to you later. Ports aren't fun for everybody. They have some merit, but they can be annoying. But hey, at least Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is one of the greatest platformers ever crafted, so that's one point in its favor. This game is godlike, it is so good, why is it $60? Tropical Freeze released in 2014 for $50. And then in 2016 was permanently reduced to $20 via Nintendo Select, so please explain to me why this version with one new character added 4 years later is $60. I'm not saying that if Tropical Freeze was a brand new game in 2018, it wouldn't be worth $60. But it's 4 years old. And Nintendo officially valued the game at $20 up until the Switch port was announced, so I don't think there's much of an excuse here. They were pulling a fast one on us with this game's price. I kinda think Nintendo forgot they originally priced Tropical Freeze at $50 on the Wii U, because Captain Toad originally retailed for $40, and lo and behold, it retailed for that on the Switch too. Now, well, Tropical Freeze is great, and definitely worth it if you never played it. But I picked it up on sale a few months later. I already beat it on Wii U, I didn't need it right away, and I usually do that with the Wii U ports. Wait for a sale at a later date. Which is exactly what I did with Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. Now, this was also $60, but I'm personally more okay with this price point than I was with Donkey Kong. This game includes all the DLC from the Wii U version, all the characters and gameplay changes from the 3DS version, and all the DLC from that version as well, plus extra little bonuses like Breath of the Wild costumes. This truly is the Definitive Edition, and is quite a good deal all things considered. Now, I've never been a huge Hyrule Warriors guy. I enjoyed my time with it on the Wii U, but didn't play for hundreds of hours like others did. However, I still think it's a fun shut your brain off kind of game, just mow down enemies with tons of Zelda fan service. The timing of this port was weird to me though. Fire Emblem Warriors just came out in October, and that game kinda came and went, so instead of trying to give that game more exposure, Nintendo just revealed Hyrule Warriors for the Switch, which I'm sorry Fire Emblem fans, is way more appealing and interesting to most people than Fire Emblem Warriors, even if it is a 4-year-old game. Both original Mega Man Legacy collections released. I love that these games are on Switch, but I would have preferred if they combined them into a Mega Man Ultimate Legacy collection rather than sell both of them separately. Another Capcom collection released, the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and oh my god, this thing includes so many Street Fighters, and it retailed for the same price as Ultra Street Fighter 2 retailed for a year ago. What's going on here? This has 12 games on it, including 5 Street Fighter 2s, and Ultra Street Fighter 2 has 1 Street Fighter 2. Please explain that $40 price point. While some of the biggest releases in May were just older games, the month still had some solid original titles. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon was a surprise release. It was developed by Inti Creates and was a precursor to the upcoming Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. While that game plays like a Metroidvania-style Castlevania game, Curse of the Moon plays just like the classic Castlevania titles on the NES, and I gotta be honest, Curse of the Moon looked way more appealing to me. I did pick this one up. Yoku's Island Express though, I haven't yet. This was a big one for a lot of people, being a pinball adventure game. I'm definitely still interested in trying this one out. Runner 3 finally released too, but I have to say, this visual style just does not do anything for me. I do have Runner 3, I got it on sale, but haven't played any of these games yet. I did play Ikaruga though, which is one of the greatest 2D shoot-em-ups of all time. It's harder than hard, but it's just so good. But we can't forget the biggest game Capcom announced for the Switch, Resident Evil 7!
What?
Cloud Edition!
What?
Capcom randomly announced and released Resident Evil 7. This game came out in 2017 for PS4 and Xbox One, and I personally never imagined it would run on Switch. Well, I was sorta right, because this game requires an internet connection at all times. It's streamed to the console. This way they can just run the game on much more powerful hardware, stream it to the Switch, and bada boom, you have yourself the worst possible way to play Resident Evil 7. I have to admit though, this was a fairly creative way to get a crazy demanding game like this running on the system without redoing everything and putting a lot of development time into a port. Now, this only released in Japan, and we have yet to get a fully cloud-based multi-platform game in this style here in North America. It's still just really weird this even happened. While I said, yeah, this was a creative solution to get the game on Switch, I don't want to see this happen all too much. Having an internet connection required for single-player games is really annoying, and it makes it almost impossible to play these things on the go, which is what the Switch is best known for. Nintendo also started to offer a Switch bundle without the dock in Japan, coming in at $50 cheaper than the regular bundle. Well, that's fucking stupid. Docks retail for $90, plus you don't even get the charging cable with this bundle. I get this is a Japan exclusive thing, but man, why would you buy this? Sure, plenty of people play their Switch predominantly in handheld mode, but you are literally getting ripped off by buying a dockless bundle. The Pokemon Company also finally gave everybody what they wanted, the official announcement for Pokemon on the Switch, the first traditional Pokemon title on a console. And what they announced were games that gave a lot of people a case of the what the hells. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were full remakes of Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy, with a lot of elements from Pokemon Go present. This was definitely a bit surprising and not what a lot of Pokemon fans wanted. They wanted a full-on new game, one that didn't look this simple, or one that wasn't so focused on the first generation of Pokemon, or one that didn't look like a console version of Pokemon Go. This game was primarily meant for different people. Lapsed Pokemon fans, people who loved it before but fell out of it, people who liked Pokemon Go but never really played a real Pokemon game, or people who just never played Pokemon. Hey, it's me, Scott. I think this was a smart game for them to make, and they did confirm that a true mainline traditional Pokemon game would come in 2019. So really, it wasn't a huge deal. Fans were still getting a main title. They also announced and released Pokemon Quest for the eShop, a free title that literally just felt like a garbage mobile game they shoehorned onto the Switch. That's exactly what it is. I downloaded this and played it for 2 minutes and said, yeah, I'm not into this. Nintendo finally disclosed more details on their upcoming paid online service for the Switch, Nintendo Switch Online. This thing kept on getting delayed and delayed, but they finally were able to shed some light on it. Nintendo revealed that their online service would not only force people to pay for online multiplayer, but offer cloud saves for certain games and a selection of 20 NES games to play online, with more added every month. NSO was initially met with relative positivity. People were excited to have cloud saves, old Nintendo games on the Switch, and just actual details on the service in general. But after thinking about the service more and more, things got more critical. Cloud saves are locked behind the online service? That NES Games app meant no virtual console? That smartphone voice chat app isn't going away? It wouldn't launch until September, but people were already critiquing this service before it even came out. The great month of E3. Nintendo was ready to let it all out with an E3 2018 Nintendo Direct on June 12th, and for all you non-Smash Bros. Fans, I am so sorry. Yeah, that wasn't that great. Smash Bros. Ended the Direct, as in the last 30 minutes of a 45-minute presentation were dedicated to it. Smash Bros. Switch was revealed to be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, including every character from Smash Bros. History and a wealth of gameplay changes. I freaked out. This was amazing. But outside of Smash Bros., which looked great, this presentation blew. They started things off with the reveal of Daemon X Machina, a game everybody in 2019 refers to as, oh yeah, that game exists. This has got to be one of the most forgettable games Nintendo has ever revealed. It doesn't look bad, but they present it so poorly every time they show it off. Like, why start E3 off with this mech game with a title most people don't know how to pronounce? I always say I guess it looks good, but I don't really know what this game is gonna play like. I don't really know exactly what I'm looking at most of the time. And then they went on to show off the standalone Xenoblade 2 expansion. Like, why cold open showing these two games first? These aren't like immediate crowd pleasers. These are fine games and all, but they're pretty niche. You'd think throwing them in the middle of the presentation would work better. Moving on, Super Mario Party was officially unveiled in the presentation. Mario Party isn't a crazy amazing E3 announcement, but it looked like classic Mario Party, which is what the series needed after it did a bunch of stupid fucking shit. Fire Emblem Three Houses was shown off. We knew a Fire Emblem Switch game was in the works for about a year and a half now, so it was nice to finally see it in action. And that's all I have to say, because once again, I don't care for Fire Emblem either. Jesus, I probably don't even like video games, right guys? Fortnite released immediately after the presentation, which was pretty big. I mean, it was the hot game, so to have it on Switch was a big deal. I just didn't really care. I've said this before, but Fortnite runs on smartphones. Should a Switch release really be that amazing? Overcooked 2, Hollow Knight, Killer Queen Black, all really cool indie games, and then 30 minutes of Smash Brothers, that was it. Yeah, that was a very underwhelming, lame Nintendo Direct. It was a pretty good Smash Brothers Direct, but a general Nintendo Direct, yeah, that wasn't that great. Switch third-party wise wasn't the most amazing at E3 either. You'd assume we'd see more support for the console this year, but there wasn't a ton. Fallout Shelter came to the platform. It's a mobile game, who cares? Trials, Starlink revealed a Star Fox collaboration, which was pretty cool, but other than that, there wasn't much Switch content at E3, surprisingly. Splatoon 2's Octo expansion released during E3, though. I still haven't played it or bought it. Splatoon 2's base single-player campaign was pretty lackluster in my opinion, but from what I've seen, Octo expansion fixes that and offers a media experience that looks way better. Arcade Archives Donkey Kong came out during E3 too, which was one of the first times the original arcade ROM of Donkey Kong was re-released, which was pretty cool. They also announced that the ultra-rare Nintendo arcade game Sky Skipper would be released via Arcade Archives in July. Outside of E3, Nintendo actually released some games this month, so it was a pretty busy time all things considered. Mario Tennis Aces pulled a Kirby Star Allies for me. It wasn't a bad game. The core gameplay at show here is absolutely phenomenal. Building up the meter in the top left means you can slow down time, use a zone shot, special shot. It makes Mario Tennis way more skill-based than ever before, which is a huge improvement from when Nintendo released body odor on a disc with the last game. However, while Ace's gameplay and visuals are great, everything else falters, which is weird to say. How can a game have great gameplay but not be great overall? Well, there's barely anything to do with that great gameplay. You can plow through the adventure mode, which Nintendo really pushed in this game's marketing, and it's nothing special. It just feels like a 4-hour-long time waster and not much else. But that's it with this game. There's no other modes to play other than just playing tennis or playing tennis online. Again, it's weird to say that because it's Mario Tennis. You might ask, what else was I expecting? And just look at all the other Mario Tennis games. These things were packed with fun little extra modes, awesome gimmicky courts, mini-games. You could play with Mario Kart-esque items, but in Aces, it's just tennis. Now this game is obviously built off of Ultra Smash from the Wii U, and that game was literally just tennis too, no crazy Mario spin. Just tennis on one type of court. It was as if you had to pay Nintendo $50 for the right to go to hell. At least with Aces, the gameplay is pretty damn solid, and it at least has multiple themed courts. I will say though, these courts are pretty lame. Like, if they even have gimmicks, they're usually kind of annoying or just straight up boring. Look, I'm on a pirate ship. There's a giant rod in the middle that can sometimes interfere with the ball. Yeah, my favorite court. If all you want from a Mario Tennis game is a tennis game, Mario Tennis Aces delivers. But in my opinion, it doesn't have nearly enough to it. While I really appreciate the smart changes to gameplay that really improve the core game, I don't know, I kind of prioritize wacky multiplayer fun in a Mario sports game compared to how smart the gameplay loop is. I'm not necessarily looking for a game with the deepest mechanics when picking up a Mario sports game. Through free updates, Mario Tennis Aces primarily has been adding new characters, and again, like I said with Kirby Star Allies, this game's problems had nothing to do with the lack of playable characters. These updates really don't do much for me. Here's a quote you can smack on the back of the box, Nintendo. The gameplay's good, but the game is not. Now, most people will say the game they played the most in June was Mario Tennis, but the Nintendo published game I played the most in June was none other than
Sushi Striker, The Way of Sushido.
Well, this game happened, didn't it? Sushi Striker was originally announced as a 3DS game at E3 2017, but was later revealed to also be coming to Switch day and date with the 3DS version. This is a puzzle game where you just have to link up similar sushi plates, moving on the belt, eat the sushi, and then throw the empty plates at your opponent. I always kept an eye on this game. I thought it would be a fun little puzzle game that looked like it had a lot of heart put into it, and I was kinda right. I was addicted to this game for a few hours. Linking up the sushi plates had such a satisfying feel to it, specifically while playing with a controller. While I think using a touchscreen is how it was intended to be played, I really preferred using the analog stick. Automatically snapping to a plate, it made it crazy fun to link up a ton of them, and the sound effects just made everything crazy enjoyable. And I thought it was really cool how the game featured loads of tongue-in-cheek cutscenes and dialogue despite being just a puzzle game. It really felt like the developers cared immensely. However, that's kinda where my praises end, because the game just goes on and on and on and doesn't really switch things up. The story mode just feels like you're doing the same thing over and over again. You constantly fight against the same enemies. These guards or whatever appear non-stop, and the visuals barely change at all. It just feels like you're doing the same thing for 10 hours. Sure, some random power-ups are thrown into the mix, but it doesn't help things that much in my opinion. Most of the time each stage feels the same to the last. Also, while I said I appreciated the cutscenes and the humor, at a certain point, I stopped caring. The story wasn't interesting, really. It was more so charming that the game's story didn't take itself seriously, and the fact that this game even had a story. But that didn't mean I cared enough to see it through. It just slowed everything down, and honestly, I just started skipping most of the cutscenes. This thing retailed for $50, and oh god, it is not worth even half of that. The 3DS version at least started at $40, but still. Download the demo for it and play that 30 times in a row, and you get the exact same experience as playing the full game in my opinion. It's a lot of fun for a bit, but it's just the same thing over and over again. Outside of those games, Fortnite and Hollow Knight were some big releases, alongside Inside and Limbo, Shaq Fu: A Legend Reborn happened, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy and Wolfenstein 2 came out on the same day, don't want to get them confused. Both really impressive ports on the Switch. I have Crash and it ran perfectly fine. Of course, it didn't look as good as the other consoles, but by and large, this is the Insane Trilogy. It still looks great, and being able to play the original Crash Bandicoot games remastered on a Nintendo platform is really cool. Now, I haven't played this one yet, but Wolfenstein 2 is more so impressive with just how well they were able to make it work on Switch. This is far from the definitive version of the game, but it's definitely more than playable and looks pretty good all things considered. Now, the Octo expansion wasn't the only thing to cop DLC. Mario plus Rabbids actually got a full-blown expansion as well entitled Donkey Kong Adventure, and from what I've seen, it looks like so much love and care was crammed into something that should have just been a simple expansion. It's really admirable. But whatever, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe got Labo support! I thought, wow, this actually makes my Labo creations useful, and then I realized, never mind, why the hell would I want to do this? July is usually a dead month for new game releases, but Nintendo decided to break conventions as this was the month many's most anticipated Switch title released. Octopath Traveler finally came out. Do you really think I played it? Yeah, I don't really play RPGs if you don't already know. It's not that I'm heavily opposed to them or don't get them. It's simply just far from my favorite genre. I'll still play a game that intrigues me if it's an RPG, it just doesn't happen that much. I will say though that Octopath looks beautiful and so unique. I'd love to see Square Enix make a sequel, just because I've seen how so many people adored this game. I mean, it did way better than I think anybody thought it would. There were shortages of it in Japan, it did that well. I'd love to see them put out more of this series or just continue with this art style. On the same day as that game, Nintendo published the re-release of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, and it actually came out on 3DS as well at the same time. Treasure Tracker was a good Wii U game, and that's basically all I have to say about it. It's just a fun little concept, a game where you have to traverse these 3D puzzle boxes and you can't jump. I didn't pick the Switch version up just yet, mainly because it's not a game I'm particularly dying to replay, but I will eventually if I see it for a good price. However, I'm tempted to say that this isn't the definitive version of Captain Toad. I played the Switch demo and have seen a good amount of footage. It plays perfectly fine on the platform, don't get me wrong, but man, was it way more tailor-made for the Wii U than I remember. So many things in Captain Toad need to be touched via the touchscreen, so playing in TV mode means this pretty annoying cursor is on screen all the time. This isn't a problem in handheld mode, but if you're looking to play on the TV, the original Wii U version feels a bit more natural. Treasure Tracker feels kinda shoehorned onto the Switch to me. It's a bit odd they ported this game to the Switch so early on in its life. I feel a sequel would have been a better fit just because they wouldn't have had to work around all the touchscreen requirements for TV mode. Nintendo also published Go Vacation, a port of some Wii game Bandai Namco made. To the potential person that predicted Nintendo would port Go Vacation to the Switch when the system was first revealed, you have my respect. I think this was an effective nail in the coffin to a potential Wii Sports follow-up by Nintendo on the Switch. It seems like they're more interested in just publishing games from other companies that appeal to that more casual demographic rather than making the game themselves. Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2. Oh yeah, it's great to have some of these games on Switch, but it is incredibly annoying that they're separated via 2 volumes. I got it with the original Mega Man Legacy collections. Those were created years apart, so while it was irritating that they didn't combine them for the Switch release, it still kinda made sense. The X Legacy collections need to go laid down. They have no excuse to be this way. They released the exact same day and are literally the same collection with the same extras, just with different games. Plus, X Legacy Collection 2 is undoubtedly the worst collection. It includes the latter half of the X series, which fucking stinks. Well, Nintendo announced a new Labo kit, the Vehicle Kit, and everybody was kinda like, ooh, but was also kinda like, we already knew what to expect from Labo at this point, so I wasn't suckered into this one as much. Warframe was announced, a port being done by Panic Button. They brought over Doom, Rocket League, Wolfenstein 2, these guys are wizards. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe randomly got a new update where Link can wear his Breath of the Wild attire, nice! But why? 2K announced that WWE 2K19 wouldn't be on the Switch this year, definitely because WWE 2K18 was fucking garbage on the Switch. Like, yeah, no wonder the series doesn't sell well on the platform. Nintendo also made a statement that they like to release 20 to 30 indie games every week on the eShop. Alright guys, the Nintendo Switch eShop has officially become a breeding ground for pure garbage. Literally anybody can release a game on the Switch eShop, it's so bad. Releasing that many games a week isn't a good thing, Nintendo. I haven't been playing as many indie games on the Switch as I was back in 2017 because there's like a dozen that release every day. I can't keep up with them. And for every good one, there's 4 fucking Calculation Castle games. Now, August was automatically great because we got a Smash Bros. Ultimate Direct on August 8th. This was way better than E3. The reveals of Simon and Richter Belmont, all the stages, King K. Rool, there were no negatives with this Direct in my opinion. It was just pure Smash Brothers for 30 minutes. Just like E3, but at least with this Direct, it was completely warranted to be just Smash Brothers. Dead Cells was the hot indie game of the month on Switch. It was apparently so good it's worth losing your job over. I didn't pick this one up just yet, but I did buy Okami HD and it's so beautiful. It's such a good game, but hell yeah, Picross S2! More Picross, man. It's so good. It's so Picross. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, Overcooked 2, a pretty quiet yet solid month for games. Not a ton of stuff overall, but a good amount of great titles. And Night Trap. There was another Nindies presentation, a bit longer than the last one, but nothing really stood out to me outside of Untitled Goose Game. They revealed Into the Breach at the end, which I know is made by the same guys behind FTL, but it didn't really excite me at all, to be honest. Diablo 3 was officially announced after being rumored for months. I mean, that's cool that Blizzard is back publishing games on Nintendo platforms, but man, Overwatch would have been such a better fit and would have been so much cooler to see. Doom Eternal's gameplay was shown off and it was announced the game would be coming simultaneously to everything, including Nintendo Switch. That was awesome. It was great to see a modern game get announced for Switch day and date with the other versions, and they didn't make a huge deal about it. It was like it was just one of the other consoles. But brace yourself, folks, because development on Steep for Nintendo Switch was officially halted. No. This game was shown off in the original January 2017 presentation, and then they never really said anything about it for a year and a half, and now they'll really never say anything about it. September 2018 was my favorite month to hate Nintendo Switch Online, but first, a Nintendo Direct premiered on September 13th after being delayed from a September 6th date after a tragic earthquake in Japan. That was perfectly fine waiting, especially considering the circumstances, and it was well worth the wait. This was a pretty decent Direct. Luigi's Mansion 3 was revealed right off the bat, and it looked okay. One of the things that makes Luigi's Mansion so memorable for people is the atmosphere and overall aesthetic. People mega dig the family-friendly yet still a little creepy, unnerving haunted house look, and the original nailed that. But with Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon and 3, it doesn't look dark enough and the aesthetic feels more like haunted house clip art to me. I don't know, not saying it looks bad, it just looks okay so far. I need to see more. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe was announced and somebody was probably happy. This was a port I would have never guessed they would do a year ago. It just didn't make any sense. Why not just barf out a new Super Mario Bros. Game? Come on, they can't take that many resources. But hey, if getting a port of the Wii U's New Super Mario means we aren't getting a brand new one and Nintendo's teams can work on way better games, I'm okay with it. Civilization 6 was supposed to be announced in the Direct, but due to the delay, was revealed beforehand and the Direct acted like it was a big surprise. I guess this was supposed to be the big third-party game we weren't expecting for 2018, like how Doom was for 2017. But I don't know, it's cool that it was announced, but wasn't jaw-dropping or anything. The Yoshi title from last year's E3 got a final name, Yoshi's Crafted World, and was slated for spring. The Game Freak showed off a new RPG called Town, a remake of the original Katamari Damacy, and non-stop Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition HD, a port of a mobile version of Final Fantasy 15. That's all we're getting Final Fantasy 15 related, isn't it? I mean, look at 15. You really think they could make that work on Switch immediately? It would have to be a substantial project to port that original game over. And the original consoles also got Pocket Edition HD, so it doesn't feel that lame. Like, they got it too. It wasn't like they just did this for Switch. But, no, this wasn't the greatest news. This was the lamest possible outcome of getting Final Fantasy 15 on Switch. But hey, at least they announced Crystal Chronicles HD, Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon, Final Fantasy 12, 10, 10-2, 9, and 7. They're actually bringing 7 to the Switch. The game famous for not being a Nintendo game. Now that is pretty historic. Smash Bros. Ultimate got a bundle. I thought the dock looked pretty good, but those Joy-Con, man, right Joy-Con fans? I'm sorry. It came out a month before the game officially did, and came with a code for Smash Bros. Which unlocked on December 7th. The November release was a bit odd. I guess they wanted to get it out before Black Friday. Then they announced Isabelle for Smash Bros., and that led into a tease for Animal Crossing on the Switch in 2019. They didn't show anything, but hey, what are you gonna do? Xenoblade 2 Torna the Golden Country was the main Nintendo title published this month. While it was DLC for the original Xenoblade 2, you could purchase a physical copy by itself for $40. It had a new battle system and basically could be considered a new game, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't buy it. I did play a fair amount of the Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle, but beat 'em ups aren't nearly as fun on console because you can just infinitely play a game. You don't need to keep pumping quarters into an arcade machine, so I flew through Final Fight in an hour by just mashing buttons and not thinking at all. These games are way more fun in the arcade environment, but it was still nice to have a good amount of Capcom's legacy playable on Switch. Sega Ages games finally released, starting things off with Sonic 1 and Lightning Force Quest for the Dark Star, right after the Sega Genesis Classics collection was announced for Switch. Sega, what the hell were you thinking? Right before you tried to sell a copy of Sonic 1 for $8, you announced a collection of like 53 Genesis games, including Sonic 1 for only $30? Yeah, I did pick up Lightning Force because it wasn't in that collection, and it ran pretty well. There's a lot of options in these Sega Ages releases, so they're structurally pretty great. But I am not paying $8 for Sonic 1 when I can just get that collection. Labo Vehicle Kit released, and what do you know, barely anybody talked about it. I think we might be in for one more Labo kit, maybe two, but I don't think it's going too far past that, unfortunately. Scribblenauts redeemed themselves after Showdown by releasing the Mega Pack featuring Scribblenauts Unlimited and Unmasked. Dragon Ball FighterZ Z finally came out for the platform, Undertale, Valkyria Chronicles 4, South Park The Stick of Truth, Wander Song, NBA 2K19. This was a really good month for third-party and indie games. But hey, you look like you want to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey Cloud version on your Switch.
Did it really give off that vibe?
Yep, same deal as Resident Evil 4. It would launch alongside the other consoles in Japan only. Nice. But we gotta get down to what September was really known for. Nintendo Switch Online officially launched and people were not happy. It basically felt like all they did was push a button and made us pay for online multiplayer. Nothing really improved, it was the same old thing we were getting for free since launch. The cloud saves were nice, but titles like Splatoon 2 and Pokemon didn't work with them to stop cheating. Who cares? These are games that people would actually want cloud saves for. Games people spend hundreds of hours in. They don't want to lose their progress. Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo Switch Online. Rolls right off the tongue. This is a service offered free to online members where you can play a selection of NES titles. 20 games were available at launch, 2 to 3 added each month after that. This was the replacement for Virtual Console. With that, you just buy whatever old games you want. Here, it's set up more like a subscription service where you can just open up the app and pick any game you want to play. Now, this whole setup is kind of what a lot of people suggested for the Virtual Console to evolve, but for this to work well, there needs to be more than a couple dozen games. Why is this thing locked behind the online membership? Do you really think half the people who play Splatoon 2 online give a piss about baseball on NES? The game selection at launch was rough. Sure, I was happy to see they offered some third-party NES games, and we got games like Mario 3, but this library was what I feared the NES Classic Edition would have. When that thing was announced to have 30 NES games, I was like, oh great, I can't wait to play Urban Champion and tennis. But no, they did a legitimately great job piecing together 30 of the greatest, most iconic NES games of all time. For Nintendo Switch Online, Nintendo had no problem throwing pro wrestling and soccer onto the service. Seriously, these garbage early black box NES games make up a good chunk of the games offered. It's gross. You play these games for 5 minutes and you never have to play them again. Now, in terms of playing the games, they run and look pretty great. Hopping from game to game is instantaneous. Online multiplayer is offered across all games, and it works alright. But it is annoying how you can't remap any buttons, or turn off this control layout, or turn off or change this border if only it was blue, or just purchase any of these games separately outside of the app. If you want to play Kirby's Adventure on your Switch, you have to subscribe to the online service. Why can't I just buy it for $5 on the eShop? Nintendo would make more money that way. This is a fine way to play NES games. They load crazy fast and there's a decent selection now. But man, is it hard to get excited about NES games nowadays. Nintendo's been drip feeding us NES games over the years on other platforms, and now they're doing it again with the Switch. They had a bunch of filler here too with these special releases of games where it's literally just a save state later in the title. I'm sure since this is basically a subscription service, that makes adding new games so much slower than it would be to just offer them all separately on the eShop. Like, instead of just asking Capcom if they could put Mega Man 2 out through the Virtual Console on the eShop, Nintendo definitely has to pay them something up front, or Capcom will get a certain percentage of money from the online membership subscriptions or whatever. I think throwing a game on the eShop is way easier to do for most companies, even Nintendo. This is just making things more complicated for everybody, and because of that, we get less NES games than we ever did on older Virtual Console services. Seriously, Nintendo, 2 NES games per month? You would release 2 NES games per week on the Wii U sometimes. But hey, at least with this service, if we pay for Nintendo Switch Online, Nintendo gives us the right to buy NES controllers for the Switch, $60. That is a little high for NES controllers, I must admit. I'd rather be able to buy the NES games I want to own on the eShop and have this service as an option outside of Nintendo Switch Online. The service is only $20 a year, which is totally manageable by most people. But instead of making a great service for $60 a year, Nintendo opted to make a mediocre one for $20. It was just so annoying that this was what we got after waiting a year for Nintendo Switch Online. They always kept saying, we'll have more to reveal about this service later. If Nintendo delayed this service just to get the online multiplayer for NES games working right, oh god. If a billion-dollar company had problems getting NES games to run online, we're f***ed as a society. Dark Souls Remastered finally released in summer of 2018, if you count October as summer. But the game I was more intrigued by this month was Super Mario Party. Super Mario Party proved that ND Cube knew what people wanted from Mario Party, but really didn't know what people wanted from Mario Party. Compared to recent Mario Party titles that were just the definition of not very, very good, Super Mario Party reverts to the formula of the first 8 titles, and that definitely makes things super tolerable. This is a fun multiplayer game, but it is nowhere near as good as the height of the N64 and GameCube Mario Parties. It feels like they went for quantity over quality when it came to the modes in this game. There are a ton of things to do here, but each and every one of them is gimped. There's just not enough to them. There are only 4 boards in the standard Mario Party mode. I'm sorry, but that is unacceptable. Even worse is the fact that each board is grid-based. They just don't have the most interesting layouts. Plus, they're really small. There aren't enough different pathways for you to go on, and most of the time there's a path that is undeniably the best one to go on. So really, in the end, each board just kind of feels like you and your friends are constantly going around in circles with how small, simple, and undeveloped the boards are. Also, this game just has so many things that are unbalanced about it. Now, half the fun of Mario Party is the fact that a lot of things are luck-based. I'm not talking about that. The main goal in a standard Mario Party game is to get as many stars as possible, which you primarily get by collecting and spending the coins you earn from playing minigames and landing on good spaces. But you get so many coins in this game that they lose so much value. Stars are so cheap to buy, like who cares if you lose coins? And that's a major problem. There needs to be weight to the things going on. Now, the minigames are perfectly fine, and while the boards are a step in the right direction compared to Mario Party 9 and 10, they definitely needed more of them, and the boards themselves need to be of higher quality. The other modes in Super Mario Party are kinda cool, only the first time around. River Survival is fun. You have to travel down a stream with your friends cooperating to win mini-games to gain more time on the clock. It's actually a really fun idea, but there's only 10 different mini-games that can appear in this mode. They're gonna repeat fairly often. Also, it's way too easy. Maybe if they started you off with less time, it would be better. But overall, this was just a mode that was a good idea, but kinda ruined with the execution. They got so much right with the concepts in Super Mario Party, but in the end, they just needed more game boards and better ones at that. Or they just needed to put more effort into all of the modes. Every single one of them is lacking in some way. It's still definitely a fun time with friends, but honestly, after I've seen everything this one has to offer, I'd rather just play the GameCube games from now on with my friends. Now I know not everybody has access to the older Mario Party, so for them, Super Mario Party is perfectly fine. It does the job of supplying a fun enough new Mario Party. It just could have been so much better. I'm really hoping for a Super Mario Party 2 with better and more boards, or more of a focus on quality over quantity with modes. The World Ends With You Final Remix, a remaster of the DS title for $50. That was a little steep, and from what I've heard, this really isn't one of the best consoles to play World Ends With You on. Playing in handheld mode seems okay, but playing on the TV, it really doesn't work well. This game definitely requires a touchscreen, which makes me think this remaster would have worked a lot better if it was released a few years ago on the Wii U. Dark Souls Remastered finally came out, and after playing it, I don't think I'm a Dark Souls guy. All those delays for nothing. It didn't grab me immediately. I'll definitely try it again for sure, but I don't think it's the game for me. But really though, it's great to see this game on Switch, but all those delays were kind of ridiculous. Starlink released, and reception was a bit mixed. I wasn't really interested, but it seemed like people either loved the game or found it really boring. Regardless, the Switch version was the only one that did somewhat okay, definitely due to the Star Fox content. But this game really didn't sell well overall. It was put on sale almost immediately after releasing. Mega Man 11, though, did fairly well, and I really enjoyed it. It controlled like a dream and has a great look to it. The music was pretty lame by Mega Man standards, and I wish there were more checkpoints. These stages are long, and dying somewhat far into one and having to traverse 5 minutes of the stage again isn't fun. Other than that, this was a solid return to form for Mega Man, and the new double gear mechanic where you can slow down time or power Mega Man up for a brief moment was awesome. I hope for future games they get a little riskier and try more new things like this with the series. 11 did feel pretty vanilla Mega Man overall. Still really good though. Guacamelee, Child of Light, the original Valkyria Chronicles, Windjammers, October was pretty decent overall. Definitely something for everybody here. Now November's big title was Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, the first main Pokemon game I ever owned and played, and I'm sorry, but this game was kind of boring. It was obviously made for people like me, or people who fell out of Pokemon, or Pokemon Go fans. But it was just too simple. There was nothing that kept me engaged. I wasn't like, oh man, I gotta keep playing. It felt too basic, probably due to the fact that it was a pretty faithful remake of a Game Boy game. I've seen a lot of people praise Let's Go for trimming the fat of the newer Pokemon games and keeping things simple. But I don't know, man, I think they took it a little too far, and I really lost interest fairly quickly. I think for a Pokemon game to really grab me, it has to be more in-depth than Let's Go, but simpler than the newer games. I'm in Pokemon Purgatory. Also, can we talk about how this game requires you to use one Joy-Con and motion controls in TV mode? There's no reason for doing this. You can play with a standard button layout with no motion controls in handheld mode. Why can't I just use a Pro Controller on the TV? November was a big month for the third parties. We got Diablo 3, Civ 6, Warframe, and Ark. Nice port, guys! I was surprised to see Missplosion Man release on Switch. It was originally a Microsoft published game for 360, but I guess the developer parted ways with them and we got Splosion Man for Switch now. Effin' Carnival Games, guys, it's back! The Wii sensation made its way to Switch, and Jesus Christ, you see, I think you could get away with graphics like these on the Wii, but here even I'm embarrassed with how this looks. The final Smash Bros. Ultimate Direct debuted on November 1st. And it wasn't that great. The announcements were pretty subpar overall and just felt like they already revealed all the cool stuff and had like a bunch of really small whatever things to talk about and they just spread it across 40 minutes. Game still looked great though, it just was a bit of an underwhelming way to end off the announcements. There was a rumor floating around that Eiji Onuma apparently hinted at a Skyward Sword HD remaster at a Zelda concert in Japan. And even though Nintendo made a statement saying, yeah, it's not happening, I mean, it's probably happening. Why else would Onuma say that? Now, I picked up a ton of games over Black Friday. I got a box copy of Bayonetta 2 on the Switch for like 30 bucks, but I also went berserk on the eShop. I finally got Doom, Child of Light, Undertale, Sonic Forces for some f***ing reason. All those board game and game show games from Ubisoft were on sale, so why not? Yeah, Smash Bros. Came out this month. Let's talk about that. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate single-handedly turned a pretty lame year for first-party Nintendo releases into a pretty lame year for first-party Nintendo releases that at least ended with a really good Smash Bros. And that's all I really say whenever somebody asks what I think about Smash Bros. Ultimate. It's a really good Smash Bros. The gameplay is better than it's ever been. Oh my god, these visuals are so good. The soundtrack goes on for centuries. The character roster and stage list are mind-boggling. There are still stages in this game that'll pop up and I'll go, oh man, this stage is in the game, I forgot. It is a great game to put it lightly. However, its single-player offerings aren't the greatest in the world, and the fact that some Smash Bros. Staples were cut entirely is a bit puzzling. Ultimate single-player lacks a lot of variety, while the classic mode is really cool this time, featuring character-specific routes for each fighter. It adds to the fact that single-player-wise, it's basically non-stop spirit battles. Ultimate features these collectibles called spirits, over 1,000 pieces of character art from other games. They're the basis of spirit battles, which take a character in a specific costume or color on a specific stage with specific conditions that are supposed to invoke the spirit of the character it's representing. These are the basis for the mode World of Light, which is fundamentally just roaming around on a JPEG fighting spirits. These are all new things that are meant to replace various Smash Bros. Staples from the past, trophies, events, and the adventure mode. However, they all just feel a bit underwhelming. Spirits are just images, and compared to trophies, which were full 3D models and had descriptions and told you up to 2 different games that character was from, yeah, they're pretty lackluster in comparison. Spirit battles are crazy charming at first, but they lose their luster after a while considering there's over 1,000 of them. Plus, half the charm of a spirit battle comes from understanding what they're referencing, and if you don't know the character, it's hard to appreciate the spirit battle, which is a problem considering none of the spirits have descriptions of any character information like trophies did. And then the adventure mode, World of Light. It's fine, it does the job, but goes on far too long. But now I have to ask, where are all the things from previous Smash games, like Home Run Contest? It's a little weird they're not here considering so many of the things missing from Ultimate were present in Smash for Wii U. And Ultimate was built off of Smash Wii U, so it doesn't seem like these things would be hard at all to bring over into Ultimate. Now most of these complaints are honestly nitpicks. I'm still playing Spirit Battles in Smash Ultimate, I 100% in World of Light, not because I was over the moon in love with these things, I just really like Smash Ultimate, and these things, while not the most fun things in the world, were fun enough to play in short bursts. I found myself playing 30 minutes of World of Light before bed to feel I accomplished something that day. When the most negative things I can say about a game are just, yeah, this part about the game is a little mediocre, but not bad or anything, and everything else is pretty spot on, that's when you know it's a good game. However, I do have to say, with this Smash happening so quickly after the last one, I didn't have the same excitement I had for Brawl or Smash for 3DS and Wii U when they came out. I feel like myself and countless others were asking for Smash for Switch not because we were dying for a new Smash game, but because we literally just wanted to play Smash Brothers on the Switch. A year or so ago, I would have been perfectly happy with an enhanced Smash for Wii U port. And to see we got Ultimate, I'm more than happy with this, even if I do have some nitpicks here and there. On the same day as Smash Brothers, Katamari Damacy Reroll and Sega Genesis Classics came out. That was a mistake. Katamari Reroll is fantastic. Just the same old Katamari Damacy from the PlayStation 2, but now in beautiful HD. I love it. How it was hard to find a physical copy of this game. I believe it was a GameStop exclusive, and I didn't know that until after copies were selling for crazy amounts of cash. But thankfully they restocked it, and it's hanging out on my game shelf now. Sega Genesis Classics is a great deal for only $30. I'm not a fan of the overall menu aesthetic, it looks really cheap to me, but other than that, it has a great selection of titles for a great price. No Sonic 3 and Knuckles or Echo the Dolphin though, so nowhere near the Ultimate Collection, but still a no-brainer for $30. Gotta be honest, not a ton of other notable titles came out in December, but hey, we got 4 gallons of announcements at the Game Awards this year. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 was announced as a Nintendo Switch exclusive published by Nintendo and developed by Team Ninja. I know these games have a fan base, but this was an odd game series for Nintendo to revive. Joker from Persona 5 was announced as a DLC character for Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yeah, that means Persona 5 is coming to Switch. It hasn't been announced yet, but yeah, that means Persona 5 is coming to Switch. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled and Mortal Kombat 11 were announced as multi-platform Switch titles. CTR I totally get, but Mortal Kombat 11? Nobody expected that. They showed the trailer at the Game Awards, and I don't think anybody was saying, yeah, it's coming to Switch, but no, it is. There's a logo and everything. There were lots of rumors about the Metroid Prime trilogy coming to Switch and being unveiled at the Game Awards, but that never happened. Oh, I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll unveil it alongside new information on Metroid Prime 4. That was uncalled for. After being announced at E3 2017 and nothing else, Nintendo announced they were not pleased with the development status of Prime 4 and decided to restart the project, now being developed by Retro Studios, the original studio behind the Prime trilogy. Now, a lot of people were upset about this, and I totally understand, but honestly, I was pretty okay with this overall. First off, we knew nothing about Metroid Prime 4 other than some jank logo. Hearing that the game we knew nothing about was still coming, it was just being restarted, didn't really bother me because, you know, we knew nothing about it. The rumors were that various segments of Bandai Namco were working on the game, and I felt Bandai Namco could probably be trusted with Metroid Prime, but I have way more faith in Retro. Sure, the original team that made Metroid Prime is long gone, but Retro still makes really good games. I don't have any worries concerning Prime 4. Many were expecting a Nintendo Direct for January, but that never happened. We got random spurts of information like Yoshi's Crafted World's release date and an Indies showcase on Nintendo UK's YouTube channel. Well, that was about it. Really though, who cares? Because New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe released, oh fuck. I played enough New Super Mario Bros. U, I didn't want to contract anything again, so I haven't picked this one up. If anything, this version is worse than the Wii U release. Later releases of the game already included all the DLC, plus it had Boost Mode, which relied on the Wii U gamepad and challenges associated with it. They took all that out and they added Toadette as a playable character, but with that they made it so then if you're playing 4-player multiplayer, one player will have an advantage because Toadette and Nabbit have special abilities. You can't play as just Mario, Luigi, Blue, and Yellow Toad all together anymore. You're either Blue or Yellow Toad, and then the 4th player is Toadette or Nabbit. That's dumb. Also, just reading this title gives me a hernia. Nintendo also published Fitness Boxing, another sign that we ain't getting a new Wii Fit style game from them. They just published some developer's fitness game, but apparently this is a huge hit in Japan. And I gave the demo a whirl, and it does offer a decent workout. Wii Fit games are more fun, but if you're looking for a fitness game, this one is fun enough and will get your arms squealing. Travis Strikes Again No More Heroes finally released, and it really wasn't what a lot of No More Heroes fans wanted. It was basically a top-down hack and slash, and a lot of the No More Heroes charm is lost by getting rid of the third-person perspective. Yeah, it wasn't the craziest month. The lack of a direct was really depressing, just because what else were Nintendo fans expected to talk about? New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe? Holy shit, alright, we're here. The last month, and it was a pretty packed one for news. A Direct finally happened on February 13th, and that thing started and ended great. Super Mario Maker 2 opened the show up, and I don't think anybody could come up with anything negative to say about this. It did everything I wanted for a Mario Maker sequel. Beautiful. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening ended the show, a full remake of the Game Boy game. I'm a little worried this may be like Let's Go and be a little too simple considering the world map is from a Game Boy game, so you know, everything's based on a grid. But I'm not too worried, it looks fantastic so far. And everything else on the Direct kinda reeked. The middle was just filled with games that did not interest me all too much, a lot of RPGs I wasn't into, and just plain bad looking ports. Rune Factory 4 Special was stated to be fully remastered. What? Dead by Daylight and Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered looked rough. Like, why did they look this bad? For some reason, Hellblade is coming to the Switch? I mean, cool? Astro Train was a new Platinum Games exclusive title, which looked fine, but man, I think that name is kinda dumb. Captain Toad is getting DLC. Why? Just make a sequel. A new Box Boy, and they literally played a 4-minute long trailer for Dragon Quest XI. I get it, Nintendo wants to push Dragon Quest. This is the definitive edition. It looks great on the system, but good God, 4 minutes for a game that released last year? But all was saved by the announcement that a free game was coming after the Direct. Tetris 99. You against 98 other people playing Tetris. There's not much to this game, it's just Tetris with 99 players, but it is such a fun pick up and play game, plus it was free! Finally, a reason to get Nintendo Switch Online! There were loads of rumors going around that Microsoft was planning various Xbox games, Xbox Live, and Xbox Game Pass for the Switch, and if that's true, which it probably is, oh my god, that will be amazing! Just so many more games on the Switch, including games I would have never pictured playing on a Nintendo console. This is so cool. Later in February, Pokemon Sword and Shield were unveiled, the true Pokemon games to be released in late 2019. I mean, they're Pokemon games, that's for sure. I saw a fair amount of people express disappointment with the fact that Game Freak seemingly isn't doing much to push Pokemon in a new direction. But I mean, Sword and Shield look like perfectly fine new Pokemon games overall, just nothing crazy. They do look like HD 3DS games. I think they look pretty good visually overall, but there's obviously areas that could use a lot of improvement, and graphically it doesn't look mind-blowing or anything. Well, that took about 4 years off my life, but we finally got through the Switch's second year on the market, and overall I hate Nintendo. Really though, the best way to describe this year was disappointing. 2018 was just not the greatest follow-up year to 2017. This felt like such a filler year in terms of Nintendo's offerings. I mean, really think about it. How many in-house Nintendo-made games came out? Like, other than Labo and older games, nothing really. They just published second and third-party titles. They obviously just rode this year out and banked on Pokemon and Smash Bros. To save it, and they were completely right because they did. While I love Smash Bros. Ultimate, and throughout the year the upcoming release of the game made things interesting, the year itself was pretty lackluster overall. I feel like Nintendo used 2018 to quietly work on a lot of future games because it's obvious 2019 is going to be filled with a lot more heavy-hitting first-party titles. Mario Maker 2, Animal Crossing, Link's Awakening, there's so much coming. 2019 feels exactly how 2013 felt for the 3DS games-wise, and that was one of the handheld's best years. Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon, 2D Zelda, Animal Crossing, Fire Emblem, even little eShop titles. All games the Switch has coming in 2019 that the 3DS had in 2013. I'm pretty stoked. But still, in terms of last year, Nintendo's support for 2018 was, in one word, underwhelming. To me, each of their big new games were either unfinished at launch, just plain lacking in content, or underwhelming. Sure, we got a lot of the Wii U's greatest hits, but those are old games. I already played them. Now, of course, I don't speak for the people who never played games like Tropical Freeze or Captain Toad and were able to play them for the first time. They're great games. They deserve to be played by everybody. But they're also old ones for a lot of people, including me. I still like ports on the Switch, but I want them to supplement new games coming out, not fully replace them. And ports are fundamentally 90% of the Switch's library. Don't get me wrong, I want every game ever made on the Switch too. It's incredibly convenient to have so many games from different kinds of consoles and time periods on an all-in-one portable home console. There's always something to play on this system, but the fact that the vast majority of this library is old makes the system less exciting sometimes. It gives the system less character since it's primarily characterized by titles that it can't call its own, which is weird to say about a Nintendo system. Like I said, I like having these ports and older games on the Switch, but that's almost all that comes to the system. I want to see more new original titles released for it, both from Nintendo and third parties. But with Nintendo, they're almost out of Wii U games to port over, and thinking about some of the games they have left, I think Mario 3D World will make the jump. This game would feel way more at home on the Switch than it did on the Wii U, especially with the 2 Joy-Con instant co-op multiplayer. I'd be more than okay with the Paper Mario Color Splash port just because ditching the Wii U gamepad would make this game way better. Wonderful 101 would definitely benefit from one. Yoshi's Woolly World, it would be nice if they pulled a Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition and combined the content from the 3DS and Wii U versions. Pikmin 3 is probably gonna happen. I'd prefer a Pikmin HD collection though. Or, better yet, Pikmin 4 for God's sake. But I'd prefer much older games remastered compared to Wii U ports. I just played a lot of these games a few years ago. Why not remaster some much older titles? Obviously because that would be a lot more work, but still, I would rather see some remasters. Of course, you may say, with all this old game talk, but Scott, there are loads of original games on the Switch. Not everything's a port or an old game. Well, yeah, there has to be some great original games, but I can't find them in this minefield of shovelware. The Nintendo Switch eShop is horrendous. Every time I log on, it lags and stutters more and more because too many games are releasing on it. Now that must be a good thing, right? No, of course not. Most of these games nobody has ever heard of and nobody wants to play. I think this is just porn. The eShop desperately needs an overhaul. Nintendo added this featured tab, but it doesn't really do a good job highlighting games you might not have heard of. It mainly just showcases games we all know are on the system. Speaking of the eShop, I already said this last year, but I really wish Nintendo would put out more smaller games on there like they used to do on the 3DS. Just throw out random things on there like Pushmo or another Snipper Clips, or better yet, completely original games. That would have definitely helped things out when there wasn't a ton coming out I was itching to play. I feel like Sushi Striker would have been the perfect kind of eShop game, but unlike Pushmo or Snipper Clips, which were downloadable titles at a low price, Sushi Striker came out at retail for $50, and that's a major problem in general with Switch content. There has rarely been a great deal when it comes to Switch accessories or games. This has been a thing since launch, but it's been especially noticeable this year when something like Kirby Star Allies comes out for $60. When Kirby Planet Robobot for the 3DS came out a few years ago for $40 and had more content. Capcom recently revealed that Resident Evil 1, 0, and 4 would cost $30 each when they cost $20 on the PS4 and Xbox One. Why? I guess publishers are pricing Switch-related items crazy high just because they know they can, and it's just ridiculous. I've recently started playing Resident Evil 4, and I adore it. I was gonna buy the Switch version on release, but I guess I'll just wait for a sale now. I do quite enjoy the Switch, and while I finally remember and somewhat miss the days of 2017 when we only got 20 games a month, albeit good games, I'm happy that it's been this monumental of a success. I want to see it succeed and become better, which is why I'm very critical of it right now. This isn't the charming little console that could from 2017 anymore. This is a legitimate platform with thousands of games ranging from retro to indie to AAA releases, which makes the problems that are still here after they could have been fixed since launch that much more irritating. We're still waiting for a better eShop experience, a much better online service, more new original games from third parties, a better lineup of legacy content from Nintendo, a more robust operating system. For God's sakes, this whole "we're focusing on games" at launch was cute, but it's been 2 years, Nintendo. This is ridiculous. No internet browser, no way to browse social media. You can post to it, but not browse it. No menu themes, no folders, still no Netflix. Oh my God. I want the Switch to be the best console it can possibly be. So when Nintendo does something that I find underwhelming or just plain bad, I'm gonna talk about it in a tone that'll make any grandmother faint. I didn't personally find 2018 that crazy exciting on the games front, but that doesn't mean the system is bad, far from it. The last year was sort of lackluster for me, but 2019 is looking to definitely be an improvement, and I am legitimately excited for the future of this console. The Nintendo Switch has potential to be one of the greatest systems of all time. It just needs to fix a few things. The eShop needs a better design, the overall quality of the online service needs to be improved, the releases of newer and older titles should be much more evened out, needs to refrigerate food better, kill 99.9% of germs, eat my vegetables, tell me ghost stories, drive my cousin to school, and if it does all that, then I think we have a winner on our hands.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall.
I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Now look at this net that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Go! Throw it at him, not me! Oh, let's try something else. Now watch and learn. Here's the deal. You slip and slide on this banana peel. What are you doing?
Hey y'all, Scott here. I'm leaving the door open now. I don't know, it was fun. Been on a good streak lately. There jumped a shark. I have it all now. Scoliosis, mitosis, bed bugs, bed bats. Oh, I got some free time to kill as I heal up. I might be able to actually play some of these games here. Or
shapes. Fuck them. They make everything more complicated. Without shapes, I wouldn't care about the Wii U and GameCube boxes being the same thing. You ever have those things with a medium you enjoy that you overly care about that nobody else seems to? Like you're a big fan of numbers, but man, you're really into 7. I have that thing with video games. See, I should care more about what's inside the box, but man, I'm too busy wondering what the hell these letters are on Mario Sunshine's cover. I love playing video games, but sometimes I love everything surrounding them just as much. I love the little details of the art, the marketing, what these things are gonna look like on my shelf. And when a new console is releasing, it's pretty much on par with expecting a child. You have to get the room all prepared for the arrival, picturing what it'll look like next to the rest of your children in Sega Saturn. It's a big deal. This will be your life for the next hour until you get bored, so it's important to plan ahead. And what makes that easier is when they reveal what the game boxes for that system are gonna look like. Dog shit. They look like dog shit. Every game system has what I like to call the box art templates. The people behind the game create their own art to represent their product, but they have to take into consideration the fact that their art had to slide onto this here template to sell a copy. All Nintendo Switch games look like this, art with an eyesore in the corner. All GameCube games look like this, art with love handles. All 3DO games look like this for some reason. All systems follow a template with their physical games and use specific containers so virginity doesn't spread. Now, many will probably say, Scott, that doesn't matter. Well, neither does life. Live with it. Sure, no single box art template excites me now. I've mellowed out over the years. But this stuff legitimately interests me. I love seeing the differences between packaging on each console, how you can represent an entire system's objectives and brand via a simple box with enough room for custom artwork to flourish. Making sure the packaging design of any product is clear enough to denote exactly what it's for is important. Using the logic of "it doesn't matter" basically means everything on a store shelf should be in a blank cardboard box. Who cares what's inside anyways? I just want to buy the PS4 Spider-Man.
Nope, that's a gun.
So let's take a look at all the major consoles throughout history and rate their packaging templates, starting with the Magnavox Odyssey. I do like 7. Being the first game console ever, the Odyssey was a true revolution, offering different games by plugging in different cartridges, with an asterisk after every word there. This means nothing to me. Let's move over to the Atari 2600, where they had a variety of different box art designs. There wasn't a true standard. Pretty much every game publisher had their own design templates for not only the boxes, but sometimes the cartridges as well. These are all Atari 2600 games. They're like snowflakes. It's hard to tell what game system many of these cartridges are for, which I think is one of the major reasons box art was sort of standardized across each console afterwards. Some of these games barely even mention the system, so this is what it's like to have a gluten allergy. Now, the Atari published games usually followed the same templates. However, they did change it up quite a bit over time. Colored borders with big art, colored borders with small art, silver borders with big art, silver borders with small art, and the cartridges themselves range from the same damn thing as the boxes to a thesis statement. The lack of consistency across not only Atari 2600 boxes, but pretty much most game consoles around this time, definitely added to some confusion consumers faced when it came to video games. The fact that all of these games are for different consoles and you can barely tell was a problem. But the lack of consistency across the board wasn't really an issue when you got it in your home. Does it really matter that this Atari box looks different from this Atari box? No, because everybody just threw these boxes away. They were cardboard. It's not like you'd gain anything from keeping a box and living in the 70s. I will say though, the box art templates that allowed the artwork to shine while also clearly denoting that, yes, this is in fact a waste of time, are definitely the best, as these ones where 70% of the space is taken up by anything but the game in question are fans of the term not ideal. Imagine being surrounded by 10 inches of silver and saying, I matter. Either these game boxes didn't tell you what console the game was for, or couldn't get enough of telling you what console the game was for. Something had to change, and who better than Sega to fuck up this good? The 8-bit era is upon us. Out with the garbage cardboard boxes and in with Nintendo, you swine. The boxes for the NES followed a similar format to Atari's. Most of Nintendo's own offerings would use the same template, while third parties were left on their own. At the very least, each licensed game for the NES featured the distinct Nintendo logo and the Nintendo seal of quality, which makes it fairly obvious what system these are for. But Nintendo did follow a few templates themselves with their box art, most notably the black box games. See, there was a problem with a lot of Atari titles. You'd see this box and end up getting catfished. Nintendo had no shame with showing consumers exactly what the game was going to look like on the box itself, so many of their early titles for the console followed the black box template. Space-looking background, angled title, taking sprites from the game and cram them all together, genre. I mean, yeah, this is what a graphic in Pinball looks like, but seeing this on its own does not make me think Pinball. Some of these games just do not lend themselves well to the black box template. The sports games, arcade games, sure, those are easily understandable based on the one screenshot they use, but when you get to the funky shit like Clue Land, what kid saw this box and said, Mom, that one. Nintendo actually kept using this format for a few titles, changing it up with a silver background for Metroid and Kid Icarus. But as time went on and the NES was more accepted by society and people sort of knew better what to expect from the games they bought, the black box template was no longer needed and we got some more elaborate designs. No clear template was used for a while outside of sometimes having a tagline in the corner or something. But then they introduced the Nintendo Entertainment System header. It was red and small.
Like ants.
They finally got around to standardizing the look of NES games and boxes with this simple header. It only took them until people stopped giving a shit. This style of NES box art started being used around the time the Super Nintendo became a thing. Great. So NES boxes looked pretty inconsistent, but at least the cartridges are all in the same boat. I love the designs of these things. You have the little indent making it easy to pull off the shelf. They stand up well in multiple ways, making them a dream to store and not play. The labels are the perfect size, extending to the side, showing off the title, with many of the logos being big enough to be easy to read, but not too easy, thank God. These cartridge designs are fantastic. The boxes could have been a bit more standardized, but at the very least, it made way for some amazing art. And hey, if we want something that has the exact opposite strengths and weaknesses, let's check out the Sega Master System, my best nightmare. So, this is innovative, a plastic case. The cardboard boxes may have been more cost effective, but everybody just chucked those in the trash once they plucked the game out. The Master System's boxes were hard plastic with places to store the game and instruction manual, making people realize, oh god, I have responsibilities. It's time to take care of your games. Put them up on the shelf, keep them in a safe container. It'll keep it safe, I swear. In regards to the plastic case, the Master System truly innovated. Everything else, where do I begin? The general format of the Master System's box art was graph paper, blue text, clip art, you're welcome. This doesn't feel like a video game, this feels like homework. And then when we pop the box open and look at the cartridge design, they go to all this trouble of extending the label off to the side, but they don't write the name of the game on it? What's the point of the label extending then? As time went on, many Master System games had more elaborate box art while still maintaining the general aesthetic, though in other regions the box art template would sometimes vary. That's the thing. Based on where you are in the world, they'd oftentimes have different templates for the game cases. I mean, over in Japan, the Japanese equivalent to the NES, the Famicom, was just a giant color and shape mystery show in terms of what the boxes and cartridges looked like. But with the introduction of the Game Boy, things were finally starting to become standardized. This is a Game Boy game box in North America and Europe, featuring a fat sidebar denoting Game Boy. The size of the cardboard box were generally just the game in question's logo. The Game Boy boxes may have been pretty basic, but they got the job done and were incredibly effective. As years went on, it was becoming less and less ideal to just have whatever you felt like denote what system your game was for on the box. Sure, NES games would always say, this is for the Nintendo Entertainment System, but it would normally be in a completely different spot each and every time. As more and more systems were coming out, you had to be clear as day what system your game was for. In Japan, Game Boy boxes were slightly different, but were generally labeled as Game Boy in the corner. I mean, they weren't as loud as they were over here. The Game Boy logo is so big on our boxes, it's like they were expecting consumers to refuse to believe this was on Game Boy. No, this can't be! Moving on to the Sega Genesis, they kept with the plastic cases the Master System had, go them. And instead of regular graph paper, they inverted it. Absolutely classic looking boxes here. The black background feels so Genesis. The white background of the Master System boxes felt so out of place, like they just spun a wheel and decided, yep, that's what we're doing today. Not only does the coloring fit the tone of the Genesis, but we get much more fleshed out artwork for some games, unlike the singular PNG of many Master System ones. Here's my problem though. While this template was pretty standardized across the library, it wasn't standardized. Various games, even Sega published ones, used completely different templates, sometimes having full spreads of artwork across the spine. Even the games that used the same templates didn't follow them one-to-one. The Sega Genesis logo changes size and placement constantly. The size of the artwork on the front is different on various games. The placement of the UPC code is always up in the air. It's not a big deal. It's incredibly easy to tell what's a Genesis game and what's not. It's just weird they'd set a template for Genesis boxes, but wouldn't follow it 100%. Now, at least most of the cartridges are pretty in line with each other, except for the ones done by Electronic Arts. Those look completely different. And balls. It's a long story as to why some companies made different looking Genesis cartridges, even when they were officially endorsed by Sega themselves. To sum it up, basically, some companies, specifically EA, wanted a better licensing agreement when it came to releasing their games on the Sega Genesis. Sega basically told them, what are you gonna do, reverse engineer the Genesis and find a way to make your own game cartridges so you can release as many Genesis games as you want without our involvement? Guess what happened? Sega didn't want to lose out on the profits with these companies and reluctantly gave them their seal of approval, and that's why some Genesis games have a tart yellow mole. After a while, Sega introduced a new style of Genesis packaging, this one taking cues from the Game Boy boxes, featuring a large banner on the side denoting, guess who? This new style was red all over and I do quite like it. While the black boxes are far more endearingly retro, these simply look really nice. Like ants. The tone of red color and stripes change a bit between boxes alongside the Genesis logos, but these look really cool next to each other until they cheaped out. Later in the Genesis's life, Sega opted out of the plastic cases and went with cardboard. Are you kidding me? While they feature the same red template, this is an obvious downgrade in every way. Nintendo save me, you son of a bitch. The Super Nintendo game boxes were horizontal. Good. All SNES games had this large border around the box with just a ton of shapes that make sense. Here's a triangle, here's some squares, 16 dots. Sure, that's a cute reference to the Super Nintendo being 16 bits, but why this way? We also have the Super Nintendo logo that was barely used over here. It's supposed to represent the 4 face buttons, but this thing was so much more prominent in Europe and Japan. The SNES box template is iconic, but actually critically looking at it, Man, this is odd. You have this giant slab of square covering up part of the artwork just to give some BS tagline. I like the look of it overall. Like, you know this is a Super Nintendo game, but it feels a lot more abstract than something like the Game Boy or Genesis's offerings. It feels like so much real estate is being taken up by just pure black and no artwork when they could have just had the Super Nintendo logo and that's it. Not to mention, they're still cardboard, which made them prime candidates to be trash. Now over in Europe, the boxes were far simpler, except they needed to make 100% sure Europeans knew this was the PAL version of the Super Nintendo games. Do you think they know where they live? And over in Japan, the Super Famicom boxes were, oddly enough, in a vertical orientation and had far more space to let the art flourish. Just a logo or two denoting it's a Super Famicom game. No where racing becomes an adventure anywhere in sight. But taking a look at the cartridges, these are terrible. European and Japanese games for the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom had no end labels, so putting them on a shelf, only God knows what these are. Thankfully, North American cartridges have end labels, and I've gone half a sentence without bitching, that won't do. I am not a fan of how small these labels are and the colors they chose for them. Nearly all Super Nintendo games have black labels with dark colored fonts. Couple that with how small these things are, and it's honestly really hard to read these things from only a small length away. Compare that to the NES games. All these labels are incredibly easy to read and they're the perfect size. I will gladly take the most likely to be the first person to bitch about the SNES End Labels award, thank you. Game Gear. Well, you got this Master System-like design, then a staircase design, and then you got this Genesis-like one, and that's all I'm willing to say about the Game Gear. What the hell is this, 3DO? Why is this packaging 3 times taller than a regular CD case? They don't even take advantage of the fact this thing is county size. The 3DO logo is just this tiny thing in the corner. They stacked a manual above the disc for no reason. At least you'll know 100% this is a 3DO game. If the sun is blocked, well, you know what Target started selling. Now, this is just one form of 3DO packaging. There was another where the game would come in a standard CD jewel case inside a box the size of this thing. What is this? Oh, yeah, fucking pointless. Game companies believe they had to make their packaging as large as possible to attract customers, especially over here in North America. So when games started appearing on CDs, they had to overcompensate. Discs. You ever have older people say to you, man, nobody uses these things anymore. Why, somebody your age probably doesn't even remember this. I'm 12, not 8. The Sega CD add-on for the Sega Genesis used these piles of human garbage, and they aren't even people, which is impressive. So these cases are kinda cool, but they feel so fragile. They're so big with not much inside to really keep it all together if you drop it or something. Sure, standard CD cases are sort of fragile too, but at least they're easy to replace. Who has 4 of these in their car at all times? The design here is very much supposed to replicate the red Genesis boxes, except this time being blue. They still do have that annoying thing where the Sega CD logo is off-centered on a few games, and not all of them use this casing. Earlier titles used cardboard boxes with a standard-sized jewel case inside. What? If Sega was so forward-thinking with the plastic cases for cartridges, why did they use cardboard boxes for CDs? I mean, sure, they came in a jewel case inside, but still. And then when Sega decided to actually use these bulky-ass fragile cases for Sega CD games, why did they decide to shift back over to cardboard for Genesis? And when they released the 32X add-on, why did they only use cardboard for that? I mean, again, the design here is just like the other ones, except yellow, but why was the Doom box the only one to print the 32X logo upside down? The cartridges are terrible. I mean, they look edible and they have no end labels. That makes it even more confusing as to why they went with cardboard boxes for 32X. I mean, with Genesis, I'd say most people kept their cases because they were hard plastic and those you could just put on the shelf like a book, being able to see which game is which by the spines. If anything, the Genesis games didn't need end labels because you had the cases, but now that you have these containers most people just threw away, that's when you don't use end labels? When people are more likely to have the cartridge and nothing else? But yeah, the Sega CD cases. Boo. They aren't terrible, but I always feel like they're about to fall apart. I do like using the cover art as a manual. That's incredibly resourceful and something CD-based games would usually do all the time. Overseas, the Sega CD, or Mega CD over there, use standard CD-sized cases, which is what makes the most sense. But making sense doesn't make sense in the video game industry now, does it? Even the PlayStation started things off weirdly. The initial batch of games would come in long boxes. Either they were the exact same thing as the Sega CD cases, or they were this weird plastic case with the artwork glued on top. And the spines. Why is the word PlayStation in this direction? Now, they did end up updating things to just standard jewel cases, and these are just so much more logical. You can easily replace the cases, the design is incredibly simple, but it looks nice. And over in Japan, they had the logo in any corner they pleased, and in Europe, they put the banner on the bottom and made the cases buff as shit. I mean, the PlayStation box art sort of ripped off the original Game Boy box art. But if everything comes together quite well here in my opinion. And the Sega Saturn's just off there doing its thing. Yup, the exact same case was used as the Sega CD. Still overly large, still pretty fragile. I mean, these are kinda cool, but I'm looking at these from a practicality point of view, and there is none. The Sega Saturn case designs are white with a logo that looks like it was made in KidPix 3D. It really does show how they were trying to push how the Sega Saturn is 3D, guys, we swear. It's not bad looking, though it's obviously aged more than the PlayStation packaging design and even the Sega CDs. And it especially looks outdated when we compare it to the Japanese Sega Saturn cases. Standard jewel cases, classy logo, it's got it all. The European style is most similar to the North American packaging, though they went for a black aesthetic. Isn't it odd to see how things change like this between regions for seemingly no reason? Especially the cases. Now, I may not be fond of the long-form clear plastic ones, but they are gods compared to what Europe got. Cheap plastic that barely held anything, let alone air. At that rate, I would have almost preferred going back to simple cardboard boxes. I said almost. The Nintendo 64 was still using disposable packaging, showing how even when it was an innovative console, in many regards, it was stuck in the past. These are very similar to the Super Nintendo's boxes, same dimensions and everything, though the new design is more colorful and less obtrusive. Way more room for the art, and I do like how most games have differently colored sides, representing the colors of the N64 logo. Of course, Nintendo was getting antsy to tell everybody what was only available on their platforms at the time. This started on the Super Nintendo with this giant magma leak, and with this fucking disgusting font on Super Metroid's box. Here on 64, it's just a simple curl of a page, which is cute. But when we take out the cartridge, why is this even a problem? Why did they get rid of the end labels? The differences between regions on N64 are similar to that of the Super Nintendo. Europe has a larger border and weirdly makes it look like they took most of the North American art, shrunk it, and put another border around it. Okay. And like the Super Famicom, the N64's Japanese box art was vertically oriented with a small N64 logo in the corner. See, that's what's weird. Either the box art template is huge because they just didn't trust consumers having problem-solving skills, or it's so small it's nearly non-existent. Take, for example, the Nintendo 64's disk drive add-on, the 64DD. These games are in proprietary jewel case-like packaging, and what denotes them as 64DD exclusives is a spot the difference. No wonder now when games on specific versions of consoles are released, they have to make 10,000% sure people know the difference. Virtual Boy! What do you want me to say? The North American boxes are weird. I guess the background's supposed to represent retinas. It's all red and blue and the game cartridges all use the same background art and have this very specific dust cover. The Japanese ones, for some reason, replicate the North American Game Boy style packaging. Was not expecting that. Let's retaliate by not discussing any further. The Game Boy Color packaging was pretty much a repeat of the original Game Boys, except this time doing the whole Sega Saturn thing of using KidPix. Other than that, they're the same thing, except of course in Japan where they ripped off the PlayStation 1 box art. See, it's all coming full circle. The Dreamcast was an odd one. Of course, standard CD cases, but the design of the boxes, we have some with a white curve and a triangle representing the look of the Dreamcast console itself, with the Sega Dreamcast logo as far as humanly left as it could be. Then we have these black ones. No triangle, smaller curve, and these ones have the Dreamcast logo on the curve itself. I believe the black cases came to be the standard later in the system's life. I initially thought a black game represented that this game is for far more mature audiences, and then I saw Chicken Run had it and reacted accordingly. Remember these double pack cases? PS1 had these as well. They were always for games with more than one disc, and for some reason they decided to give the game 2 spines. At least this way it blends into your collection quite well instead of just having a thicker case. But I don't have 2 Shenmues, damn it. Practicality wise, these are terrible. Both of the Dreamcast box art designs are pretty alright, though I would have preferred if they took one or the other and not switch over to black halfway through. And for some reason, I just always feel weird when the templates use a very strong curve like this. It just feels like it cuts off more of the art this way, I guess. In Europe, oh my god, what system is this for? Not only do we have the Dreamcast logo on the left, but also taking up 90% of the top. In Japan, Dreamcast games were the size of North American ones, but came with these paper covers for the spines. Great. That's kind of cool. It makes you feel like these are more premium, but makes it far easier for a Japanese Dreamcast game to be incomplete when you buy one. You have to sound like an idiot telling the seller, well, I'm not buying it without the spine hat. It's completely pointless. Japanese Sega Saturn games had these as well, and they just make it more difficult to keep your games 100% all together. There's a simple little Dreamcast logo in the corner, which is something I'm sure you've noticed Japanese games do a lot. Just a simple logo in the corner. Nothing crazy, they respect your intelligence. Overseas? Do you think they get it? PlayStation 2 games. I never really cared for how these looked. Now, functionally, they're fine. They get the job done perfectly. I just always felt they looked really cheap. I don't really care for how the spines look. That white box for the PlayStation logo looks like they went on Google Images, thought the image was transparent, and went, whoops, f*** it. They basically took the standard PlayStation box, turned it into a DVD case, brought the logo to the top, called it a day. They do have a spot for the memory cards, which is nice. I never use this. Outside of that holster, these are pretty much just standard DVD cases. Makes it really easy to replace these things, while also making them feel sort of cheap and generic. Well, at least Europe has our back. But do they, though? The PlayStation 2 logo here is bigger for some reason. Is there really a reason for it to be this way? Was this box just not clear enough that it was for PlayStation 2? It's not even bigger by an obvious amount. So why is it bigger in the first place? And the entire case is blue. Of course it is. I mean, blue is kind of part of the PS2's brand. The original box was blue, and that's it. But is that really a good reason to go with a blue box? This matches nothing, and why do the spines look like this? It looks unfinished. And all European PlayStation 2 games are like this. Now, I do enjoy consistency with spines, but I like it when the consistency remains consistent with the brand. What are they trying to say with this? Why is the case blue, the logo bigger, and the spine white with bold Arial text? And then for the budget re-releases, I mean, I already have a problem with those, but for the PlayStation 2 in Europe, oh my god. So now the case is silver, the logo's silver, spine is black with silver text. Now, this looks better than the standard cases, but I'm still appalled how it looks next to a standard game. In Japan, they followed the format of the North American games. Thankfully, though, for their budget releases, they changed the out of the colors for some reason. Gold, yellow with silver cases. Can you believe these are all for the same console? Game Boy Advance followed a very similar format to previous Game Boy box art, though Japan's take was more like miniature Super Nintendo boxes. Here overseas, cardboard label on the left, the sides of the box just have the game's logo. This time the banner is rounded and almost looks like stainless steel, and one thing I always found peculiar about these boxes is the only for triangle, denoting that this is an exclusive game you can only play on Game Boy Advance. That's good to know, and lots of systems have that on their games. The thing is, pretty much every Game Boy Advance game said this. Games that also released on consoles still said only for Game Boy Advance. Why? I assume because in terms of handheld versions of said game, yeah, it was the only one. That's why for games that also released on the N-Gage, they couldn't say only for. Let's talk about that, f*** it, I have time. The N-Gage was Nokia's cell phone handheld game console hybrid. You could use it as a phone, but why would you do that when you could play games on it? But why would you do that when you could use it as a phone? I should just stop doing. The games came in oh my god, a plastic case for handheld games? This is incredible. It's a nice size, protects the game quite well. I think using a plastic case for your games really does wonders to making it feel more premium. It feels like an actual game, while in comparison, Game Boy Advance games felt like a cheap thrill. Just throw away the packaging like a toothbrush, who cares? It has an interesting banner design on the front and spine. The silver case looks nice, and on the inside, there is so much room for activities. 2 slots for games, and it comes with a carrying case that holds 4 more games. Why did they do this? I have no idea. I mean, 2 slots, that makes sense, but including a whole ass carrying case for 4 more games? Why not just 4 more game card slots? Whatever. The big problem though is the game card holder. It is so tight, you just can't pop the game out. If I do, then I almost feel like I'm gonna snap the card in half. No, you have to pull these things apart with 2 fingers and then use a 3rd finger to wiggle the game out. This is a 3-finger job. Now moving on to the GameCube. Fellas, I think I found it. I think this is my favorite video game packaging of all time. It's perfect. So first up, this game case as a whole, rock solid. So many other cases I come across are cracked and have pieces missing. They're basically falling apart. Hell, brand new games that just released, half the time when I open up the package, there's like a solid 60% chance there's gonna be broken plastic in the box. The disc spindle is broken, the manual holder is out of commission. It's a mess. Game boxes nowadays are so cheap, but the GameCubes, I have yet to find a single box that's broken like that. Banner is so nice looking, so sleek and cool. Sure, it is curved, but it isn't like the Dreamcast, which is basically half a damn circle. This is very subdued, a slight curve. I don't feel like it's in the way of any of the art, and if it's an exclusive, the only for label is the same as the Game Boy Advances. It's not obtrusive, it looks good, I love it. And then we go to the spine. Why is the GameCube logo on the bottom? An interesting choice for sure. I mean, pretty much every game box I know of has the console's logo on the top, but I'm okay with this change. It's probably because I grew up with the GameCube and I'm used to it, but it doesn't look out of place and is kind of a cool change of pace. But hey, if you prefer your console's logo on the top of the spine, just move to Europe. this looks wrong to me. But then if we look at the Japanese GameCube boxes, man, they were living a completely different life from us. These boxes are tiny. They just have a simple GameCube logo in the corner. There's this slip cover over a translucent case. I mean, no matter what, these things, at the very least, are neat. And hey, we got a taste of them over here. The Game Boy player adapter needed a disc to boot up, and that disc came in a Japanese GameCube box, no matter what region you were in. These things are cool, but they're just not as functional as the boxes overseas. The slipcover is the only way you're getting the full cover art, both front and back covers, as well as spines telling you what the hell you're playing. Without the slipcover, the manual is here to represent the cover art, but it's behind this super foggy plastic. And obviously this cardboard sleeve is gonna be more susceptible to wear and tear over the years and is more easily losable. While this is neat, I do feel like there were more efficient ways to go about this smaller packaging. That's right, Scott bitched about the Japanese GameCube boxes. Nothing's off limit. The original Xbox, just pure Mountain Dew green cases. It's pretty loud, but it fits with the image of Xbox. It's not like a blue case with a large banner and a white spine. I have been furious for the past 20 years. I think the Xbox boxes are what I would have preferred the PS2 boxes to look like. It has personality without being too loud and obnoxious while being functional as all hell. Though I find it odd that on the spine, if the game has Xbox Live Online support, they felt the need to label it as such on the spine. On the front cover, sure, I get that, but why the spine? Thankfully, when the Nintendo DS hit the scene, Nintendo wised up and gave us plastic cases for their handheld games, and this was a big deal to me. This made the DS feel like a home console on the go. Not only did it launch with Super Mario 64, but the games came in DVD-like cases, just like home consoles. And not only that, it had a power button, not some power switch. It had a button just like home consoles. That was honestly a really cool thing to me back then. Take it. Cheers. These boxes are great, though. It's interesting Nintendo basically reused the exact same format from the Game Boy Advance boxes, except this time making it white. There's also this ridge thing, so there you have it. Regardless, the DS library was consistent as consistency throughout the years. You put every DS game next to each other and they all look so in line, so perfect. Unless you bought some European games. Japan's boxes were the exact same as ours. Europe fills an entire room. Look at this, why are these so big? The front template's the exact same, the contents inside are the exact same. Why are these boxes 1.5 times bigger than the rest of them? I mean, the translucent style is cool. The side is entirely white with this little triangle at the bottom, which apparently indicates which PAL region this is from exactly. These aren't bad boxes on their own. I just have no idea why they chunked. And of course, the redesigned Nintendo DSi had its own boxes for exclusive games. Who doesn't know that? Yeah, there were only 6 Nintendo DSi retail games. Some games that had specific DSi features made the hell sure you knew on the box, but these games were only playable on the DSi. These are basically the same cases, though some are white and some are black. The DSi banner is actually just a flat square now. Still a ridge, wouldn't be a DS game without the ridge. And the game card itself is a lighter color. Oh, and the spine. Why did they do that? Why instead of a DSi logo did they just do the 2 squares? That just looks stupid. Guys, the DSi boxes are stupid. Karma doesn't exist. F these boxes. Well, Sony entered the portable market with the PSP, so obviously they couldn't use cardboard boxes. They didn't want to look like fucking idiots next to Nintendo. They changed to spine. The PSP boxes are small, thin, and translucent. It shares many elements with the PlayStation 2's box, which makes sense as when the PSP came out, the PS2 was totally relevant. That's something you see a lot. If a company makes a home console and a handheld, many times they'll try to create parity between the box art designs. Doesn't explain why they put a game controller on the banner. It's probably because they released physical movies for the system, UMD video for PSP. Pretty much, this is silver, this is not. That's your way to distinguish what's a movie and what's a game. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to buy Spider-Man 2 when you meant to buy Spider-Man 2. Halfway through the PSP's life, they changed up the box style. This is way more in line with how later PS3 games looked, but for some reason they decided to cut the banner on the spine in half. I'm all for freeing up space for the art, though I don't like it when they do that halfway through a game system's life, and thus now my PSP games look weird next to each other. Was that really a request from the PSP fandom? More spine? Changing up the box art template was a major problem during this time. Look no further than the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. The 360 easily was the least offensive of the two. Most 360 games look pretty alright next to each other, but it's just the little things that stick out. The initial run of 360 games had see-through green cases, and this design with some thin green stripes. We see this on the banner and on the spine. Then around 2010, they introduced this new design featuring a large green strip on the banner and a fully white background for the logo on the spine. Of course, if it was a game that required Kinect, we got a purple case and the banner changed slightly, but the spine looks the same. And then around 2013, we have this new one, where the Xbox symbol is slightly different. How dare they? As time went on, they cheaped out with the cases. What once was translucent is now something that's a bit more in line with the original Xbox cases. Also, for games that used multiple discs, if they're just trying to cut costs, they don't even include a flap or something. They do this thing where they just stack the discs. But that wasn't as offensive as when they made 3 games you could only get at Burger King. They worked on the original Xbox and Xbox 360, so they gave them Xbox 360 cases, but just said Xbox on them. Remember this. The PlayStation 3 had fun life. We got 3 different types of box art. This is my hell. So they kind of went back to the PS1 style with this template, the banner on the side. It's not great. This original logo reeks of Spider-Man. It is the Spider-Man font after all. The spine is odd as it's red and the PS3 logo is oriented like this, but hey, look at this case. These are a bit annoying as they are completely proprietary to the PlayStation 3. You can't use DVD cases or even Blu-ray cases because these covers won't fit. But the cases do look cool, and the revised PS3 art later on, I think, looks far better. It makes the PS3 games look classy and sophisticated. The Xbox 360 games look like a drink flavor at Taco Bell. Nothing wrong with that, but these just look more premium. But then for some reason they decide to update it again after the PS4 came out. Why? This one has a slightly smaller banner and it's all this bluish color. Okay, I get parity between handhelds and home consoles, but why would you want to make your last generation system look more similar to your current generation one? Don't you want to make it crystal clear which games are for what system? Why would you want to make it more similar like this? This obviously didn't work out, as only a few PS3 games featured this style. They did go back to the second revision. God, my year is saved. But there was one more style of PS3 game that was pretty eye-grittingly annoying. PlayStation Move titles. If a game had PlayStation Move support in some way, not even requiring it, just if it had it as an option, there's this giant PlayStation Move bubble on the front and on the spine. This just looks dumb. Again, just like the original Xbox stuff. I get it being on the front, albeit it's very large, but why the spine? Now the Wii. The Wii. How I love this system's box art style. The fully white design, white case, and the white spine. The banner is so unique, but it works. I love this template. Why did some companies f it up? I mean, when it's a cute big event like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, that was neat to have this fully red box. It sticks out, but kind of in a fun way. When pretty much all of LucasArts titles have a yellow spine for no reason, that's when I've had enough! There are a few games that like to make their spines different for whatever reason. NBA Jam, Twilight Scene, the 2 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. But for the vast majority of the Wii library, this looks nice. And then Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles forgot the Wii logo on its spine, but just don't buy it and you won't have that issue. Also, there were the console pack-in games that came bundled in with Wii systems. These were annoyingly in cardboard sleeves. Thankfully, most got full-blown releases in plastic cases, but Link's crossbow training was f***ed from day one. Other regions were pretty much the same, but in Japan, they started giving games aimed towards older players black boxes because sure. The 3DS had very similar style boxes, fully white with a white spine. They differentiated these from DS boxes by, get this, moving the logo to the right. It's not rounded anymore either. These are completely different, are they not? The boxes are also a bit thinner than normal DS boxes, especially if they're from Europe. You could fit a boat in this. I really do like these ones, though the spines, well, they're fine. I don't like how Nintendo constantly flip-flopped between generic fonts and actual logos. It's just weird how some games have just words and others have the actual logos. Now later on, Nintendo released the new 3DS, being slightly more powerful. Some games were exclusive to this model, so they needed their own packaging. I have been waiting for this day for years. It's time to bitch about the new 3DS box art. So, basically, Nintendo's idea of not confusing consumers is to cover a new side of a square they haven't been to yet. We got left, right? Let's go for the top. These boxes look so awkward. Like, the banner is a bit bigger on an already small box, so the artwork looks claustrophobic. And you know, with how much video game companies love effing with the spines of their boxes for no reason, it surprises me how similar new 3DS games look to regular ones. And most 3DS games have this little disclaimer on the box, plays in 2D and 3D, some games only play in 2D. Weirdly enough, not all boxes have this disclaimer. And it's not even random third-party games that don't have it. Some Nintendo published stuff doesn't have it either. The spines of these boxes have this cute little icon, which I like. Pop the game in the system, and that's the icon on the menu. Oh, that's a dumb attention to detail I enjoy. Now, I'm not a fan of when the icon is just the game's actual logo with its title. It just seems kind of redundant when the title and logo is already on the spine. These may not be perfect boxes, I do have some quarrels with them, but they're pretty good. Until 2017. Oh boy, okay, so 2017 was when the Nintendo Switch launched, and Nintendo changed up their branding. They changed to a white Nintendo logo on a red background. A little weird that this is the official logo officially. They decided to change how their published games look on 3DS around then, and every Nintendo published game on 3DS after the Nintendo Switch launched had the mark of the beast. What the hell is this? Who thought this looked good? Not only does this clash with the all-white spines, but it looks weird next to any other 3DS game, especially old Nintendo published ones. Nintendo would always put their logo down here horizontally. Now it's vertical and covered in red. And they made a lot of 3DS games that looked like this. My 3DS library looked pretty great up until when Nintendo started to do this, and my entire life was fine until Nintendo started to do this. The Wii U library. Okay. This is my bread and butter. This is a fun one. Wii U games combine the Wii, GameCube, 3DS, and whatever other shapes were in Nintendo's mind at the time. So the front, okay, thanks. This is the same as the GameCube template. It's the exact same. I love the GameCube art, but not because it's blue and yellow, because it's not. I remember cheap fan-made Wii U box art renders that were literally just the Wii template but flipped around. I think the official Darksiders 2 Amazon page used that for a second even. But then this was revealed when Assassin's Creed 3 blew its load and updated its store page with this box art, and man, I've never been the same since. So I'm fine with the blue and white look, but why a yellow trim? Why not make that trim white or make the header white and make the trim blue? Why this? The Wii U disc art has a header that looks like this. Why doesn't the box do this too? And why mimic the GameCube's box art design? Bless the GameCube's heart, but it was one of Nintendo's worst performing consoles at the time. So what do? You replicate its box art? I'm not saying this is why the Wii U failed, but they were kind of asking for it at this point. The spine has a ridge from the header extend over, which is cute, but it looks kind of off when you have a bunch of Wii U games together. Especially since a lot of the covers aren't going to be 100% aligned perfectly. You know, they shift around a bit in that case. So games will always look off-centered when a bunch are on the shelf. The same icon style from the 3DS is used, and the actual game titles, I have the exact same problem I did with 3DS games. And then a few games had some odd quirks. Similar to the Wii, in Japan, more mature-oriented titles were given a black case with a darker Wii U logo. For some reason, here in North America, 2 Wii U games used a black spine and nothing more, Resident Evil Revelations and Deus Ex Human Revolution. No other games did this. They're both from different publishers, and while they're both mature-rated games, they weren't the first or last mature games on Wii U. So what, did they want to do something like what they did in Japan and give mature games a black case but gave up after these games? Or did both of these games randomly want to use a black spine for no reason? Star Fox Guard has a cream-colored spine. I haven't graduated yet because I can't finish this essay. New Super Luigi U has a green case with green Wii U artwork, and much like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I'm cool with this. It's more of a fun little event than an annoyance. But then Wii Sports Club forgot the blue ridge at the top. That is the definition of not a fun little event. European Wii U games had a blue spine, but it was white where the Wii U logo is. I may have found my least favorite thing. The PS Vita cases. These are adorable. They're so small I question if these things should even exist. I love when we get custom-sized boxes like this. Seriously, you don't see plastic cases the size of this for anything else. It's great. We have a blue-styled banner and spine. Very basic, but effective. And this was what would eventually be the standard for the PlayStation 4. These are pretty good-looking boxes, I'm not gonna lie. Very basic, but they didn't change it up too much. It just looks good when a bunch of PS4 games are together. There is this big-ass PlayStation VR logo on the spine if the game supports PSVR. It not even requires it, much like PlayStation Move games on PS3. Why does this need to be on the spine? And why do some games that even heavily use the PSVR not have this sometimes? The initial releases of Resident Evil 7 didn't have this on the spine, but it did on the cover. Also, another complaint, PS4 game cases are disappointingly fragile. I've seen so many with chunks taken out of the sides. It's really lame. But you know what isn't really lame? The Xbox One cases. I have officially lied once today. So the concept of these are pretty neat. Let's make the banner a part of the actual case. Much like the PS3 cases, this makes it much harder to just buy cheap replacement cases, but they do look kind of cool. My problem with them though, the fact the logo is painted on means it's more likely the banner is gonna look slightly off. It may not be colored properly, the paint may chip off. It's a cool idea to have the banner not be a part of the artwork, but it doesn't really affect things much, especially when they end up putting an Xbox One banner on the bottom of some games anyway, so I don't really understand the reason for either one of these things at this point. The spine is fully gray with a logo, sure. And why is the disc on the left side of the packaging How have we never gotten answers for this? Microsoft's done tons of different things with the Xbox One cases, mainly different styles of telling people why they should buy an Xbox One, but also re-releasing Xbox 360 games that are backwards compatible with the Xbox One. So many 360 games got re-released in Xbox One-like cases, but these aren't specifically Xbox One cases, they're Xbox cases, like from Burger King. These are simply 360 games. They aren't remastered versions on an Xbox One disc. They'll still work on a normal 360, but also play on an Xbox One because they are literally the Xbox 360 discs. They have two logos on the banner, and on the side they just say Xbox. Sometimes the disc says Xbox One and Xbox 360, and other times it's just the original Xbox 360 disc. My thing with these is, where do I put them? Do I put them with the Xbox One games or do I put them with the 360 games? They're literally just 360 games. They just reprinted them with modern Xbox branding. But they initially didn't put all of them in Xbox One cases. Here's Fallout 3, My Eyes. So you're gonna use a 360 sized case but design the packaging to look like an Xbox One's. This fits nothing. You put this with your 360 games, this looks stupid. You put this with your Xbox One games, this looks stupid. They actually re-released this game in the normal Xbox One packaging, which looks way better, and I'll be 100% honest here. These are cool little oddities. Like, these may not be remastered Xbox 360 games for the Xbox One, but it's still cool to see them in an Xbox One style case. But I feel this packaging may be a bit misleading, and many may assume these are remastered Xbox One versions of 360 games. I mean, look here, Rayman Legends released for Xbox One, but it also came out on 360. So they decided to re-release Rayman Legends for 360 in an Xbox One case. The 360 version runs on Xbox One, but it's officially not the Xbox One version. Confused? These are different versions. I like some of the ideas with the Xbox One cases, but overall, this is a mess. Well, we've officially trudged over to the Nintendo Switch. These boxes are so neat. They're like the PSP boxes, but thinner and beet red. It seems that Nintendo has finally taken the Japanese template style of a simple logo in the corner and standardized it across all regions. It may not be the most exciting, but it's easy to identify. It fits the rest of the Switch branding, and it leaves more room for the art to stretch its legs. The spines are completely red, with a small Switch logo, standardized font, and the name of the publisher. I like these. However, everything being red and having the same font makes it harder to identify certain games from far away. Like with the PS4, it's pretty easy from this distance to see which games are which. The Switch, you almost need to be right next to them. I can appreciate the consistency, but being too consistent does make things harder to distinguish. As cool as a bunch of Switch games look together, I still prefer the PS4 style personally. Also, that standardized font apparently isn't a requirement. A small handful of publishers use their own logo or font, and my god is it putrid. Come on guys, just use the standard Switch font. Why does Super Bomberman R and Binding of Isaac need to use their own dumb font? Why did Battle for Bikini Bottom use a different font? It's not even SpongeBob related. They just used a different font to use a different font. That takes more work. If you're gonna do this, at least go out with a bang like the other ones I showed. This is just a generic font. Why not just use the regular Switch font? Nintendo Labo games have black spines, which I'm fine with. There's such unique titles in the library. I think it's cool to separate them like this. And European games are pretty much the same, but the title on the spine is centered and uses a different font, because Europe wouldn't be the same without that. Now the PlayStation 5 packaging is stupid. I've become more accepting of it over time, but it feels weak. It's the same as the PS4's, but with a white banner instead. It uses a blue case, which I get why. The PS5 is white with a blue light, but I think it would have looked better to make it a fully white case or a black case or a clear plastic case and then represent the blue by making that the color of the line at the bottom of the banner. It works, but using a blue case feels like they're just using old PS4 game case stock, and the overall design, I'm just not crazy about it. And the Xbox cases look the damn same. They just say Xbox now, woo.
Oh! I finally shut off my hospital gown. I'm cured! And all it took was doing dear god anything but playing video games. The box art template and game packaging as a whole is just flat out interesting to me. And while I went on and even on about how consistency is key here, it's almost beautiful how consistently inconsistent these things are. It keeps things interesting, and if everything was perfect, well, I don't know what I would have done for the past 45 minutes. But spending your time wisely is important, and apparently doing this was all for the better of society. Karma does exist, and it cured me by talking about game packaging. So apparently, it loves when you talk about game packaging. As long as you don't talk shit on the DSi boxes.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Poverty! No thanks. I have my favorite way to spend $1,000 right here, and it has all my favorite console games available on it. There are so many great console games to play here. I can play Sonic. Ready? I'm about to show you something terrifying. I already pissed myself. The idea of having one singular product that can do really anything you want, play movies, music, go online, make calls, send text messages, and play video games was something dreams were made of. I don't need a DVD player, iPod, or physician because the smartphone does it all. Yes, iPhone, Android, Windows Phone. Smartphones were cool back in the day, especially when they were more of a luxury rather than a necessity. Yeah, this thing has a 12 megapixel camera, who gives a shit? Pretty obvious we take all this for granted now, but back then the idea of having something this tiny just to watch movies on was mind-blowing. I remember seeing the first iPhone commercials and I was like, this looks absolutely amazing. It starts at $500. That's hilarious. Like, no thanks, I don't need to touch Fandango. However, these things started to get way more affordable as time went on. I was personally weaned on an iPod Touch, the classic iPhone without the phone, i.e. the iPhone for an 8th grader. This thing was awesome. I could play all these movies and TV shows and songs and download all these apps and games. But with smartphones lowering in cost, I was finally able to get an iPhone 4 in 2012, and the magic of this all-in-one super thin and tiny device kind of wore off by then. However, as new models kept coming out every year, the iPhone and other smartphones increasingly had more and more potential when it came to graphically intensive apps. You could run things on these devices that were originally unheard of to be played on such a small guy. Because of that, developers were able to port over some of their games from home consoles onto smartphones, and that's how some of the magic of the all-in-one nature of the iPhone initially came back into play for me. I can play Grand Theft Auto 3 on my phone on the school bus. That's amazing! Console games on mobile devices. This is a topic I have a lot of experience with. Back in my high school days, I was super keen on having everything possible on my iPhone at all times. Just so then, when I'm bored, then I have all my favorite console games available on this thing and the 3rd season of Wings, I'm set. The idea of having all these games originally from home consoles on my smartphone at all times with no extra accessories or anything needed, and just being able to whip out my phone and play GTA San Andreas whenever I wanted to, that was amazing.
but it also didn't work out as well as I wanted it to.
My high school years were from the Wii U's launch in 2012 to Star Fox Zero's release in 2016. The rest was a blur. But I do know from the start, a fair amount of kids had smartphones. By the end, I mean, everybody owned one. What, you didn't want to be called a fucking loser? Because of that, during my high school years personally, teachers just kind of gave up on regulating cell phone usage. I mean, like, of course you couldn't use them during a test or during a lecture, but when the teacher was just sitting at their desk or during study hall, hell yeah, man, break out puzzle bits. I was never a huge mobile gamer, but because of high school being worthless and having so much downtime during classes in study hall specifically, those were the years I played mobile games the most, and I noticed the most popular ones were always stupid simple. Stuff like Flappy Bird, Trivia Crack, these dumb games. Geometry Dash, Jetpack Joyride, Subway Surfers, Flappy Golf, the best one. I mean, everybody played games on their smartphones, so obviously the mobile market was something all the big game developers looked at back in 2011 saying, well, we know what we're doing tonight. All of these companies acted like the future of gaming was going to be on mobile. Consoles are dying, this was where the money was. I mean, to be honest, back then, I wouldn't blame them for thinking this. An iPhone 4S could run Infinity Blade 2, that's still a pretty decent looking game today and was made by Epic Games basically just to show off how powerful the iPhone could be for gaming. These things could run fairly intensive games and were owned by basically everybody on the planet, so yeah, back then it made sense for some of them to think about shifting focus to mobile. Why make a new Mega Man for consoles when you can make whatever the hell this was? As time went on, however, the more these console developers made games for mobile devices, it was apparent they didn't really know why people played mobile games. They just kind of made either dumbed down versions of their franchises or just mobile versions of console games. Like, they just thought, well, we have this well-known IP, we put this on a platform with an install base of hundreds of millions of users, and there we go, we win. It's pretty obvious the App Store isn't nearly as simple as they thought it was. It's a ridiculously complicated ecosystem. Just because everybody owns a smartphone doesn't mean your game will do nearly as well as it would do on console sometimes. Newcomer developers who only really made smartphone games ended up overshadowing the big guys like EA and Capcom. These guys developed simple, intuitive games made for touchscreen controls, while EA just kind of barfed out Dead Space for iPhone. Of course, now a lot of big name developers have figured out the mobile space, which is why we don't see a mobile version of Rayman 2 anymore, we see Rayman Jungle Run. These console game conversions really didn't suit the mobile market, and they've died out considerably over the years. Like I said, I used to be stupid into the idea of playing these games on my Wonder Slab, so I would generally download any big home console to iPhone game I could find, normally if they were on sale. However, after scouring through my previously purchased apps, most of these games are lost to time. They've been delisted from the App Store or are no longer supported by the current version of iOS. That's a good sign. Just a few of the ones that are no longer available that I remember. Dead Rising Mobile, this stunk. Clunky and the draw distance of the zombies was just garbage. This was a situation where they could barely do Dead Rising on mobile, but they probably should have waited until they could kinda do Dead Rising on mobile. Burnout Crash, yeah, this was the Burnout game that came out where people said that's not Burnout. Crash mode was one of the most fun parts of these games, just trying to create the biggest crash you can. Burnout Crash is basically this entire mode, but from an overhead perspective and at a much slower pace, which takes a lot of, if not most of the fun out of Crash mode. The mobile version was pretty similar to the console releases on Xbox Live Arcade and PSN, and I'd argue this worked fairly well as a mobile game. It didn't make it a great game, but it felt well suited for mobile. The Simpsons Arcade, not The Simpsons Arcade, The Simpsons Arcade. This was a reimagining of the original Konami game from 1991. It's obviously based off of the idea of that game, but it's not the same, and it kind of feels more like a scam calling it The Simpsons Arcade. They knew what they were doing, and I'm sure tons of people downloaded this expecting to play the original arcade game and went, oh. Resident Evil 4 Platinum. I know I just totally dogged on Dead Rising Mobile, but for Resident Evil 4 on the iPhone back in 2009, I mean, it works as well as you'd expect it to. I think Dead Rising was far more subpar. This wasn't a good way to play Resident Evil 4 and felt more like Capcom saying, look what we can do, we can put Resident Evil 4 on your phone, we're f***ing crazy. They obviously did it to milk Resident Evil 4 for all it's worth, to release a big name game like this on the iPhone, to get attention. They didn't release it because they thought the game would work well on the iPhone. But it was fairly novel to have a somewhat faithful mobile version of this game, and it worked to some extent. There was also Resident Evil Mercenaries Versus, a game more suited for quick mobile gameplay in my opinion. Battlefield Bad Company 2! That wasn't the worst. That's just scratching the surface of all the junk that's been taken down. There was stuff like Mirror's Edge, which was a 2D platformer. Yeah, that's not Mirror's Edge. Driver, that blew. Guitar Hero, that was actually pretty good. Lego Harry Potter, Doom, Wolfenstein, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. You'd think that by now, the console games that were left up on the App Store would be fairly high quality. I mean, they must have left them up for a reason. Well, joke's on you, I just bought Devil May Cry 4 Refrain. This was released back in 2011, and I have no clue why Resi 4 and Dead Rising were taken down, but this lives on. DMC4 Refrain is fundamentally a super toned down version of DMC4. And first, let me say, Devil May Cry wasn't the first series I wanted on the iPhone. We have a fake analog stick and a vast array of fake buttons. Comparing it side by side with the console version, it covers some of the same ground, but overall it's a much slower, dumbed down, clunky alternative. Story is told through text only, models are at a far lower resolution. This feels like a relic of the past, a mobile game from back in the day that somehow is still available to purchase. The whole touchscreen analog stick or D-pad sort of thing just doesn't work the greatest, but it varies from game to game. There are some games which are just an absolute train wreck to play with a touchscreen, but then there are others which work surprisingly okay, though they're still not great. You get no tactile feedback, and your fingers almost always cover the screen, making it hard to see everything. You're controlling your character with glass, you can get used to it. I mean, it's obvious these games weren't made with a control scheme like this in mind. Now to be fair, the Sonic the Hedgehog games with this control layout work pretty alright. Most of the time in 2D Sonic games, you're just holding forward and hitting jump. It's not nearly as precise or involved as other platformers, plus you only use one button, so touchscreen controls, while not ideal, work fine enough. Sonic 1, 2, and CD were all released on mobile, courtesy of Christian Whitehead, who worked on these versions and then upgraded to developing Sonic Mania. He really hit it out of the park with these re-releases, making them widescreen, giving them higher frame rates, new playable characters. Sonic 2 featured Hidden Palace Zone, a stage that was cut from the original game. These are the best ways to play these classic games. And 1 and 2 are only available on mobile. The Sonic CD remaster came out on consoles. I don't know what the deal with 1 and 2 are. Yes, the best versions of Sonic 1 and 2 deserve the best place to play them. A fucking phone. Now, Sonic 1 and 2 were actually originally released on mobile years before they were updated to be the Christian Whitehead versions. Yeah, these weren't great. Sonic Spinball was originally on the App Store, but was later delisted. Damn it! But thankfully, the mobile ports of Sonic 4 remain. Sonic 4 Episodes 1 and 2 aren't great games. These were released alongside the console releases of their respective episodes, and weirdly enough, they fully updated Sonic's model at some point in Episode 1. And honestly, I think because of this, Sonic 4 Episode 1 on mobile now looks better than the console versions. The original release looked perfectly fine in terms of being a mobile version of Sonic 4, as Sonic's model was a bit blocky, but now it looks pretty decent. Doesn't help the fact that it's still, you know, Sonic 4. But if you want to play this game, the mobile release is better than I remember. I do think the touch controls are way worse here than the Christian Whitehead re-releases, but hey, it's Sonic 4, I'm not going to be playing this again, who cares? Well, thank God, you can play with tilt controls! That was everybody's problem with Sonic 4 on consoles, they listen guys. Now Sega has this new mobile initiative called Sega Forever, where they make their mobile games free, but with ads which you can remove by paying for the game. They've made a lot of their classic titles a part of Sega Forever. Tons of these were actually released a while back, much like Sonic 1, 2, and Spinball. And they were all obviously cut from the same cloth, featuring the same virtual Genesis D-pad and buttons. Now you can play them all for free with ads, which is honestly pretty cool. But they also made some more modern games and games exclusively made for mobile a part of Sega Forever. Super Monkey Ball. This was one of the first games shown off for the iPhone. If you remember, the App Store didn't make its debut until 2008, and this was one of the headlining debut games. For $10, Jesus. I remember this one never controlled very well. You had to tilt your phone and it never felt calibrated properly. And the monkey was just a 2D sprite inside a ball. Now that's resourceful. This version has since been delisted, but we have another Monkey Ball game still available, which is free, a part of Sega Forever. Super Monkey Ball Sakura Edition is pretty much just a new and improved version of the original Super Monkey Ball mobile game. Better graphics and better controls, but they still require you to tilt your phone. Why do they feel the need with every Monkey Ball mobile game to require me to tilt my phone? I get tilting a Wii remote to play Monkey Ball, but tilting the entire screen just ends up making it harder to see what's actually going on most of the time and just gives me a headache. I wish they had an option to use a digital analog stick, but hey, this Monkey Ball game does show me ads after every level, so that counts for something. Dude, communism, yeah. Now sometimes these mobile conversions of console games can be quite a bit different from the original. Sonic Forces on the App Store is a variation of the mobile game Sonic Dash, just now with a Sonic Forces theme. The Need for Speed games are definitely a bit different from their console versions, but racing games definitely work on mobile far better than a lot of other genres. Injustice basically feels like a made from the ground up mobile version of the console release. They basically focused on swiping and tapping the screen for moves, and it works way better than if they just smacked Injustice on the iPhone. You know, if they just downgraded the graphics considerably, put a digital stick and buttons on it, and called it a day. Street Fighter 4. You know, Capcom has tried to put a lot of their fighting games on mobile, and a lot of them have been delisted over time. Street Fighter 2 Collection, Street Fighter 4, 4 Volt, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. There was this app called the Capcom Arcade, which included a ton of Capcom Arcade games, most of which were just Street Fighter 2. But here we have Street Fighter 4 Champion Edition, the only one still available in the App Store. Jesus! Everything is so damn low quality. I'm no Street Fighter aficionado, but a fighting game like this does not work very well with no actual buttons or sticks. Some games work alright with the digital control layout, and some games are Street Fighter 4. If they just had to put Street Fighter 4 on mobile, they should have gone the Injustice route and designed something from the ground up, not do a straight conversion of the console release. Also, this thing wasn't properly formatted for iPhone 10s. What are they trying to tell me? Can't see. Capcom's had a messy history with console games on mobile, and my first experience with that was with the original Mega Man 2. This got slammed in reviews, and yes, Mega Man doesn't work very well with the digital D-pad. The game had a portrait mode with this arcade frame. This was cute and garbage. There's no room for your thumbs to use the stick and buttons, it gets cramped. In landscape mode, it was tolerable for me. I remember not being able to do the bird trick, where you hold A and B after selecting a robot master and the stars turn to birds. If I held A and B in the mobile game, it just froze until I let them go. I can see where the low review scores came from. But I got fairly far in this version on a car trip. It wasn't great, but it was fine enough. Capcom delisted this one and didn't update it to work with newer iPhones. I will be dead in the ground before I delete this off my phone. However, in 2017, they released Mega Man 1 through 6 for mobile. I can play all of them. I downloaded Mega Man 1 and holy shit, this is even worse than the original Mega Man 2 for mobile. You can adjust the speed of the game, but all three of the speeds are terrible. The normal speed is very in line with how fast the original was, but the frame rate is awful. With the two faster speeds, they just feel unnatural. This isn't how I want to play Mega Man. Instead of figuring out how to make a good mobile version of Mega Man 2, or just deciding that mobile doesn't suit the game well, they make worse versions of all the NES games. I also just don't get all the small little edits they made to the game. Like, why is the health bar down in the corner now? Well, Mega Man X is on the App Store too, and holy sh**, I don't know which is worse. Why did they redo all the sprites? This looks like an online Flash game. This feels like a poor man's Mega Man X, and I really don't know why they felt the need to make everything feel so much cheaper and lamer. The original Mega Man 2 release for iPhone came out well before this version of Mega Man X. At least they retained the original graphics. Why they made this game the way it is will always perplex me. Call of Duty World at War Zombies was a big game on mobile. Instead of being a full-blown Call of Duty game, it was just the Zombies mode where you had to survive as long as possible. I played this a few times in study hall, but like any 3D iPhone game, this tore through battery life. It's been delisted and now we have Black Ops Zombies. It's pretty similar. Controls are decent enough. FPSs work far better on mobile than I would ever expect them to be honest. And it probably helped that this was specifically made for mobile and not just a straight port of a console game. Speaking of which, Rockstar has brought over tons of their PS2 era games to mobile. Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, San Andreas, even the more obscure ones like Liberty City Stories, the PSP game that later came to PS2. Plus Bully and Max Payne. Sure, we've played downgraded to hell PS3 and 360 games, and old 2D games as well, but full-blown PS2 era games on your phone wherever you go. That was an amazing thought to me. Grand Theft Auto 3 released on the App Store back in 2011, and I immediately bought it. I picked up all the GTAs when they released on mobile, and I would start playing them for about 10 minutes and kind of stopped. These are fine versions of these games. Everything's here and they all work well. They just don't feel right or nearly as fun on the iPhone. Maybe it's the lack of actual buttons, and no tactile feedback takes a lot of the fun and fluidness out of the controls. You don't get the same impact crashing your car by moving your thumbs on a glass screen as you would holding an actual button and moving an actual analog stick. The entire layout changes when you enter a car. There's a lot of things you can do in Grand Theft Auto, and to have to focus so much on where certain buttons are when they change a fair amount, to have all this crowd up the screen, to have your fingers covering up 40% of it all, it's a bit much. I would get super excited to see these games playable on my phone, but they're just not nearly as fun to play here as they are on a console in my opinion. Chinatown Wars preceded all these games and was the first GTA on iPhone. This was a port of the DS and PSP game, and honestly, it worked a bit better than the 3D games. Being overhead and already being designed for portable devices with some touchscreen functionality in mind, made for a better mobile game in my opinion. But you know what I said when the iPhone came out. Where's BioShock? This was one of the most bizarre phone conversions out there to me. In 2014, 2K announced they put BioShock on mobile. The full game. Like, kudos to them for getting BioShock to work on mobile, but Who asked for this? I need names. This is the last game I would have expected on the iPhone. A first-person shooter with an emphasis on story. I love those things on my iPod Touch. They stopped supporting it in 2017, which is unfortunate. This is a really cool oddity of a release, but I can see why it's no more. Of course, there's stuff like all the Telltale games, Minecraft, Fortnite, and various others. I actually played a lot of Ace Attorney on mobile, and stuff like Pokemon Shuffle works better on mobile than it did on the 3DS. You also have a ton of Final Fantasy games going for prices I didn't even know were possible on the App Store. But the concept of playing console games on mobile has died down a bit over the past few years, especially considering the PSP, Vita, and 3DS started to bring more and more console experiences to handhelds, and then the Nintendo Switch completely flattened any desire for console games on the iPhone. Mobile games do specific things very well. They're simple, addictive, and easy to quickly whip out, which is why now if we see a big game franchise come to mobile, it's usually more smartly designed for mobile. I've had nightmares about some digital D-pads, so it's nice to see they're not as common as they used to be. Now, you may say, for a lot of these games, if you don't want a digital D-pad, why not use a Bluetooth controller? Most of these apps support them. That is true, however, in my opinion, a lot of the appeal of something like Grand Theft Auto Vice City on your phone is the fact that you can play this wherever you go with no catches. A lot of that appeal disappears when you have to bring a controller with you places. Most of the time, console games are best left on actual consoles, and while it's cool to see some of them go portable, it's not always worth the downgrades and the control issues, which is why the Nintendo Switch is so fun, portable home console games with no control issues. Maybe lesser graphics, but hey, whatever. These were cool little oddities for a while, but their time has passed, and now it's nicer to see mobile games specifically designed for mobile. But thank God Carnival games came to iPhone. Now, like I said, you could buy a controller and set your phone up as if it was a console, but at that point, just buy a fucking Switch. But mobile phones do have a pro to them compared to the Switch. They have Atari Fit.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson.
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
Is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
How it goes?
y'all, Scott here. I have hobbies. I'm only human. I like talking harshly about Mario Kart 7, being somewhat critical of Mario Kart 7, negatively speaking about Mario Kart 7, hiking, f***ing despising Mario Kart 7.
So Mario Kart and the number 7 walk into a bar. What did you think would happen? The Mario Kart series was always a massive success, but it wasn't until the DS and Wii incarnations that it truly reached worldwide phenomenon status. It seems like nearly everybody played one or the other or both. With sales numbers like these, you could walk up to anybody on the street and ask, why the f*** was Rob in Mario Kart DS? That's not to downplay the success of previous titles, but these hit the big time, and after the release of Mario Kart Wii, it was inevitable that whatever Mario Kart would follow would also do phenomenally well. This was no longer a series that Nintendo wanted to put out on each of their platforms. This was one they had to. But that's just the thing, we were 6 mainline Mario Karts in, but really, who was counting? This title's making a lot more sense now. What could Nintendo do for the 7th mainline Mario Kart game to not only get people excited, but also sell them on their shiny new handheld, the Nintendo 3DS? Well, Nintendo did the unthinkable. They made a new Mario Kart game. This is Mario Kart 7, a great title, no doubt, but one I have felt so little desire to go back to throughout the years. It's in this weird space where it's functionally sound, it controls well, it's still incredibly enjoyable. But everything it added to the series that were once unique to it either were so whatever, or they actually became mainstay elements from there on out, and because of that, I would consistently ask myself, why would I ever play this game again?
Well, that's a testament to how good this game truly was at the time. It introduced so many new features that became mainstay elements of the series from that point forward. But outside of those few new features, this game just doesn't really have a core identity of its own in terms of how it feels, how it sounds, how it looks. This is a game that, in my opinion, felt like just another Mario Kart more so than any other entry in the series. I'm sorry I had to say that. I really hope any future employer doesn't look that quote up.
I mean, just look at the cover art. It just feels like more of the same from DS and Wii. They just looked at these games, said, alright, this works, third time's the charm. That's sort of indicative of my problem with Mario Kart 7, but we'll get to that when we get to that. First off, we must visit the year 2010. Such a fun year, so much happened. Mario Kart 7 got announced. The Nintendo 3DS was fully unveiled at E3 alongside some early peeks at games in development. Basically just quick glimpses of titles to come. Most didn't have a final name yet, it was mainly stuff like Paper Mario 3DS and Animal Crossing 3DS. But right alongside those titles was Mario Kart 3DS, Mario Kart 7's maiden name. The game was only a few months into development at this point, but a core feature some journalists noted at the event was that the game featured glaring. Remember when I said 7 introduced features that I couldn't imagine the franchise without? Not much else was really there. It was just a smooth Mario Kart demo in glasses-free 3D thanks to the 3DS screen, but other than that, it wasn't much to write home about. In the background, development was going a bit slower than many would have expected. Only a handful of people were actively working on the game, while others who would have if they had time were busy going to town on Nintendogs plus cats, also known as priorities. So around December of 2010, Nintendo enlisted the help of Retro Studios to assist in the game. They just finished up Donkey Kong Country Returns, they were obviously the most qualified for Mario Kart, so they had to help out Nintendo with developing a Donkey Kong themed track for the game, because God forbid Nintendo does it themselves. And they were to develop the retro tracks in the game. I feel like they were only picked because of their name. Now, Retro is one of Nintendo's best subsidiaries, responsible for Metroid Prime and the modern Donkey Kong Country titles. I was surprised when it was revealed they helped out with this game because I don't automatically equate the creators of this to this. Hey, it's whatever, I ate it up. E3 2011 came around, and so did a new trailer for Mario Kart 3DS confirming a holiday release and the 3 major gimmicks of the game: gliding, underwater tracks, and kart customization. Kart customization in this trailer boiled down to, you can get big wheels now. Gliding and underwater sections seem to be interesting ways to spice up the track design, and the game itself looked pretty alright. Kind of a mix between Mario Kart DS and Wii in terms of graphical quality. But we still didn't have an official name for it yet. Nintendo kept referring to it as just Mario Kart or Mario Kart 3DS. Oh, just you wait, because a quick 2 months after E3, the final title was revealed, I think. I was expecting it to just be called Mario Kart 3DS or Mario Kart 3D. Keep in mind, Mario Kart names have never been good. Most actually were just named after the system they were on, so it was a bit of a shocker to see them whip out math on us. So if I had to guess why they did this, I'd say it's because calling it Mario Kart 3DS or Mario Kart 3D may have made it seem like a re-release or remake of Mario Kart DS or any other previous Mario Kart, but in 3D this time. It's strange that this was where they drew the line and started numbering the games, but hey, it's hard to get confused by this title. It's just, I worry that some consumers refuse to play this on the basis they never played Mario Kart 2 through 6. There was a temporary logo used for a few months that I kinda like more than the final one. A few more trailers released showcasing new items, courses, and characters until Mario Kart 7 finally released on December 4th, 2011. The Nintendo 3DS had a pretty rough start after it launched earlier that year in March, but thanks to a price cut in Mario Kart 7 and Super Mario 3D Land releasing that holiday, it experienced a little something I like to call success. 3D Land was generally considered the more innovative game, I guess, while Mario Kart was more of a safe bet. You knew exactly what you were getting into with this one. But if it wasn't for these two games, we'd all still be alive. They're video games, not Shelter. So that's the history of the world from 2010 to 2011, i.e. Mario Kart 7's build up to release. I wasn't super excited for this, I just had feelings of, oh great, I can play Mario Kart on my 3DS when this comes out, and not much more than that. I may have just had fatigue from the series at the time. It just felt like, this is Mario Kart and it will be good. But keep in mind, Mario Kart Wii was only 3 years old, and we were not on the best of terms, so I sold it to pay for 7, and here we are with me going back to Mario Kart Wii saying, I'm sorry, and realizing it was actually pretty good after not playing 7 for over 6 years. I picked this game up fairly quickly after launch. I played it, I enjoyed it, I have nothing else to say. Well, let's see why I have nothing else to say. This is Mario Kart 7.
Mario Kart 7!
Who would have thought this would be the game's title screen? Moving into single player. This is exactly what I was expecting. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? 7 feels so been there, done that. Like, look at all the new modes. There are none. On top of that, the presentation is just so sterile. It looks fine, but it has none of its own personality. That may sound like an odd argument to make for a Mario Kart game, but looking back at each game in the series, while many are incredibly similar, each one has at least a few things that give them their own unique flair. And first impressions of 7, it doesn't really have that. In fact, the menu music here is nearly identical to Mario Kart Wii's. Moving on to characters, now I've already unlocked all of them here, which means, hell yeah, I don't have to waste time unlocking characters in Mario Kart 7. What am I gonna do with all this free time? Not unlock characters in Mario Kart 7. The stuff you had to do to unlock these characters wasn't anything dreadful like it was with Mario Kart Wii, for example. Unlocking all characters in that game is some people's major. Here it's as simple as winning a cup in 150cc. Each one will unlock a specific character, and beating all of them in any difficulty nets you a me. Okay, thank you. That's much easier. But it's a little lame. I kind of want there to be a balance between f this fucking shit, and this is a little too easy. Like, have me do a bit more than just beat all the cups. Give me a reason to play through the other modes, beat a few time trials, that sort of thing. Well, onto the roster. We have that lovable cast we've all come to know and love over the past 20 odd years. The characters that make Mario Kart, Mario Kart. There's a lot of fucking B's in this one. Alright, we have the mainstays here. Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, Peach, Bowser, Donkey Kong, Toad, Koopa Troopa, Daisy, Wario, Rosalina, the me. It's a very cozy police lineup. But then we have the newcomers. Shy Guy makes his debut as just a straight up playable character. You could use him when playing multiplayer in Mario Kart DS with friends who didn't own the game, but here, if you paid for Mario Kart 7, you get the right to Shy Guy. Lakitu, the character who is fundamentally the flag girl of Mario Kart, makes his playable debut, which I like. It's cool to see him actually playable after being a staple in the series for so long. Metal Mario, you know, Metal Mario, Metal Mario. It's Mario made of metal, making his debut in Super Mario 64 as a power-up. Here he's portrayed as some sort of robotic version of Mario, which is strange. This may be a reference to Metal Mario in the Smash Bros. Series, where he's an opponent near the end of some single-player modes. Or Mario Golf, I don't fucking know. This is a case of Metal Mario is technically a Mario character and all we have to do is take Mario and make him gray. I'll give them a pass this one time, but they better clean up their act for the next game. I shouldn't have said that. Wiggler! Ever wanted to drive as a caterpillar? Don't lie. I'm cool with Wiggler here. This is a dumb addition, I like it. And this one hits home for me. To all the Mario Galaxy fans out there, it finally happened. Giant B. Lightning Queen is our final character, and my god, why? Out of all Mario characters who haven't been in Mario Kart, hell, Mario Galaxy characters, why this one? That's like if I had to make a racing game based on my life and for the final playable character, I picked this tree that's 20 feet away from me. I mean, sure, this doesn't offend me. I just have more questions than answers at this point. And that goes for the entire roster as a whole. They did the unthinkable. Wario unlockable? Plus, there are a few characters that didn't come back, like Waluigi. Waluigi Pinball from Mario Kart DS returns, but not him. So I remember hearing this thing where the developer said Waluigi wasn't included because he was too creepy. What are you talking about? But now looking into it, apparently it was simply due to time constraints. I mean, I don't need Waluigi, he's not Shelter. But that still doesn't explain the oddball roster we have here. I'll give it some slack. Handheld Mario Karts generally don't have a ginormous list of playable characters, but the playable characters they picked this time around were very questionable. Oh, I have nothing better to do, so might as well hit next. On to the vehicle customization, something I was really interested in. You can change up your kart's body, wheels, and glider, that's it. It's cool we have a lot more options now, but sadly, I don't feel like this is as great as I wanted it to be when it was revealed. Like, yeah, it's kind of fun to mix and match everything up, but overall, when I look back at something like Mario Kart Wii, That was a lot simpler. It was just pick a cart, go. Here, I have to meticulously pick out what kind of wheels I want, when to be honest, it really doesn't matter. The main thing I think most will change up consistently is the kart's body. The wheels and glider, and when you find one you like, you just stick to that forever. Customization here doesn't make me feel more connected to the kart I create. The only time I can truly feel like, oh yeah, I made this monstrosity, is when I put big wheels on it. This is fundamentally the only time I ever feel like I made this. It's weird they didn't bring back the emblem creator from Mario Kart DS. That would have fit perfectly with being able to put together your own vehicle. Customization's a cool idea, and it's fine, it works. I just don't feel an overwhelming sense of freedom or uniqueness with the kart I put together. I end up looking back at the simpler times and realizing this isn't much different or better. Well, let's hop into the first cup. And it's f***ing Mario Kart again! This is one of the most Mario Kart feeling Mario Karts I've ever played. There's really no surprises here. It's not like the older ones where you go back to them and go, wow, this controls a lot differently compared to the newer ones. Mario Kart 7 feels exactly how you'd expect it to. It runs great, and in my opinion, it looks sharper than we did. Sure, the character models may be kind of blocky, but it's still 4 score and 7 leagues better than DS. Speaking of DS, we have the return of the map on the bottom screen. It really does feel like the best of DS and Wii in terms of looks and features. But with the core racing, 7 introduces gliding and underwater racing, which I think are fine new additions. You don't have to think about them at all. If you drive up to a ramp that you can glide off of, your glider automatically appears, and now you can weasel your way through the air. Underwater isn't all too much different from normal racing, just obviously things are slower and physics are more floaty. However, it's really interesting to me that what used to be considered a no-no throughout the entirety of Mario Kart, that being these giant craters of water, are now considered integral parts of the track. You want to go through these now. Even the returning older tracks that considered water out-of-bounds areas have been updated to make them traversable now. Both of these elements help deliver more uniquely designed tracks and keeps you on your toes to the point where it's sorta hard to imagine Mario Kart without them. But I've been really trying to be more shallow lately, so f these things, I'm only here for the 3D effect. Crank that slider up and experience vision impairment you won't regret. The 3D looks great in this game, giving the courses so much more depth and liveliness. However, it in absolutely no way enhances your gameplay. You don't gain anything for turning the 3D on or off. It's just a good effect that has no bearing on gameplay. But what if you wanted it to? You ever look at all the buttons on the 3DS and wonder, what's this one for? Let's hit up and find out. Oh my god! So this is what a BC's driving. Mario Kart 7 features a first-person view option alongside motion controls. Hit up and you can twist and turn your system to steer. It's an option. But see, I've used a steering wheel or two in my day, and this just doesn't cut it. I'm no idiot. This doesn't feel like driving. They've thought of everything. An officially licensed Mario Kart 7 wheel for the original 3DS. Do my eyes deceive me?
I'd be concerned if they did.
It is a shell to pop your 3DS into so you can get more comfortable wheel action. This is obviously trying to cash in on the Wii wheel craze that happened with Mario Kart Wii, except with that game, it felt like a natural steering wheel. Here, it feels like a 3DS. Doesn't do much for me in Mario Kart, works pretty well in Brain Age 2. Item-wise, this game has it all. It has no fake item box. Yeah, the item roster in this one feels a bit more stripped down than usual. No fake item box, none of the new additions to Mario Kart Wii return, but hey, we have 3 new items here, starting off with the Super Leaf. 2011 was a big tail-heavy year. 7 released nearby to Super Mario 3D Land, where that game's primary innovation was pandering. It brought back the Super Leaf from Mario 3, so of course Mario Kart got infected with it. Your cart grows a tail.
Finally.
You have the power-up for what feels like 30 seconds and just keep spamming the button to spin it. You can deflect projectiles, hit other racers. In theory, it's a nice power-up, but I always feel like I get it at the worst times when it's pretty much completely useless. Yes, I'm all by myself and have nothing to do but go on this straight away. Thank God I have a tail to keep me company. You can use it while gliding to keep yourself in the air for a bit, but even you can come up with positives for Satan. I like the color red, and the tail keeps you in the air longer. Doesn't mean I like either one of these. The Fire Flower. Honestly, it's surprising this hadn't become an item before this. And now, technically, Fireballs were Mario and Luigi's special item in Double Dash, but here, we're a Fire Flower family. You get to spout out as many fireballs as you can over a short period of time. It's a nice alternative to an item like the triple shells. Here you get faster ammo and more of it at that, but they're less predictable as to where they'll go, and they're smaller overall. Not an amazing new item, but a worthwhile addition. And finally, the Lucky 7, and no, it isn't an item you get when you're in 7th place.
Way to rub it in.
This gives you 7 items at your disposal, and you can activate all of them. Just be careful nobody runs into any of them while they're circling around you. See, this is an item that makes you just feel ungodly powerful, but it's difficult to use strategically. I just feel like I have to get rid of all my items immediately, and because of that, I don't ever feel that lucky to get it. I'm just like, alright. The item balancing this time around is alright. it's just kind of boring. It just feels like I get nothing but tails and mushrooms. Nothing like a fun evening in Mario Kart 7 getting tails and mushrooms and like 3 blue shells hit me per race. Oh my god. Overall, I'd say the items in 7 were pretty underwhelming. However, it turns out that movement I was a part of in 2011 actually accomplished something. I don't even care about the coins, I just had a free year. No matter how often they leave, they always find a way back. Coins make their triumphant return. Originally in the series, you'd want to collect them on the track to hit top speed. If you got hit, you'd lose some of them, and here, it's the exact same. Go a bit faster by collecting the coins, lose them when you get hit. It's the circle of life, and here, the more coins you collect gets you new kart parts to unlock. I wish they had like a little shop to spend your coins, because as it is here, you get new kart parts when you hit certain milestones, like, oh, you have 2,000 coins, here you go. I just don't feel that engaged with unlocking kart parts. Well, onto the tracks. First up, we have Toad Circuit. It's exactly what you think it is. Daisy Hills, a very pleasant track with windmills and hot air balloons. It has it all. Cheap Cheap Lagoon, mostly taking place underwater. A wonderful course to realize, wow, gliding is way more fun than this. Shy Guy Bazaar, I like this one. The theme is great, and taking place at night makes it stand out quite well. Moving on to the Flower Cup, Woohoo Loop, a track based on Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort. Yes, Nintendo's excuse for not making a new character or franchises for years. Their response, what are you talking about? We made a new character, Woohoo Island. It's somewhat odd to have this here, but it makes for a fun track. And it's one of the first times a Mario Kart course doesn't feature laps, rather it's one long track split into 3 sections. Woohoo Island was legitimately fun to explore and resort. Just as a Mario Kart track, I think its personality is undermined by a lot of the more out there courses, though it's still a fun time. Mario Circuit, you can go in the castle. How do they get work done in here with a driveway inside? Music Park is definitely the star of the show here. Driving on musical instruments that play music when you're on them. This giant section where you're gliding and avoiding proof that God doesn't exist 2011. Rock Mountain. This one's cool because it literally feels like an adventure. There's this section where you're gliding down from crazy high up and you have this sense of freedom you don't usually feel in a Mario Kart track. Then climbing up with boulders coming down. It's nothing crazy, but a cool one. Star Cup Piranha Plant Slide. Ever wonder what sewers look like? Well, you're welcome. Wario Shipyard. Weirdly, one of the more forgettable tracks for me, which is odd considering the theme of a sunken pirate ship is amazing, yet I keep forgetting this one was here. Neo Bowser City. It's a rainy city, good for it. Maka Woohoo. Woohoo Island's back, and this one is also 3 sections instead of laps and takes place during a sunset. I don't remember many differences between these two. Finally, the Special Cup. DK Jungle was the track Nintendo just couldn't do themselves. Retro helped out with it as it's based on Donkey Kong Country Returns, and honestly, I'm happy they did. This feels straight out of that game, and it's a blast to traverse. Rosalina's Ice World. It happened, didn't it? It's a nice track, that's what it is, and it's Rosalina's alright. Bowser's Castle. This is a pretty flaccid Bowser's Castle. Nothing memorable really, it's just kind of there. And finally, of course, we have Rainbow Road, split into 3 sections like the Woohoo tracks. This is easily one of the best Rainbow Roads of all time. You explore space as a whole, going on planets, the moon. It's easily the most distinct and one of the best in the entire series. Overall, not a bad track selection. I'd say 7 has some very high highs, but also some very forgettable lows. No bad tracks really, but God, sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat remembering how much I forget Rosalina's Ice World. The retro courses this time around are alright as well. Most are welcome comebacks, and it's cool to see these tracks updated to take advantage of gliding and underwater sections. Well, when there's no more tracks to play, we gotta head over to the other modes. Okay, I guess this one. Battle mode, we have Balloon Battle and Coin Runners. They're just okay. At least this time we can very easily change the settings if we want teams, CPUs, all that. I'm bummed that we can't alter the time limit though. Whether that means removing it entirely or extending it at all, it's always locked at 2 minutes. The battle arenas are alright, 3 new, 3 old. Although the core one I always remember playing on was Honeybee Hive. Literally no other courses existed whenever I played online. It would always pick the B one. This game is so pro B it hurts. Speaking of online, it's here. It works. That's really all there is to it. It's pretty much the same as Mario Kart Wii's online, even having the same globe spinning in the background. You vote for a track, it'll randomly pick one, you play it, moving on. Mario Kart's always been Nintendo's gold standard for online multiplayer. This was like the one game they did online well in, and in Mario Kart 7 it works as well as you'd want it to. The Mario Kart channel from Wii returns here. This time you can just access it all from the menu rather than having to install it on your system, and it's just a way to alter online settings, view stats, race against others' time trials. 7 was actually pretty big for Nintendo in terms of the term, the future is now. They actually had to update the game because some tracks featured unaccounted for exploits that allowed users to finish them in record times. Yes, the only reason they ever updated the game wasn't for adding new courses or modes, it was because some people were having just too much fun with it. It's a good game.
Just like any other Mario Kart, it's fun, and this one is obviously better than many others in the franchise. But I felt this one had less to it. The mission mode from DS didn't return, neither did bikes from Mario Kart Wii. The customization isn't super crazy in depth. You can't even play versus races, where you can select any track to play on with CPUs. Only time trials are in this one. Sure, gliding and underwater racing are great new additions that help the track design be more interesting. The trick system from Wii returns, and thankfully all you have to do this time is hit the same button as your drift to pull them off. This game is a mishmash of good new additions, lame new additions, and baffling exclusions. But in the end, Mario Kart 7 to me just feels like more of the same. So much of its identity to me is basically it feeling like Mario Kart Wii on the go. But hey, don't take my word for it. Dear God, don't. It's probably wrong.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now, one...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
Is a little...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here. It's amazing to me that the Nintendo Switch is already 3 years old and they still haven't fixed the console's biggest issue. The T is backwards. The Nintendo Switch is only 17 years away from being 1 year away from legally being able to drink. So this is a thing now, I guess, the Nintendo Switch aging. We're already 3 years into the system's lifespan and I've cataloged my experiences with it annually this entire time. I see no reason to stop and also not complain about something, so it looks like we're gonna be taking a look back at the Nintendo Switch from March 2019 to February 2020 and see just how whiny I can get. Of course, this is Nintendo talk. I have to reiterate that while I'll try to mention most of the major things that happened this year, I'm mainly going to be focusing on my experiences. Believe me, that's best for everybody. If I had to give every single game the same amount of attention, we would have 5 straight minutes of me trying to figure out what each of these words mean. Remember March 2019? The month Yoshi's Crafted World came out?
Yoshi's Crafted World was Nintendo's first big release of the year if you don't count New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe in January, but A, it was a 7-year-old game, and B, it was New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, so Crafted World it is. Crafted World was the first big 2019 game, and it came out at the very end of March. Nintendo, my god. Yeah, the first half of the year was pretty bleak in terms of big new releases on Switch, and honestly, Crafted World didn't make things that much better. It's not a bad game, not at all, but I keep forgetting it ever came out. This game is a follow-up to Yoshi's Woolly World on Wii U, and that game was phenomenal. Nothing groundbreaking, it was pretty much another Yoshi's Island game, but it was such a lovable, comfortable experience, and I'd consider it to be the best Yoshi game since the original Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo. Crafted World is done by the same developers as Woolly World, good feel. It does the same real-world materials art style shtick as Woolly World. It's still a Yoshi's Island style game at heart, but it tries to be something new and different compared to past games in the series, and for that, I commend it. Instead of being a straight-up 2D platformer, levels are designed with a 3D perspective in mind, and not only do you go left and right, but towards and away from the screen. You gotta keep the foreground and background in mind when traversing a level because you might just have to knock something out with an egg or two. I gotta say, it's the most original and unique Yoshi game in a long while. But because of that, it is so much less refined than Woolly World. Woolly World was basically just another Yoshi's Island game. That may have meant it wasn't anything special in the gameplay department, but hey, at least it was really fun. Crafted World honestly gets kind of boring after a bit. The fact you have to scour the entire environment and sorta not really 3D is novel, but gets a bit tiresome after a while. It doesn't help that the game wants you to play through its levels multiple times to collect everything. One of the game's major gimmicks is that you can play the levels backwards with everything turned away from the camera. The original reveal trailer at E3 2017 made this seem like an integral part of the game. Get ready for this, it's not. Just when you beat a stage, you get the option to go through it again backwards to try and find some Poochie pups. That's it. I don't know about anybody else, but when they advertised this feature, I assumed they were going to have like way more clever things to do with the stages flipped around. It feels like they thought they would come up with interesting uses for this mechanic eventually. They didn't, but still acted like it's a selling point. I guess it's cute to see like, oh, there was a butterfly moving around, and on the flip side, you discover a Shy Guy was controlling it or something. Great, cool, $60 well spent. Now, the art style is absolutely beautiful with this game. I think it's better than Woolly World. However, am I the one who has problems with how Yoshi looks and moves in this game? Something about his animations look unfinished, especially the eggs. Just look at how they move, look at how they pop out of this box. And his model still looks weird to me. It's literally just a regular Yoshi model with a faint fuzzy texture. Like, why not make this an origami Yoshi to fit with the arts and crafts vibe? It would probably fit better if they put the yarn Yoshi from Woolly World in the game, but no. Slightly carpet Yoshi. The music's not too great in this game, which is surprising coming from the excellent soundtrack of Woolly World. It's not even a lot of bad music, they only put like a dozen or so songs in the game, and they range from nothing special to what the hell was going on here. Okay, bottom line, Crafted World overall, it's okay, it's fine. It's a decent game, I just wasn't blown away by it and didn't have the desire to beat it. I played like 4 to 5 hours of it too and still don't care to finish it off. To wrap up my thoughts, can't wait for a remake, Yoshi's Crafted World HD. Alright, what else released in March? Captain Toad Treasure Tracker DLC, why? Why did they make new levels for an 8-month-old port of a 5-year-old Wii U game? At that point, just make a sequel to Captain Toad. I heard nobody talk about the Captain Toad special episode, and at the same time, I don't know anybody who bought it. These levels should have been in the Nintendo Switch version from the start. While we did finally get Final Fantasy VII, I still love the idea that the game that notoriously never came to a Nintendo platform came to a Nintendo platform. For what it's worth, I played it for a bit, and there is a reason why Not an RPG Guy is up in front of my resume, but I'm really happy it's here, and it did come with some quality of life improvements that sped up the game a bit. The Nintendo 64 Classic with a question mark made its way onto the eShop this month. Turok! I believe this is the first Nintendo 64 game officially made available on the Switch, and it's in HD, has better controls. It's still a shooter from the mid-90s. I don't think it's gonna win over any new fans, but it's still great to see legacy content like this get a bit of an upgrade. In terms of news, I mean, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 was announced by Sega. The Switch has been validated. While I'm not the biggest fan of the Mario and Sonic titles, I was pretty happy to see a new one come over. Just having that feeling of all these past mainstay series being available on the platform is a good feeling. Speaking of which, Konami finally did something for once and announced some collections. There are arcade games, Castlevania, and Contra, and Nintendo themselves let out one lone tweet one night in March. It's good to have hobbies. Yes, the Nintendo Switch was getting the ability to play virtual reality content in the form of the 4th Nintendo Labo Kit, the VR Kit. The Switch is simultaneously the best platform for VR and also the worst. Like, come on, with this form factor, VR is a shoo-in, but also this screen is just not good enough for VR. You might as well just stick your head in front of the TV and turn off the lights. Many people had their doubts and questioned if the Nintendo Switch would be a capable enough VR device. My response was that it was never and will never be thought of that. Labo VR is a toy to mess around with, not a legitimate platform for VR games. Nintendo hosted another Nindy showcase that revealed it's about time. Cuphead was announced after numerous rumors of Microsoft being more open to bringing their titles to other platforms, specifically the Switch. This game always felt like it'd be more at home on Nintendo than Xbox. Yeah, this game based on 1930s animation, exclusive to the same platform Forza's on, same audience. That same presentation ended with the announcement of Cadence of Hyrule, a crossover between Crypt of the Necrodancer and The Legend of Zelda. Sure. That is absolutely insane to me that Nintendo was willing to let an indie developer tackle the Zelda franchise. Even if it's a non-canon spin-off, even if it's just a crossover on the eShop, whatever, that was so crazy to see and really exciting. March was also the month more rumors started to pop up about new revisions of the Switch releasing in 2019, one for more high-end users and another that was focused on handheld play while also being smaller and cheaper. Yeah? Fucking right. April was definitely better than March. I mean, anything is automatically better when it has Donkey Kong 3 in it. Nintendo's big releases of the month were the Nintendo Labo VR Kit and Box Boy and Box Girl. See, I would have bought a VR kit at launch, but these things were sold out across pretty much all stores. The kit had a different pricing structure compared to other Labo sets. $40 would get you just the VR goggles and the Blaster Toy-Con to create. You could buy the extra VR Toy-Con separately, or just buy the full-blown VR kit for $80 with all the VR Toy-Con a Scott could ask for. I mean, I saw the $40 sets a few places, and I could have bought the extra one separately, but I'm no pussy. I wanted the full Nintendo Labo VR kit. Now, why did they release the kit this way? Well, one, Labo didn't do nearly as well as Nintendo expected. I still see various kits on clearance. That's how I got the vehicle kit. The stores can't move them, so offering one at a cheaper price definitely helps. But two, they wanted to make the VR goggles cheaply available without all the extra mouths to feed, because some games were updated to take advantage of Labo VR, specifically Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey. Did you know that's all it takes to get people interested in Labo again? Yes, updates for two of the Switch's best games offering VR modes to play around in. Mario Odyssey's is just a simple 10-minute romp. It's a fixed camera and you just collect instruments.
It's like I'm really there.
Breath of the Wild, though, they let you play through the entire game in VR. Nintendo, you are disgusting! Zelda opens things up for more headaches, in my opinion. The fact that you're basically playing the game as you normally would, this time feeling self-conscious, the camera doesn't change all too much. It's basically just playing Breath of the Wild normally, but a bit more immersive and a bit more stomach trauma. But let's talk Labo VR itself. You put it together like any self-respecting Labo kid, and actually popping the goggles on? It's not great, but it works better than you'd expect it to. I think it's pretty low resolution, and the fact that it doesn't come with a head strap and you have to hold it up to your eyes the entire time, yeah, not great. But in context of the Labo VR Kit games, it works pretty well. It's obvious Nintendo wasn't serious about VR. They would have put more than just a 10-minute minigame in Mario Odyssey, or they would put better implementation in Breath of the Wild if that wasn't the case. But as a cute little novelty you can mess around with on your Switch, it's not bad. But Labo VR, Box Boy and Box Girl released this month, finally. Box Boy and Box Girl is a continuation of the Box Boy series on 3DS, you know? The series that ended. You can't call a game Bye Bye Box Boy and then throw out Box Boy and Box Girl like nothing happened. These are perfectly serviceable puzzle platformers made by the Kirby developers. I understand the lack of art style is this game's art style, but I wish there was a bit more going on here. Like, I feel like Box Boy's gameplay mechanics, where you make more boxes to solve puzzles and traverse the stage, aren't clever or interesting enough to warrant such a boring look. Don't get me wrong, it's a fun game, but I don't think it's clever enough to warrant everything being just white. Like, there's some color in there or something. You could afford some nice blues. Either up the art style or up the gameplay, because as it stands, I like Box Boy and Box Girl, but it is really hard to find the motivation to keep playing sometimes. Plus, my god, playing this on a big TV just feels off. This is definitely the kind of game that feels better in handheld mode. Again, I did like the game, but I think it either needs to be more clever or more interesting to look at. I can find so many more puzzle platformers that are more interesting visually and mechanically than Box Boy, but Box Boy gets more attention because it's made by the Kirby devs. Well, at least third-party wise, April was pretty packed. I think the one most were interested in, at the very least seeing, was Mortal Kombat 11. Like, they barely showed the Switch version running up until its release. I think a lot of people were pretty concerned it would be a botched port, but no. It turned out pretty okay. I mean, it looks ass ugly in some cases, but it runs well and it's still Mortal Kombat 11. I also found it pretty commendable it released on the same day as the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC versions. So many other third-party multiplats on Switch get delayed, like Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. We'll get to this one. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Alright, I'm very happy to have these games on Switch. I love Phoenix Wright, but I would have loved this release even more if they put the other games from the series in here. I feel like all they do is constantly just release the first 3. Also, I don't care for how the HD artwork looks. This stuff was drawn with the intentions that it would be pixelated on the original Game Boy Advance and DS. When you take that pixelization away, it all looks a little off to me. But no worries, it's still Phoenix Wright, and having these games on a TV on a current console is really nice. Hellblade made its way over, and just how good it looks and performs is astonishing. This is running on a Switch, quite well in fact. This was a weird pick for the platform though. Hellblade is a really good experience. As a video game, it's not really my favorite. So having this game that's so good at being this immersive experience on the Switch, I don't know, it's a weird choice, but it's whatever. Darksiders Were Mastered came over. Finally, one of the last Wii U games ever released, a sequel to one of the first Wii U games ever released, is on Switch. It's about time. More Final Fantasy ports, 10, 10-2, 12, the Zodiac Age. It's weird to me how Square Enix decided to release so many Final Fantasy games within like 3 months of each other. These are long games, give people a chance to actually play them. Cuphead was one of the bigger third-party releases, and it is pretty much a one-to-one port with the Xbox One version. Having this on Switch feels almost too perfect. I've always loved how this game looked, and while I do wish the gameplay and art style worked off of each other a bit more, it's still a great fit for the system, and I'm so happy it's here. Now, Smash Bros. Ultimate received an update this month. Finally, we got our first paid DLC character, Joker from Persona 5. He looks real fucking weird next to Mario. Stage Builder was added as well, and while it's not perfect or nearly as in-depth as I'd want it to be, it has enough going on here to make it interesting to browse what other people are making. But everybody still had one thing on their mind. We know next to nothing about Super Mario Maker 2. Nintendo, for God's sake, just give us more information. They announced the release date this month. That's not what I meant, but I'll take it. May was a fairly steady month. There was definitely enough to play, albeit with no true star of the show. Team Sonic Racing was probably the most prolific release because it was a brand new game, and I always have Team Sonic Racing money in my wallet, but I just can't bring myself to buy it. Just every time I looked at this game, I would say, this looks quality and I'm sure I'll have fun with it, but there's nothing really pushing me to take the plunge. I know, I'll willingly buy Troll and I, but Team Sonic Racing is where I draw the line. It's just, to me, it always felt like the past Sonic Racing games, but with less to it. The gimmick of team racing didn't really appeal to me, and I just don't really feel all too much desire to play this one at the moment. Now, Puyo Puyo Champions for $10, you know I had to pick it up. I'm no barbarian. I was always intrigued by this one because in Japan, it was called Puyo Puyo Esports. I had to buy it for that title alone. Ever since Puyo Puyo Tetris, I've become more interested in the Puyo Puyo series. I gotta say, it's a really fun puzzler. The problem with Puyo Puyo Champions, though, is it's basically a stripped-down Puyo Puyo Tetris, so this is pretty much worthless to me. But here we have the talk of the month for Switch owners, the Resident Evil games. Sure, Revelations and Revelations 2 hit the system back in late 2017, but these are the originals, the classics, and they were sold for $30 a piece. Oh my god. All these games were $20 each on other platforms, but for some reason Capcom decided to charge $10 more on Switch. Did they add anything to them? Did they look better? Run better? By me asking these questions, you already know the answer. Capcom just barfed the PS4 versions of these games on Switch and charged more for them. Would have killed for motion aiming with RE4. I played the Wii version and that's how I like to play the game. The RE4 has kind of clunky controls, but that's not a complaint. It makes the experience so much more tense and the controls don't fight against you because everything is designed with them in mind. Oh my god, pointing where you wanted to shoot was a dream on Wii, and it stinks it's not here on Switch, especially when motion controls were in the Revelations games, and this is priced higher than usual. I feel like Capcom priced the games this way because they knew some people would buy them for $30, but for those who refused, they constantly put it on sale for $20. So either way, they're making good money off of this. Doesn't make me happy, but at least somebody's smiling. They also released Resident Evil 1 and 0 at retail for $60. And 1 isn't even on the cartridge, you have to download it. You know what I could really use right now after Capcom released overpriced old games of theirs? Capcom announcing an overpriced old game of theirs. Now you want to talk lame ports, here's Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. Alright, let's be fair, half lame. Out of all the Assassin's Creed games to port to Switch first, gotta be honest, this was an interesting pick. I'm not the most into the Assassin's Creed games, but I do know 3 isn't generally the highest regarded. I would have expected 4 or the Ezio trilogy to come over before 3, but 3 it was, and it has consistent pop-in and frame rate problems. This game released on the Wii U. Why is it having problems here? Also, why did they delay the Switch version by 2 months? The game's 7 years old! Plus, it's not remastered, it's the same as the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 versions. Now, at the very least, they did implement motion controls in HD Rumble, which is nice, and from the hour and a half I played, it was tolerable. Just find it weird how this game, of all games, has this many little issues. Far from unplayable, it's fine, but like, come on. I was pretty happy to see Saints Row the Third come over. It similarly had performance issues, but if you've played Saints Row before, you know performance issues are its specialty. It is the perfect Grand Theft Auto substitute when you don't have Grand Theft Auto. And the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. So first off, Konami revealed the first couple games in this collection a month back. The original Castlevania, Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge on the Game Boy, Castlevania 3, and Super Castlevania 4. The fact they omitted the original Castlevania The Adventure on Game Boy and Castlevania 2 on NES, to me, said they were only going to focus on the best of the best from the classic era of the franchise. These two are either bad or controversial titles in the series, so I was interested to see what games they would round out the collection with. They later announced those two. They did reveal Bloodlines and Kid Dracula, which were great inclusions, but why did they wait to reveal these? Anyways, this is a fantastic collection. It doesn't go over as much of the series as I wish it would, but hopefully we'll get a volume 2 that includes even more. News-wise, well, the Labo VR support didn't stop at just Odyssey and Zelda. Finally, they added it to Smash. See, I knew something was missing from this game. This is basically just a quick little distraction. You get to sit up close and view the battles happening right in your face. It's neat for 5 minutes, moving on. The Pokemon Company announced the Detective Pikachu story from the 3DS game would be finished on Switch. Does that mean a sequel? An expanded port of the original? Tetris 99 DLC? What the f***? Obviously, the Mario Maker 2 Direct was the highlight of May for me. They went over so many amazing things here. There's so many new items and options, a story mode, online multiplayer, get out of here! Of course, this Direct came with some questions. Where are the mystery mushroom costumes from the original? Those were really cool. You could effectively put all these different characters in the game, even if they were just simple costumes. Can I play with friends online instead of just strangers? Will there be new content added later down the line? Well, the game was coming out in just a month, so we didn't have long to wait, but I had a good feeling about this game. Where do I begin? Quite a bit happened in June, but we'll get to all that after I give this thing what for. Super Mario Maker 2 is a great game. You should absolutely buy it because there's limitless value here, but for like every 2 amazing things Mario Maker 2 added upon the original, there was like one thing they f***ed up that took away a lot of that oomph. In the end, it's a game where I can say this is really good, but it's missing a lot of the magic from the original. So Mario Maker 2, you can make your own Mario levels. It's a dream come true. Again, but they added a ton of items, features, a new game style, and making the levels themselves isn't as enjoyable as it was on Wii U. That level builder felt tailor-made for the Wii U gamepad, but when you translate it over to Switch, it feels oddly clunky and cramped. There's this new layout for all the items you can place, and I just do not like this. In the original, everything was laid out in a grid. Sure, it was a bit unorganized, but you got a good look at everything you could possibly put in your stage. Here you have to go through different pages, and not having everything in front of you makes it harder to find inspiration on what to put in your level, and honestly makes it feel like there are less possibilities now. That's emphasized by the fact that now when you click on an object that can be made bigger or have wings added to them, it just tells you pretty much everything you can do with that object right then and there. In the original game, you'd have to shake them or literally add a mushroom or wings to alter it, and by doing that, it felt like there was so much more mystery and discovery involved. While there were less options in the original, there was this sense of wonder where it really felt like there were infinite possibilities. Here it just tells you everything you can do, yay woo fun. Couple that with the fact that making levels on the TV is miserable. Having to use a cursor with the analog stick, why isn't there a gyro pointer like in Captain Toad, or the ability to connect another switch to your docked one to create levels just like in the Wii U game, or even the ability to connect a mouse to use the cursor. Handheld mode creation is far better, but like I said, it feels claustrophobic. Using your fat stupid finger to place objects blocks so much more of the screen than the Wii U stylus, and even getting a stylus that works with the Switch still feels off to me. Creating stages is still leagues better than many other level makers out there, but I'd be lying if I said I preferred it to how it worked on Wii U. Now, Mario Maker 2 has a pretty beefy single-player campaign with levels made by Nintendo. Gotta say, these are some top-quality stages. Lots of fun to play through, though I will say I feel like they didn't go far enough with the concept of this being a story mode. You have to rebuild Princess Peach's castle. Excellent setup right there, but all you really do is go up to Toad, click a level, play it, and repeat. Sure, you do some minor exploration in the overworld, but I would have liked more of this. Because as it stands, story mode is basically the same thing as Mario Maker 1's single-player campaign, the 10 Mario Challenge, where you just go through Nintendo-made levels and that's about it. I'm fine with that, but I wish they went a little farther with the overworld concept. It was really cool to see. Now, playing levels online, that's why you buy Mario Maker, and I'd say since the Mario Maker 2 level creator is more cumbersome than the originals, it seems like only the people who really want to make levels are making them, because it's surprising how many good levels I've played. I haven't noticed nearly as much garbage as with the Wii U version. Multiplayer was added, which is a fantastic addition in concept, but it's so gimped in so many ways. Originally, you would have to download levels to your system in order to play with friends locally. get in the corner. That is a total buzzkill. It just makes multiplayer so much more cumbersome and makes you wait around in menus far longer than you have to. Now, through an update, you can thankfully now just play multiplayer levels straight from the Course World level browser, but even then, I wish I could just play a string of levels with friends. There's the Endless Mario Challenge, which is fundamentally a playlist of random levels to play, but it's a one-player only mode, just like the single player. Why can't I play these with friends? Well, at least there's online multiplayer. That's right, the first Mario platformer with online play. Ever since New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I've wanted this, and it's fucking dreadful. So at launch, Mario Maker 2 wouldn't let you play with friends online, only randos. Yeah, that makes sense. Nintendo's reasoning for this was because playing with friends could help you sort of cheat at the online leaderboards. Alright, Nintendo. First off, I found it odd that Mario Maker was the first time you decided to add online multiplayer to 2D Mario. Look, they put out New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe earlier this year, okay? With that, Nintendo knows every single level playable in that game. There's no surprises. They know how each and every stage is designed and runs, but they decide to add online multiplayer to the game with stages they have no f***ing idea how they're designed, and there's more room for bullshit. And because of that, and other people's connection problems, yeah, and with this, why does online rankings matter? Sure, I like that leaderboards are here, but even the greatest 2D Mario player of all time, they'd probably be in last place on the leaderboards because online multiplayer gives you random stages that could be unbeatable. They might not be designed for multiplayer, or you just get terrible lag. Leaderboards don't mean shit in this game because the online multiplayer runs so poorly and is the farthest thing from skill-based. If they added it here, why isn't online multiplayer in regular 2D Mario games? Everything Nintendo did for Mario Maker 2's online multiplayer makes less and less sense to me the more I think. It's a great game, I like it, but I have loads of problems with it. At least online multiplayer with friends was added later, and that works fairly well, but I won't forgive them for removing the mystery mushroom costumes though. That was a huge block. Well, at least E3 happened alongside a Pokemon Direct going more in depth on Pokemon Sword and Shield. June will be forever known as the time in which everybody shat piss. More details on Sword and Shield came out, which honestly did not paint it in the best light. The game looked passable graphically, but far from what a potential original HD Pokemon game could look like, and in addition to that, the game would not include the national Dex. Now, as somebody who doesn't play Pokemon, if you came up to me and asked, what are your thoughts on the lack of the national Dex in Pokemon Sword and Shield, I'd just go, well, this doesn't affect me. You wouldn't be able to transfer every Pokemon ever into the game. They had to cut certain ones because they were focusing more so on creating new models and animations for the Pokemon already in the game. See, that's an understandable reason. But have you seen how this game looks? The Pokemon look identical to previous titles on the 3DS, and the game itself doesn't look all too great graphically. It looks okay, but that's really the best I can say about it. I don't know, my stance is voice your opinions, but don't be a jerk. And that goes both ways. Don't be a jerk to people who thought this game doesn't look great. Sometimes the people saying, stop complaining about this Nintendo game, are being far more ridiculous than the people complaining. Well, when E3 officially kicked off, at least Nintendo's showing was good. E3 2019 just sort of happened, and most companies didn't have that many great games on display, especially for Switch. Ooh, Bethesda's porting over an iPhone game to the console? Good for them, but if the audience is reacting like this to Elder Scrolls Blades, how do you think sex makes them feel? The Nintendo Direct at E3 2019 started off strong, middle was Contra Rogue Core, and ended with a bang. We got the hero from Dragon Quest as the next Smash Bros. DLC character, and Nintendo made damn sure we knew Dragon Quest XI was coming out as well. I wonder if these two are related. Luigi's Mansion 3 looked far better than how it did when it was initially revealed back in September. There was so much more detail, lighting was way better, it was looking like a true HD Luigi's Mansion game. The Link's Awakening remake got a new trailer, with this one showcasing some kind of new dungeon maker. My god, what else could they add to this game? Oh, we'll talk about this. We finally got a look at Animal Crossing for Switch, New Horizons, and it looked beautiful. Everything Animal Crossing should be on the platform and then some. Slight delay, it was supposed to come out in 2019. I reacted accordingly, but we're all good. The Witcher 3 was coming over, which is a pure indication the past 3 years have been a fever dream. How will that work? And at last, Collection of Mana was localized. That was awesome. It's been a Japan exclusive ever since early on in the Switch's life, and it included the third game in the Mana series, which never officially left Japan, and this was the first time we could play it. And it was made available during the Direct and got a physical release later. That was great. Plus, that third game was announced to be getting a full-blown remake. Resident Evil 5 and 6 were announced for the system in a trailer that advertised Resident Evil 1. Contra Rogue Corps, that looked bad, but the Contra Anniversary Collection released that exact day, and it had the same level of quality as the Castlevania one. It was some good stuff. Panzer Dragoon remake, some Dark Crystal game, I don't know, who the f cares, because at the end we got this massive sizzle reel of all this stuff coming out. The Spyro Reignited trilogy, Ni no Kuni, Alien Isolation, Banjo-Kazooie is the third DLC DLC character in Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's right, f you, Daemon X Machina. And then we ended things off with a teaser for a Breath of the Wild sequel. No big deal.
I've been drained.
I don't know if it was apparent with the 100 plus Wii U games I own, but I like Nintendo, and this direct made me happy. It wasn't perfect, I mean, what the hell was this trailer? Who remembers this? Why was this featured? Some spotlights in there didn't make a ton of sense, but it was a solid showing all around. Later that week, Cadence of Hyrule officially released. Now, I haven't played this one nearly as much as I'd want to, but this is a really cool game. It has excellent remixes of Zelda music, and the core gameplay being an adventure game where you have to move and attack to the rhythm is really interesting. It does make me want to try out the original Crypt of the Necrodancer, but this one has Zelda stuff in it. It's a bit more interesting to me. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled came out day and date with the other consoles, and it's a solid racing game. I mean, I'm more of a if it's not Mario Kart, it scares me kind of guy, but CTR is beautiful. It has good mechanics. It's just not replacing Mario Kart anytime soon for me. Devil May Cry released, the first one, the one that was a part of the Devil May Cry HD collection on other consoles. That one, the one that I can always find for under $20, but this is just the first one for $20. At least it wasn't $30 like the Resident Evils. This is pretty much Capcom's strategy on Switch, stripping out games from a collection and forcing you to buy them individually for an overall higher price. At least Devil May Cry is finally available on a Nintendo platform. It's crazy this was the first time that's ever happened. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, the crowdfunded spiritual successor to the Castlevania series, came out about a week after other platforms, and the Switch version was the worst version by far. It just didn't run well, didn't look great. The game itself is pretty good, but playing it on here was less than ideal, which blows because it was the best-selling version. Thankfully, various updates have come out, but for some reason the developer didn't initially realize that a good chunk of Castlevania's audience was on the Switch and wanted to play this game portably. Way to read the room. Classic July of 2019, home to such games as, yup, a video game. Fire Emblem Three Houses, the first Fire Emblem game on a home console since the Wii. This was a big moment for Fire Emblem fans, and from what I could tell, it was an excellent game. And I will emphasize, from what I could tell. Fire Emblem has just never really appealed to me personally. It's not a bad franchise, far from it, but to any Fire Emblem fans who get on me for not caring about the series, I'll start caring when you start caring about Wii Party, thank you. A week before Three Houses released, another Nintendo published title finally came out, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 The Black Order. I also didn't play this one. Just never really appealed to me, and while I thought the game looked kinda bad prior to launch, it apparently turned out pretty alright. I know many miss these types of games, just shut your brain off and have a good time in the Marvel Universe. But this was always just a weird series for Nintendo to revive though, like of all dead franchises to resurrect and make a Nintendo Switch exclusive. This. I mean sure, it did well enough, Marvel's big now, and the game itself turned out to be alright, just, of all series, why this one? Well, a week before Ultimate Alliance 3, another Nintendo-published game released, Dragon Quest Builders 2. Can you take a guess if I played it or not? I actually bought the original Dragon Quest Builders last year, but I still haven't played it, so I just can't possibly play this one. Now, what game did I play this month? Doom. From 1993. Randomly on July 26, which was also the day Bethesda released Wolfenstein Youngblood, the company decided to release Doom 1, 2, and 3 on the eShop. 1 and 2 were only $5, 3 was 10. Capcom's pricing hurts even more now. I only played Doom 1, and it honestly holds up remarkably well. Even though it looks like it would feel outdated, it's not a chore to play through like other older shooters. I think it's probably because 1, Doom's pretty well designed overall, and 2, it doesn't feel too similar to modern shooters, and because of that, you never really get this feeling of, oh, I wish this was tightened up a bit, or, oh, shooters today are so much better, like you would get with a shooter on the N64, for example. But all of your life accomplishments crumble when you start asking people to make a Bethesda account. Yeah, this was a bit of a controversy. These games initially required players to sign in online to play. You'd only have to log in online once, didn't make it any less stupid. However, to everybody screaming about forcing you to have an internet connection, and what if you weren't connected to the internet? You have to have an internet connection to download the game in the first place. I felt like that argument was a little dumb, but forcing an account, yeah, that's even more dumb. Thankfully, that got removed in later updates, but that little controversy didn't compare to what Nintendo was experiencing this month. The Joy-Con are great stupid fucking controllers. They get the job done, but are far from my favorite things to use. They're a bit too small, I don't like how clicky the buttons are, and for some, if not most people, the analog sticks start to whack out after a while and make unwanted inputs in games. This was coined Joy-Con drift, and while I personally haven't experienced it yet, I'm prepared to. This blew up big time, and lawsuits were threatened, and Nintendo ended up quietly offering Joy-Con repair services, but only in specific regions, unfortunately. See, this was perfect timing for Nintendo to have this all happen because they ended up just revealing new Switches. See, that's an easy way to fix your Joy-Con problems, just buy a new console. The Nintendo Switch Lite, often referred to as the Switch Mini beforehand, was the first ever new addition to the Nintendo Switch lineup of systems. It's smaller and more compact, the controls are a core part of the system, you can't remove them, so if the sticks fuck out, your entire system needs repaired. Great announcement during the drift fiasco. It actually has a D-pad instead of gumdrops, and it couldn't connect to a TV. Ever. Can't even buy a dock for it or anything. For $100 less than the regular Switch, that's a pretty big omission. Most people I know who wanted a Switch think to themselves, well, that $200 price point is more attractive, but I'd rather wait and save up an extra $100 so I just get the definitive console. Well, if you had that mentality, great! Nintendo made a new regular Switch too! So like a week after the Lite was announced, Nintendo also announced that the regular Switch would be getting a new revision, and nothing would change except for the battery life. Holy shit. That would release in August, while the Switch Lite was ready to release in September, and while we waited, Nintendo hosted a live stream featuring Smash Bros. Director Masahiro Sakurai showcasing the second DLC fighter, Hero. So Hero is definitely one of the less interesting DLC fighters, simply because, in my opinion, a Dragon Quest character was kind of an inevitability in Smash Bros. The series is very at home on Nintendo platforms, and it is the original JRPG franchise, so comparative to Joker and Banjo, Hero's inclusion was never really this huge pipe dream for fans. But this is a pretty fun character. He has a whole lot of bullshit. I'm a big supporter of bullshit. Like Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD being announced. Why? Why this game? Why remake this game? They could have done 1 and 2, the games people actually like. This one's just alright. Nobody goes, oh man, you've never played Banana Blitz? You've gotta try Banana Blitz. It's just okay. The Outer Worlds was announced to be coming to Switch. If you asked me to name 20 PS4 and Xbox One games I would predict to become Switch titles, this would never come up. I was not expecting this, but that was an awesome announcement. It may not have been coming at the same time as the other consoles, however, just it coming in general was pretty crazy. Captain Toad got a VR update, just make a new game! I mean, I'm cool with this. This is kind of cute and VR fits Captain Toad very well. It just blows my mind they keep updating this Wii U game from 2014 instead of actually trying to make a new damn Captain Toad game. A Disney Tsum Tsum Switch was announced too. I'm sure somebody wanted a Switch when it came out, but said, I'll wait for the Tsum Tsum one. As usual, August was a bit lighter in terms of pure content, but it did end with Astral Chain, a Platinum Games title published by Nintendo. After hearing such good word of mouth, I decided to pick it up, and I mean, it's good, but I just don't think I'm a huge Platinum Games fan. I have tremendous respect for their work, but most of their games that I try, they just don't really click with me. I don't know. Again, this is a good game, I can tell. It just wasn't really for me. I guess maybe I need to try it some more. However, a Dragon Quest XI demo came out, and I decided to finally succumb to how Nintendo wouldn't shut the fuck up about Dragon Quest XI, and I gave it a try. And as somebody who doesn't like RPGs, this is a great game. I love its style, it's so jovial and nice and just an overall enjoyable time. I'm just not willing to put 100 hours into this thing. So yes, this is also a good game, but I'd rather play 10-hour long games instead of Dragon Quest XI that entire time. Turok 2 came out in similar style to the original earlier this year, except the multiplayer was missing, which is what a lot of Turok 2 fans liked about the game. Interesting tactic. Well, the Nintendo Switch revision came out this month, and only a dumb, stupid idiot would buy one when they already have a perfectly fine Switch from launch. Yeah, I got the new Switch. Pretty much is the exact same thing as the older model, except this time it has acceptable battery life and a red box. You can't forget the red box. It is so nice to not worry about charging this thing nearly as much as the old one. While I wouldn't say it's completely worth the headache of upgrading and transferring everything over, I'm pretty happy I did. However, after doing the system transfer, my playtimes for most games got reset, which really blows. Come on, I didn't play Kirby Star Allies for that long. An Indie World presentation happened this month. Weird they got rid of the name Nindies. I kinda like that. But the big announcement here was that Ori and the Blind Forest was coming over, published by Xbox Game Studios. A little weird considering this indie when Xbox Game Studios is publishing it, but whatever. This alongside Cuphead were rumored quite a bit this year, and while Microsoft said they didn't have much more Nintendo Switch support to announce, I find it hard to believe it would end here. But forget Xbox games on Switch, because Nintendo tweeted this render of Mario eating a watermelon and had the word sunshine in it. What the f does that mean? Nothing. But an Overwatch Nintendo Switch case appeared on Amazon. What the f does that mean? What do you think? September definitely had more games than usual. What do you think, I have 20 fingers? I can't play all this. I at the very least tried multiple games out, but my main focus this month was The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. This is an amazing game with absolutely gorgeous visuals that should 100% not cost $60. So Link's Awakening is a remake of the original Game Boy title. It's a beloved entry in the series, no doubt, but it definitely was held back by the hardware it was on. The graphics make it hard to go back to now. You kinda have to guess what certain sprites are supposed to represent. Traversing the map can be a pain with how the screen transitions work and how tiny the screen size is in general. It can be hard to remember where certain areas are and how to get to places, and the overall lack of buttons on the original original Game Boy made swapping between items a nightmare. For some reason, Link's Awakening wasn't designed with button limitations in mind, so the player had to constantly go into the menu to swap out items to solve puzzles and progress. But the world of Link's Awakening, the dungeons, the story, the overall gameplay is so good that it really did deserve a remake. It's hard to go back to playing games like this in 2019, even disregarding all the hardware limitations that plagued it. These more complex Game Boy titles just make you wish you were playing this exact game, but presented in a more appealing light. And Link's Awakening on Switch does exactly that. It takes the original game and spruces it up in a way that's more approachable in the current day without really changing it all too much. Sure, its presentation got a massive overhaul and certain things have been tweaked for the better, but by and large, this is the same game. See, that shows how well Link's Awakening was originally designed. Its fatal flaw was pretty much just the fact it was on the Game Boy. They didn't have to do too much to make it good, because it was already really good. It just needed to exist on anything but its original platform. But see, that's where my problems come in with the game. The fact that they really didn't add anything of note. This is pretty much Link's Awakening again, and because of that, I feel like charging full price is a bit much. They added the chamber dungeons, that dungeon arranger mode revealed at E3, but really, this edition is a fairly worthless one. You just take different rooms from dungeons you've completed and make your own custom dungeon where all these rooms have to connect. It's alright, it's kinda cute the first time around, but it's just not that engaging. It's not like Mario Maker where you can truly make your own thing. This is literally just putting random rooms you've already played together. Some people have complained about not being able to share your custom dungeons online, and to that I say, what would the point of that be? You can't do much with this, it's just random dungeon rooms. If there were more possibilities and you could add items and customize layouts, for sure they should have added the ability to share online. But as it stands, I feel like sharing your dungeons online would only reiterate how lackluster this mode is, how it's literally just a dungeon shuffled up with none of your own personal creativity attached. I just wish they would have taken this idea farther or would have put more time into adding things, maybe an extra dungeon or something, but nope. And while we're on the topic of gripes I had with this game, and I'm fine with Link being locked to 8-directional movement, but they couldn't have animated some in-between frames so he doesn't immediately jut from direction to direction. Just animate him moving between directions for like a frame or two. Also, yes, they made Link's shield, sword, and Pegasus boots a core part of his moveset in the remake. You no longer have to equip them like in the original, but why couldn't they have made Rock's feather a permanent part of his moveset as well? I used that throughout the entire adventure, more so than the Pegasus boots, and why does it have to stop and tell me when I get a piece of power or a guardian acorn? 10 hours in, I know what these do! And for a remake of a Game Boy game, I think it's a bit ridiculous how much Link's Awakening's frame rate dips. It's far from that big of an issue and never impacted my enjoyment of the game, but I just think it's a little weird how a top-down Zelda game has this much of a problem running, you know? Don't take this the wrong way, I love this game. Its world was so much fun to explore, the puzzles were great, the story was so good even with it being so simplistic and non-intrusive. This is a phenomenal game and a necessary remake. I just would have liked it if they went a bit further and added more to it. Well, a week before Link's Awakening, Nintendo finally released Daemon X Machina, and somebody probably cared. This game was just not talked about, which is unfortunate because I can tell it was at the very least a quality product. Definitely didn't help that the Japanese publisher and developer Marvelous kept copyright claiming videos of the game online, so even if you wanted to talk about the game, you barely could. So that ended up making a game barely anybody was interested in, a game pretty much nobody was interested in. I'm sorry I'm so brash about this, but ever since this game was revealed at E3 2018, you know, the game Nintendo cold opened with and made everybody confused, it's just consistently been a game that looked alright but never left an impact, and a year and a half later, that is my exact opinion of the game. See, I was this close to picking this game up alongside some others like Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, just stuff I never got around to buying. I grabbed them at Best Buy, and I just couldn't stomach bringing them up to the register. So the demo it is! It's graphically okay, but the color palette, while stylistic and cool looking, ends up making everything kinda look samey. The city looks pretty similar to these mountains. After playing a bit, I will say this game has a lot of potential mechanically, and I found its ideas to be a lot of fun, but the story I couldn't care less, and the overall missions at the start weren't anything to write home about. Don't take my word to heart though, I only played the demo, and it's free for everybody, so if it looks interesting to you, by all means try it out. I will say it was much better than I thought it would be, though I don't really have much interest in playing any more of it. For as many people online I saw saying this game looked interesting but never played a second of it, I will say that Daemon X Machina will go down in history as the game that most people said, it doesn't look bad, but Nintendo's just showing it off poorly, we need to see more about it. When in reality, they meant, I don't give a piss about this game, I don't know why and don't want to put energy into figuring out why, but don't want to piss off the 12 people who are interested in this game. I'm sorry. Dragon Quest XI-S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. Jesus Christ, did you really need both the S and Definitive Edition? Released a week after Link's Awakening. Nintendo, what the hell was up with the schedule? I bought it to support the game. While I got my fill from the demo, I wanted to support the series because I did like what I played, and I want to support quality games I have at least some interest in on the Switch. I will say that while this is a good game, I was pretty happy with it releasing so then Nintendo would shut the hell up about it. Literally, they talked about this game in every Nintendo Direct this year, and I kept saying, this is an old game! Alongside XI-S, Square Enix put out Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 on the same day. Why? These are RPGs, they take forever to beat. Why not spread the release dates out, or at the very least put 1, 2, and 3 out on a different day than 11? I mean, these were fairly cheap, but they are based on the mobile phone remakes of these games, and I do not really like how they look. They just look like online Flash games. I really would have preferred if they just stuck to the original 8-bit sprites from the NES, but whatever. They're still the game, so if you want to check out some Dragon Quest history, you have that option now. Now, on the same day as Link's Awakening, Ni no Kuni came out. Fucking stop! I've always thought Ni no Kuni was one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen, and it was always a shame it only released on the PS3 originally. But thankfully, it got a remastered version on PS4 and PC, with the original one coming to Nintendo Switch. Now, for anybody wondering why I may give Pokemon Sword and Shield a hard time in the graphical department, it's because of this. This game is nearing a decade old, yet it looks 10 times better than Pokemon. It has good voice acting, great animated cutscenes, amazing music, and overall, I just think Pokemon can be so much more than what it is right now. And Ni no Kuni is evidence of that. On the same day as Ni no Kuni and Link's Awakening,
there is no god,
Untitled Goose Game came out on the eShop, one of the major indie releases everybody was keeping their eyes on, and it's great. Sure, it's a funny haha game, but it's a really enjoyable puzzle game where you have this list of anarchy to complete, and you have to wander around the environment trying to figure out how to pull these things off. It's really well done, and while it's a short game, I think it's an experience that fits the length and deserves the attention it's gotten. And 4 days after that, Contra Roll Core. I don't get this. So Konami revives the Contra series, and this is what they put out. A slow top-down game most similar to the dark ages of Contra. You know, games like Legacy of War on the PS1. Why didn't they just hire Inti Creates or WayForward to make a 2D sprite-based Contra? Like, that's what the series needs right now and would have done so much better than Rocore. This is just a really ugly, sloppy game that feels the need to swear every 2 minutes for no fucking reason. It's slow and a bit clunky. I don't think it's terrible, but it's definitely not great. For maybe like $10 it's worth it, but I'd recommend checking out the demo and your priorities first. 3 days after Rocore, and on the same day as the Dragon Quest outbreak, Ori and the Blind Forest came out, and oh my god. Whenever I dream of making a video game, I always picture it being in the style of Ori and the Blind Forest. It's such a beautiful and emotional game. I'm not far in it at all, but so far, it's a wonderful adventure game. A Metroidvania that I will eventually beat / probably not, and it will haunt me for years to come. And Tetris 99 got a physical release. Why did I buy this? Because it's the best Switch game of 2019. I'm not joking. Tetris 99 is the Switch game I fire up the most, just for 1 or 2 quick games before bed. It is so much fun. And throughout the year, they've added a ton to it. New modes via DLC. Why did I buy this? Because it's Tetris 99. Fuck you. These modes aren't anything special. They just kind of round it out to make it a full Tetris experience, like the ability to play just regular games offline. But what I love most is the addition of new themes. My favorite being the classic Game Boy one. I've gotten so used to how this theme looks and sounds, I can't go back. But there's loads of other Nintendo-based ones, or just generally cool ones to buy via in-game tickets you get for playing regularly. You get themes for participating in special events based on games coming out at the time. Guys, it's amazing. They finally did it. They perfected video games. And this stuff isn't even scratching the surface of the Switch this September. Spyro Reignited Trilogy, there was a bit confusion whether or not you'd be forced to download parts of the game or not with the physical release. That's unfortunate. But hey, at least the Switch games that require a portion downloaded now just have a tiny little notice on the box art instead of whatever the hell this was. Lego Jurassic World got a re-release. Weird, but I won't complain. Final Fantasy VIII Remastered came out. But we did have some stinkers. Devil May Cry 2 isn't the hottest crayon in the box. NBA 2K20 was a bit iffy alongside FIFA 20 Legacy Edition. The subtitle Legacy Edition denotes that this is literally just FIFA 19, but with the roster of players updated. EA couldn't even get 3 FIFAs in without giving up. But even with all of these game releases, Nintendo still held a Nintendo Direct on September 4th. And I've noticed that if you weren't over the moon positive about this Direct online, you got blasted, so what better time to say I thought this Direct was pretty mediocre than 6 months later? It wasn't bad or anything, there just wasn't really anything new. Like, it opened up with an Overwatch announcement, which would have been a lot more exciting in 2017, and it ended with the announcement of Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, which is a good thing. I'm happy that's coming out. Xenoblade's obviously a good game, but it's only been on platforms that can barely run it, so it's nice to see it be able to run with some extra legroom now. But it's still an old game, and a game that's been re-released before, and it's a series that's already been represented on the Switch. Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore got announced, a port of the Wii U game. Surprising this made the jump before games like Mario 3D World or Pikmin 3, but still, I welcome games to get a second chance on Switch. I like having these ports, but it feels like that's all we're getting on Switch sometimes, you know? Deadly Premonition Origins was announced and released alongside the Direct, a port of Deadly Premonitions, which is one of the most polarizing games of all time. Either people absolutely despise it or love it unconditionally. And the sequel was announced to be a Nintendo Switch exclusive. Never would have guessed that. Super Kirby Clash released after the Direct, a free-to-play Kirby game. Team Kirby Clash was a mini-game in Planet Robobot on the 3DS. It became a free-to-play eShop title later on that system. And Super Kirby Clash is basically just that. It's pretty much Team Kirby Clash Deluxe from the 3DS ported to the Switch. God, would it have really been that difficult to create a new Kirby Clash game? Kind of my same thoughts with why they ported New Super Mario Bros. U. Like, would it have really been that much trouble to make a new Super Mario Bros.? Sometimes it feels like Nintendo doesn't even want to put effort into making new lazy games, so they just get lazy and re-release their old lazy games. The Super Kirby Clash is fine. I mean, it's free, might as well check it out, but it's nothing special at all. If you want a multiplayer Kirby game where all you kind of do is fight bosses, here you go. Banjo released for Smash after the Direct as well, alongside Terry from Fatal Fury and King of Fighters getting announced, which was leaked beforehand, or at the very least the next DLC character being an SNK rep was leaked beforehand. I'm fine with Terry being in here, but people need to calm the hell down. This character may not be the most widely known, but he does have historic value and a large fan base. And everybody shaming people for not knowing who Terry Bogard is or not caring about the character, please zip it. I never heard anybody even mention SNK characters in Smash Bros. Before the leak of an SNK character being in Smash Bros. Happened, and now people are acting like he's the most deserving character to be in Smash Bros. Ever. I don't dislike the character, it's just, man, you know who I hate the most when a new Smash Bros. Character is announced now? Everybody. SNES games were finally added to your Nintendo Switch Online subscription for no extra fee, as a few NES games were added every month prior to September, and with the handful of SNES games added, I think NSO finally has value. I don't think it's amazing or anything, but you do get access to quite a bit of content. Just on the SNES side alone, there's some real winners here. The NES games are far more hit or miss, but they've added some interesting and obscure ones. Plus, most of the best NES games are already here, so in my opinion, you get what you pay for. However, what I'm paying for is good online multiplayer. Nintendo doesn't give me that and instead gives me NES and SNES games instead. I mean, yeah, I'll take those, but are these supposed to distract me from the piss poor online? Oh, it's an SNES controller! This one oddly doesn't connect to the Switch like the NES controllers did last year. I'm both pleased but also slightly disappointed. That looked so stupid that I liked it. After the Direct happened, Nintendo posted a mysterious video showing people playing with a ring and leg strap. Later on, it turned out to be a fitness-based adventure game, Ring Fit Adventure, and also this month, Brain Age got announced. Hell yes, the casuals will have their day. September was absolutely packed, and Nintendo released a new system that I completely forgot about. The Nintendo Switch Lite finally released on September 20th, alongside Link's Awakening and Ni no Kuni, an Untitled Goose Game. It was $200 and is definitely worth it, but you might as well save up an extra $100 for the regular model. Here's the thing, I totally understand why this exists. Some people just want to buy a cheap Nintendo console they don't have to leave plugged into their TV just to play Pokemon or Mario or Zelda. I get it. And the Switch Lite is the perfect system for that. It's super light and compact, and you can play pretty much all Switch games you'd want to play on it. However, with some of them, you're gonna need extra controllers, as the non-detachable controllers on the system won't work for local multiplayer games focused on motion control. So stuff like Super Mario Party or 1-2 Switch, yeah, those work, but they're a bit clunky on the Lite. 1-2 Switch? A bit clunky? Yeah, fucking nuts. It's crazy to me that Nintendo didn't design the system to be more accepting of those types of games. There's no kickstand, which means you have to prop it up against something for these things. It also really bugs me Nintendo took out the ability to output to a TV. I wouldn't have minded if they sold a dock separately to connect to, but this thing just will not work like that. It is handheld only, and if you want that functionality, well, do I have a Switch for you? It's really unfortunate because this is a far better feeling system. The buttons feel amazing, soft and comfortable, yet insanely responsive. I hate the clicky buttons of the regular Joy-Con, and these are way more my speed. Having a traditional D-pad is really nice, and the smaller screen makes games look a bit sharper, and the smaller size kind of reignites that wow feeling of playing these big budget console games on the go. Let's be honest, it's been 3 years, I've officially gotten used to seeing home console games play on a portable. The Switch Lite brings back some of that magic. Plus, I just think this is a nicer looking system overall. If this had the ability to play on the TV, this would be my go-to Switch. But the lack of that alongside some games that are annoying to play on here and no rumble make this system more of a novelty I wasted money on rather than a core system I'll play a lot, unfortunately. It has slightly better battery life than the original Switch, which made it seem like a cool extra system to pick up originally, but then Nintendo updated the regular Switch and it has supremely better battery life than the Lite, so I'm running out of pros for this machine. I know some people like using this as their handheld Switch. They just leave the regular one in the dock, and whenever they want to play their games, they transfer their save data over to the Lite and then transfer it back when they want to play on the TV. See, I don't do that because a more elegant solution, in my opinion, is to just take the Switch out of the dock. October was definitely a bit lighter than September, but still had quite a bit of content, and the headliner this month was none other than Luigi's Mansion 3 releasing on Halloween, October 31st. I love that release date, but I hate it too. Yeah, it's perfect this game ended up releasing on Halloween, but you only had one day to play until Halloween season was over. I wish it came out a week prior, but I feel like they must have been working on this game up till the last minute. They kept saying Luigi's Mansion 3 is planned to release this fall and it'll release when it's ready. They didn't specify October for the longest time. I feel like if it could have, they would have released it a week earlier potentially, but hey, the game came out on time and it's really quite good. I actually fully beat the original Luigi's Mansion for the first time around 3's release, and comparing and contrasting these two is really interesting. I feel like 1 is thematically better, like you remember every single room in this mansion, where everything is, the atmosphere, the little details. But the gameplay is pretty unremarkable. Just go room to room sucking up ghosts. Luigi's Mansion 3's style isn't nearly as great in my opinion. The art style is a bit too cartoony, which I know is a weird complaint, but Luigi's Mansion 1 had this faint sense of dread to it. Like, this felt like an actual haunted house. While it was still cartoony, it still felt legitimately haunted. I don't really care for the exaggerated and pointy look to a lot of 3's environments or characters. The Dark Moon had this art style too, and it was a bit weird to me that they didn't redesign the Mario cast to slightly fit better in this style. All the other characters in the game look like they belong, and 1 felt like it fully took place in the standard Mario universe. The hotel having different random themes on each floor makes things more varied, but makes it feel like less of an actual building like the original, and more like each floor is just another world in a regular Mario game or something. It's not bad, but I do like how the original setting felt more connected, like this was an actual mansion. However, the gameplay here feels to me like they really validated Luigi's Mansion being its own series, with how 3 is designed and how you use Luigi's poltergeist to interact with the environment and solve puzzles. There's really nothing else like this series. Focusing more so on clever puzzle solving really worked out in its favor. I haven't played much of Dark Moon, and while a lot of 3's elements started there, everything feels perfected in 3. It is visually gorgeous and a ton of fun to play. Like I said, I do like 1's style and atmosphere more, but 3 is definitely the better overall package. But that wasn't it for October, as Ring Fit Adventure came out earlier in the month, coming bundled with some new accessories for the Switch, the Ring Con and Joy-Con leg strap. Just connect one Joy-Con to this and slide one Joy-Con into that, and we have no more excuses. If Nintendo tells us to exercise, we better do it. Ring Fit Adventure is a fitness-based adventure RPG. You run through a level by running in place and use the Ring Con by moving it around, squeezing it, and pulling it out to perform actions. When you run into an enemy, you have to do various exercises to fight off against them. This game is no joke and is a legitimate exercise. I love how it incentivizes you to play more by contextualizing exercise as a grand quest. Listen, I dig me some Wii Fit, but what I kept coming back to were the balance games, and those were just kinda quick, fun uses of the Wii balance board. They weren't really great workouts. Ring Fit does a better job incentivizing you to keep playing by taking some of the fun in the non-exercise games in Wii Fit and turning them into actual exercises. It gives you more of a reason to legitimately exercise because everybody knows the worst part of Wii Fit was the actual exercising. Who wants to do yoga when you can ski? The problem with Ring Fit is it's still exercise, so if you stop playing for a bit, it is really hard to feel motivated to play again. But I really liked what I played, and I hope to consistently get back into it soon. Now, Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD came out this month, and my god, it's Banana Blitz. Like I said, this was always a weird one to remake, as it's far from the best entry in the series. It's fine, but this was where the series started to stumble. They took out the motion controls, and now it's just controlled by the analog stick, which is a blessing and a curse. I do prefer Monkey Ball being controlled this way, but Banana Blitz was designed with motion controls in mind, and thus the stages are pretty simplistic. That makes the game way easier and a bit more boring. I assume they picked this game to be remade because it didn't need a ton of work done to it to look good nowadays. The art style still looks really good today. On the other hand, the GameCube games, while they don't look bad, do use those classic early 2000s character models and would probably need a bit more done to them for a re-release. Also, I hate how Sega's basically saying, if you want more Monkey Ball, buy Banana Blitz HD. These companies have to stop putting out games we don't want to then say, buy this to get what you actually want. It's such a bad practice. Like, don't be surprised if your game doesn't sell well. It's not because people don't want a new entry, it's because you re-released an entry not many wanted. However, I think Banana Blitz HD is a fine enough Monkey Ball game. It does scratch the itch I had for one. It's just unfortunate because I know they could have remade one or two instead. Speaking of remakes and re-releases, Disney classic games Aladdin and Lion King was a cool one, a compilation of many of the different versions of these games. There's a lot of neat features they included, and I like that licensed retro titles are able to be re-released like this. Resident Evil 5 and 6, alright, well these are once again overpriced at $30 each, but Capcom at least made things better by adding motion controls. Still not to Resident Evil 4, what is wrong with this company? The motion controls actually work really well, they're capable of doing it, but why would they add it to these and not 4? 5 is pretty good, albeit not as good as 4, and 6 took the series into a brave new direction called Bad Resident Evil Game. But if you want a quality action game and not a quality Resident Evil game, 6 isn't half bad if you grab it on sale. Overwatch released, but it was during the Great Blizzard controversy of 2019, and it barely got any coverage and I didn't feel like buying it. See, you should have released it back in 2017 when people were actually asking for this game to be on Switch. The Witcher 3 came out all on one game card, which is insane. Many of these bigger ports to Switch require extra downloads or are digital only, but they cram the entirety of this game on a single cartridge, and playing this game on a TV, oh my god. It's a blurry nightmare. Textures constantly pop in, it's more than playable, but not a great looker. Playing in handheld, you can truly appreciate how insanely cool it is they were able to make this game work on the platform. This is The Witcher 3 in its entirety on the go. That is unbelievable. And Time came over, which is weird because it was never supposed to. But this is such an enjoyable little 3D platformer. It's a shame the Switch version doesn't run better though. These cute little title cards that appear before each act are so pixelated for some reason, and the game itself runs alright, but has fairly long load times and looks really blurry. Again, it works. It's just unfortunate this version isn't the best I think it could be. Little Town Hero actually released, developed by the Pokemon developer Game Freak, originally just titled Town when it was revealed back in September of 2018. I was always a bit interested in this game just because I thought the style looked really nice. Looking forward to Little Town Hero HD, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. I wasn't super into the original Yooka-Laylee, it felt like the scope was too big for their team and budget. Impossible Lair changes things up and is a straight up 2D platformer in the vein of Donkey Kong Country. This game is so damn similar to Tropical Freeze, but that is not a bad thing. Tropical Freeze gets better every time you play it. When I first initially played it back in 2014, I thought it was good. Now after recently replaying it for the third time, I'd consider it to be one of the greatest 2D platformers of all time. This game is another really good one. I wouldn't say it tops Tropical Freeze, but if you like that game, for the love of God, give this one a shot. Ghostbusters the video game remastered and Killer Queen Black came out, and while I did pick them up and intend on giving them a go, I unfortunately haven't yet. October was a pretty packed month with releases, but not much happened news-wise. Mario Maker 2 finally gave you the ability to play with friends online over 3 months after it released. Give me a P, give me an aesthetic, that was pathetic. But at least online multiplayer with friends works fairly well, it just took a ridiculous amount of time to happen. And to round things out, Doom Eternal got delayed to March 20th, with the Switch version being delayed even further to an unspecified date. You know, that's fine, but they were planning to release Doom 64 alongside Doom Eternal in November and push that to March as well. Come on, why? I get it's a pre-order bonus, but it can stay that way. You just get it for free when you get Eternal. Why couldn't you just release that in November? What else am I supposed to play in November, son of a bitch? What do you want me to say? I gave Pokemon Shield a try and it just did nothing for me. I assume that it's because I never grew up with Pokemon, and when you don't have a childhood connection to Pokemon, it is a lot harder to start getting into it in your early 20s. Just nothing was doing it for me. The story was completely nothing. The battles weren't interesting to me. I was just incredibly bored. But people like this game, so I'm not going to say it's bad or anything. I'll just stamp this one with not for me. It's a good thing I bought both versions. When Pokemon bores me to tears, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 comes around to save the day. it's just alright. Mario and Sonic titles boiled down to just being simple sports minigame collections with some zany flair thrown into a couple of them, and this one is no exception. This is definitely better than the series offerings on Wii U, but that's not saying much. My problems with the sports minigames is that they're longer than something like a Mario Party minigame, but they're not long enough to have a whole lot of substance to them, so at the end of the day, I'm usually left a bit unsatisfied with these games. But I mean, what's here is quality enough. They have these retro minigames which are cute, but to me feel like a way to pad out the game with simpler cost-effective content. I mean, instead of more dream events where they do crazy Mario and Sonic themed stuff, they focus more so on the retro events. But overall, if this kind of game sounds like it appeals to you, it probably does. Layton's Mystery Journey, an enhanced version of the 3DS title released. I really need to pick this up. I love me a good Professor Layton game, and this seems to be exactly that. New Super Lucky's Tale was a quality 3D platformer. It originally released on the Xbox One as an exclusive, but now we have this version on Switch. I personally have no clue exactly how much newer it is. I know they changed up quite a bit, but this is still a pretty solid time. Nothing mind-blowing, but worth it if this genre's your thing. Smash Bros. Ultimate was updated, formally releasing Terry to the World. A Nintendo surprise released an eShop multiplayer game, The Stretchers, and I'd be lying if I said I knew anything about this game. And Overwatch 2 was announced, and I'd be lying if I said I knew anything about this game. November was surprisingly light, but hey, Black Friday happened, so good for consumerism. I picked up quite a few titles I just didn't get around to buying earlier in the year, and Nintendo was offering a Switch bundled with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as their big deal this year. It was still $300, and it also wasn't the new Switch with the better battery life, it was the old Switch. Who bought this? Oddly enough, at this point, I'm pretty happy that barely much happened after November. Remember that time when I wouldn't shut up about September 2019 for the Switch? Yeah, that was hell. Here's Assassin's Creed Rebel Collection. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag actually released on Switch, which was nice, and it ran a whole hell of a lot better than 3 ever did. It came with Assassin's Creed Rogue, thus they had to give it a stupid dumb collection name instead of just calling it Assassin's Creed 4. Come on, these look stupid next to each other now. Sadly, Rogue wasn't on the game card, which is pretty lame. You had to download it. And equally as lame, Call of Juarez Gunslinger released but digital only. They were confident enough to release it at retail, but with just a download code inside. I really want to know if anybody actually buys these download code only cases. Like, what's the point? Brain Age Nintendo Switch training launched in Japan this month, with Europe getting it on January 3rd. And yup, it was Brain Age. But many reviewers noted how it felt a little unevolved from the DS iterations, and because of that, it felt a little out of place on the system. Like, just the fact that it came with a bonus stylus to use, it just makes the game on Switch not feel as organic as it did on DS or 3DS. This is a series they should have released on smartphones. It feels a little out of place here, but for what it is, it's pretty good. No North American release so far, sadly, which blows. I want to play this, but I just might have to import it. Mario Maker 2 actually got an update with new items and a power-up that turns you into Link with his own full moveset. Listen, really cool, but they put this out way too late. Like, come on, nearly half a year after the game came out, we got our first substantial content update. The original Mario Maker got stuff out way quicker than that, and by this time, many have moved on from Mario Maker 2. Well, at least there was another Indie World presentation. Nothing massive revealed except for Axiom Verge 2 and the sequel to Golf Story. Also, the Game Awards happened. After following up last year's reveals of Joker and Smash and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, Nintendo revealed Square Enix's Bravely Default 2, and that's it. Thank God December was light, and thank God the next few months have been some of the driest in Nintendo Switch history. Remember the Switch? Well, Nintendo barely did for the first few months of 2020. Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore released. I'm happy that happened. The game is good and deserved more of a chance than what it got on Wii U. It just doesn't appeal to me, so I skipped out on this one. I bought it on Wii U, damn it, I did my part. Other than that, nothing much of note to me released, but we did get some updates. The 5th and final DLC character in the Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighters Pass was revealed. In a lineup of third-party characters, most of which nobody would have ever expected to be in Smash Bros., the final character in this pack was some sap from Fire Emblem. The playable character from Fire Emblem Three Houses, Byleth, was the character, revealed via a livestream hosted by Sakurai, so I actually had a thought cross my mind right before the stream happened. I mean, everybody was going crazy speculating, but I thought while I was pretty sure it would be another third-party character, this was a live stream dedicated to a specific Smash Bros. Announcement. And what characters get announced a lot during Smash Bros. Dedicated live streams? Fire Emblem characters! I mean, I don't care. There are characters I want in the game, but the roster is so huge at this point, they can add whoever they want in my opinion. Also, side note, this is just a random thought I've had lately. As much as new characters getting announced for Smash Bros. Is such a big event in gaming that I love, I almost would prefer if they focused on adding stuff via DLC that Ultimate's lacking in, like more single player modes. Mainly because the one thing the game is for sure not lacking in is the character roster. Anyways, yeah, sure, go ahead, add this character, but I sure do not care. I mean, the fact that this is the 8th Fire Emblem character is one thing, but they couldn't have picked a more uniquely designed Three Houses character. Byleth just looks like a slightly tweaked Marth and Lucina to me. Now the character itself plays differently enough. I don't personally like playing as them, but I can at least appreciate how different they play compared to the rest of the Fire Emblem cast. But still, this wasn't my first pick for a Smash Bros. Character. This wasn't my pick in general, but oh well. Many people were pretty upset. You have the people who whined non-stop about it, and then the people who were annoyingly rubbing it in others' faces that they wanted Byleth. Both needed to calm down. But of course, with me being critical, I will definitely be associated with the whiners, so might as well let this one out. I keep seeing people say how Three Houses is huge now, so Nintendo's capitalizing on its success with a Three Houses character in Smash Bros. Listen, over 2 million copies, that ain't small. That's great to see for a series like this. But I wouldn't consider that huge. Like, Splatoon 2 is the second entry in a 5-year-old franchise, and it sold nearly 10 million copies. Why haven't we gotten another Splatoon character as DLC? Kirby Star Allies sold over 2 million copies, god. I don't know, I don't mind this character, but they definitely did not excite me at all, and a lot of the reasonings people gave for why they were included, A Pokemon Direct was held, announcing a remake of the first Mystery Dungeon game, with a demo releasing right then and there. After that Byleth talk, I am scared shitless to say my opinion on this. I didn't like it, but the art style was cute. For the love of God, move on. Pokemon Sword and Shield DLC was announced. I mean, it looks decent enough. It's effectively replacing that third version we'd get with titles, which I think is a good step in the right direction. It's just a little iffy considering one of the complaints many had with Sword and Shield was a lack of content, and to see this getting announced so quickly after release, I don't know, man. Thank God we're here! And thank God Nintendo forgot February existed, so not much happened this month either. We got some game releases like Mega Man Zero ZX Legacy Collection, Devil May Cry 3, which actually had some additions to it unlike the first two games, but I bought Sega Ages Sonic 2. I could already play Sonic 2 via the Sega Genesis Classics Collection for Switch, but I'm an idiot. You saw I spent a good chunk of my life whining about DLC for Smash Brothers. I had to pick this one up. This is actually a pretty solid version of Sonic 2. It has Knuckles playable and the emulation is great, but my God, Sega, why don't you just release the mobile phone version on consoles? It's the best version. Also, why doesn't Sega re-release more stuff in general on Switch? Like, they are, but it's the non-essentials. Like, they ported Sonic and Sonic 2 when the Switch already had these games in this giant collection. We got Sega Ages Puyo Puyo 2 when there's already an abundance of Puyo Puyo on the system. Start releasing Sega Saturn or Dreamcast games, or even Xbox 360 stuff. I would kill for Sonic Generations. Speaking of re-releases, Platinum Games launched a Kickstarter to bring Wonderful 101 to Switch, PC, and PS4. I liked Wonderful 101 on Wii U. It definitely deserves a second chance, but this entire Kickstarter kind of gave me weird vibes. Nintendo offered to publish Wonderful 101 themselves, but wouldn't allow Platinum to release it on PC or PS4. Which makes sense. But no, they went to Kickstarter when they didn't need to, and Nintendo was willing to fund the port. And all of these ports seem to be pretty much done considering they're releasing in May 2020. And to me, this Kickstarter seemed completely unnecessary. But hey, I guess it's pretty much a form of pre-ordering, and it got them some pretty decent publicity, so whatever. Finally, Nintendo held an Animal Crossing Direct covering New Horizons, and yep, it looks really good. But other than that, there wasn't much happening in the first few months of the year. Normally this wouldn't be much of a problem, but nothing much at all happened in the gaming industry as a whole, and Nintendo's 2020 lineup is completely up in the air right now. Other than Animal Crossing, Mystery Dungeon, Xenoblade, and Bravely Default, what's there to look forward to? So that was the Switch's third year on the market. I really enjoyed taking a look back at the year because it reminded me that Yoshi's Crafted World came out. Overall, it was pretty good. Definitely a lot more original first-party titles than in 2018. That year was a little too port-heavy for my tastes, although I would like to see more original titles overall on the system. When one of the most noteworthy titles in February is a PS2 game from 2005, I don't know. That's not to say Devil May Cry 3 isn't a good game, but it's an old game. It's just not exciting to me. I love that the Switch gets these legacy titles, but it feels like that's all it gets most of the time. Now, while 2018 was definitely worse off for titles, I still felt more of a passion for their releases. I had a lot to say about Tropical Freeze or Captain Toad on Switch, and while 2019 was undoubtedly better, I didn't feel that as much. And if I had to guess why, it's probably because we are legitimately very far into the system's life. I'm just not as excited about the system anymore. It's not that I don't like the system, far from it. It's just that it's not the shiny new gadget it used to be. And most of my problems with the Switch have been constant throughout its life. My biggest problem is that it has barely addressed any of my problems throughout the years. The operating system has barely changed, I'm not getting as many original experiences as I would want to from Nintendo, and Mario and Sonic 2020 has one of the worst box arts I've ever seen in my life.
it looks unfinished. I have no idea what to expect for 2020, considering the fact that we are 3 months in and barely know anything about Nintendo's plans or lineup. I already know that I'm going to get a lot of people saying that I'm being too negative, and, well, I did whine a lot. I like the Switch, I'm just more prone to point out the things that bugged me about it. I'm also not really one to freak out and adore every single thing Nintendo does, but I'm willing to give it a try. What the f***, Box Boy? What the f***, the stretchers? What the f***, the Switch still exists?
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now, one...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and raise your hand if you've been waiting for the Xbox One X for 3 hours at the wrong store. Yeah, I didn't pick up an Xbox One X, but I did pick up a few games, and yep, I finally bought into consumerism, which isn't that big of a deal. I'm a pretty big pushover. I'll buy into anything a store associate tells me to.
Paper or plastic?
Oh, I don't need anything.
Really, sir? Everybody needs a bag.
I'm a fucking maniac, and I just can't help it, so I'm not looking forward to Black Friday this year. I mean, they had printers for $20 last year, and I'm a sucker I can't resist. Black Friday, also referred to as holy shit, I'm buying that tent day, is a holiday joining the likes of Cyber Monday, Fat Tuesday, and Ash Wednesday. It's mainly an American thing, but it has crept its way into other countries such as Canada and the UK. Black Friday is the day after Thanksgiving, flopping out deals left and right to initiate some extreme spending. Of course, with so many deals, many retailers get some deals rolling on Thanksgiving itself, which is kinda lame. I mean, it's Thanksgiving, man. Spend that time with your family. Holy shit! Sonic Forces is only $25. Black Friday is mostly known for its deals on electronics, TVs, phones, tablets, and video games. I've bought stuff on Black Friday since 2013, mainly games. 2013, I picked up Grand Theft Auto 5 and BioShock Infinite on the Xbox 360 for a grand total of $63.95 on Amazon. These games both released that year, so not bad. 2014 was another strictly Amazon year. I picked up a solid trio of Wii U games, Injustice Gods Among Us, Scribblenauts Unlimited, and Rayman Legends for $47.97 in total. 2015 was the year that I defied all odds and actually went to some brick and mortar stores to buy product on Black Friday. It wasn't that bad. I'd say if you weren't waiting in line to buy a 47-inch TV for $50, Black Friday isn't the worst. It's just walking around a very crowded Best Buy. And at Best Buy specifically, I picked up Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain and Until Dawn for $47.17. Kind of a lame haul, to be honest. But then I decided to mosey on over to GameStop. GameStop always has a buy two get one free on used products deal every Black Friday, so you know I had to take full advantage of that bad boy of a deal. I picked up Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing for the 360, Pikmin 2 for the Wii, and Wolfenstein The New Order for the PS4 for a grand total of $62.17. But wait, on Amazon I picked up Dishonored Definitive Edition, Little Big Planet 3, God of War 3 Remastered, Tearaway Unfolded, and Mario Party 10 for $96.50. Wow, Scott, settle down there, you said. Scott responds, get a load of this. 2016, the year Scott gave up. I bought an Xbox One S, Christ, right? I got it at Target for $250 plus a $50 gift card that, get this, I used on a paper shredder. I booked it over to Best Buy and picked up BioShock the Collection, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Borderlands the Handsome Collection, plus some jank Blu-ray player for a grand total of $134.02. Then I pummeled over to GameStop, where I absolutely demolished the bank, dude. I picked up Gears of War Ultimate Edition / Rare Replay Combo Pack, Sunset Overdrive, State of Decay, Katamari Forever, and SteamWorld Collection for a price I cannot disclose because that information is tough to come by these days. I like Black Friday, mainly due to the overwhelming sense of holiday spirit and fear in the air. It's always interesting to see what each company will do to prove their worth each holiday season with different consoles and bundles launching. This year, Microsoft hopes to God that you're interested in an Xbox One X, while Sony is still hell-bent on PS4 Pro, with neither receiving huge sale prices for the season. I saw a PS4 Pro for $50 off, but that was about it. The PS4 Slim starts at $200 for a 1TB model, with PSVR starting at $300 with a Skyrim bundle available for $50 more. Nintendo decided to shoot out a Link model of the 2DS with a copy of Ocarina of Time 3D on it for $80. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of this color scheme. I know it's Link's color scheme, but it just looks like an odd duck of a console to me. Breath of the Wild has a new Explorers Edition available for the Switch, which is the same price as the base game, but now includes a strategy guide and a map. Yeah, that's cool, I guess, but I think it would have been nicer if they just knocked the price down $10 or so for the holidays. Also, every year Nintendo has put out these brochures around this time. I love picking them up. They just detail a good amount of the games, accessories, and consoles Nintendo's trying to cram down your throat in these brochures' respective years. I mean, this one has a maze for crying out loud. I think Nintendo just sold me on a Wii U. This year, there's not a ton of deals I'm absolutely bloodthirsty for. There's some good stuff here, just nothing that really makes me go wow. I'll say I'm definitely interested in Uncharted The Lost Legacy, Everybody's Golf, Nier Automata, Resident Evil 7, Doom, Yooka-Laylee, and of course Sonic Forces on Switch. Gotta see how this compares to previous years. Here we have GameStop's Black Friday ad from 2016, and hold the phone, if you lucky guess get a rare golden pop vinyl. GameStop definitely knows how to get people in the door. We also have some trendy shirts for only $1.99, and yikes, that's actually quite the price for shirts in general. Half of this page is everything but games. Dragon Quest Heroes, Ratchet & Clank, and The Last of Us Remastered for only $9.99 is a wicked solid deal. Then we flip the page to find a bunch of knickknacks I couldn't care less about. Never mind, they got Uno. $100 for the new Nintendo 3DS standard size. That was such a solid deal. I love the standard size new 3DS. Its design is just absolutely out of this world. My only problem is I prefer the bigger screens of the 3DS XL models, but man, $100 for that? Get out of here. But hey, who needs an ad from Black Friday 2016 when we can go all the way back to Black Friday 2004? Back when Garfield the movie was only $8.99, such a simpler time. Here at Target, the classic NES series of games on Game Boy Advance were on sale for $13.44 each. Not to overshadow Tales of Symphonia for the GameCube, only $23.44, definitely was in steep competition next to Cabela's Big Game Hunter at the same price. The PS2 and Xbox were only $149.99, with the PS2 giving you Corvette for free. That's definitely a bundle. The Xbox deal gave you 3 games, Top Spin, NCAA Football 2005, and Crimson Skies for the same price. Now, that's what I call a deal. And the GBA was only $80 with, get this, Spider-Man 2, for free. I can't believe more people haven't reported on this. 2005, man, it's so nostalgic to see portable DVD players to be all the rage. Best Buy has a GameCube Mario Party 7 bundle for a crisp 100 bones, but you could always go with the real deal Mega Pack for only 1/10 the cost. GameStop's 2006 ad has Chibi, Robo, and Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on the GameCube for $15 a pop. That's a fraction of their price nowadays. And that can make it towards a free Razer phone offer if you make it to 50 bucks. Shoot, man, GameStop sold Zunes? The PS3's launch here. If they didn't have one in stock, you could get a $600 gift card for when they had some. Wind Waker was only 10 bucks, Metroid Prime was only 4 bucks, and finally, an excuse to put my homework down, guys, Perfect Dark Zero is $20. The Wii's launch here made everybody ponder. How do they wrap so much fun in such a little box? I could ask the same thing about the DS because it comes with a free system skin with a purchase. Walmart in 2007, serving hot deals such as an assortment of EA sports titles for only 20 bucks each. The DS had some bundles for the holiday, one with Phantom Hourglass, the other with Nintendogs. And remember when the Xbox 360 had different SKUs with one named Arcade? I don't know about you, but those SKU names were always a bit confusing. And the year Rock Band hit the scene and eventually tried to come back from the dead just to die even harder in 2015. A doorbuster is a deal so hot that it's only available to those who are first to show up. In other words, Game Party is $9.99 at Best Buy, guys. A nice Mario Limited Edition DS and a crazy 4-bundle heavy hitter for the 360. A 360 bundle where you get to decide between Call of Duty 4 or Bakugan. I would really love to see the analytics of what was chosen more. Free Wii music with a purchase of Super Mario Galaxy. Thank you. The PSP Go, also known as Failure, a digital-only PSP, not the best thing in 2009. And hey, the PS2 was still pounding thoroughly. Wow, new Super Mario Bros. Wii for $9.99. Oh, after trades, that's one heck of a mislead. 2010, the 25th anniversary of Super Mario Bros., meaning we got a slick limited edition Nintendo DSi XL, plus some limited DSi colors including Mario Party DS. And Mario vs. Donkey Kong Miniland Mayhem is guaranteed in stock, thank God. Sticking with the Mario anniversary, the sickest version of the Wii out there, the limited red variant, coming with a copy of not only Wii Sports, but new Super Mario Bros. Wii. In Japan, this red console was actually released with a copy of the original Super Mario Bros. Pre-installed, with the question blocks edited to say 25 on them. Neat shit. The year PlayStation Move and Kinect came out. For the low price of $100 or $150, you too can buy your way into the world of incompetent controls. Also, $130 for a PSP, Little Big Planet, and sit down for this, a UMD copy of The Karate Kid. If you like Donkey Kong Country Returns, surely you'll like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs on Wii. Surely. Nothing is cooler than looking back at some ads from the 90s, an era I wholeheartedly remember. The Toys R Us ad from 1996 shows off the hot new release of the Nintendo 64. Pop a Game Boy Pocket on the side for only 60 bucks with a wide selection of games included but fundamentally limited to Iron Man XO, Man-O-War, and Heavy Metal. Get this, you pick up a Saturn for 200 bucks, play games online, another 200. Most PlayStation games were hovering around the $45 mark, which ain't bad considering this was the era of $70 for NBA Hang Time on the Super Nintendo. And $7 Game Gear games, you're losing money not acting on that deal. After you pick up your $25 copy of Sonic Forces, spend time with your family and friends, and then go wild and pick up some slick stuff. Hopefully this Black Friday I'll bring in quite the haul.
I bought fucking soap!
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now, one...
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honeyberry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey?
It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna, that scrumptious tuna belly, that salmon and conger eel. I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.
We are number. Hey all, Scott here. Oh! I feel like space chips. No! I feel pretty good about this. This is shovelware. You know, I've already taken a look at roughly 50 pieces of shovelware titles on the Wii, which means we have roughly 1,400 more to go. You know, it's hard to classify as shovelware. Like, is it just a bad game? Well, no, I think it's basically a video game whose mere existence is to be on a store shelf and nothing more. Walmart thinks, oh, we're out of milk, fill the space with Chicken Shoot. To think of all the chicken slaughter games on Wii. I already played Chicken Shoot. You wouldn't know it because I'm not dead, damn it. So let's try out another in the genre, Chicken Blaster by Zoo. Well, what sets Chicken Blaster apart from the rest of the genre? Like 5 letters. Chicken Blaster, I've never seen this game, and coincidentally, I've never lived. Oh, 3D environments. Wow, it's so realistic. It truly feels like I'm gutting a fucking duck. When we blast the chickens, do they die, or are they just fainting? No, it is canonical. These chickens are being slaughtered. Play the role of a chicken farmer whose birds have gone haywire and save the farm from shooting these mad chickens. I mean, they know what a man wants. I don't really know what's better here. I mean, with Chicken Blaster, 3D environments, you move between different areas. But that's the whole game. There's nothing else. It's just go for the high score in these areas, you're done. Chicken Shoot at least has the catch an egg minigame going for it as a bonus, and I prefer killing these chickens because there's less of a moral reason to kill them. However, neither one of these games really satiates my lust for a AAA kill the chicken experience. I'm just sick of the chicken genre being so lackluster. Why can't I get a quality game where it can kick a bird's ass? I'd say Chicken Shoot is the better option here. While Chicken Blaster has 4 crazy chickens bosses to fight, Chicken Shoot just has more substance. Also, I feel like the box arts for these games should have been swapped. They match the opposing game's art styles more. I may hate chickens, but I'm a big supporter of the pheasant movement. I just want people to take them seriously, you know? Well, they aren't a fad. This is Pheasants Forever Wing Shooter, featuring pheasant, quail, duck, turkey, and grouse. Grouse? They got the whole band back together. Apparently, Pheasants Forever is an organization alongside Quail Forever, promoting the conservation of the birds. So let's kill them. Well, that's the most surprising thing I've seen all day. Alright, pick a location. Well, this bottom one has dark matter all over the place, and I also never trust a man named Owen Field. I'll just go with the first course. We get fun facts on the loading screen. Treat every gun as if it were loaded. This is fun as shit. Illegal? If anybody sees these birds in their neighborhood, run. And here we are. This is Pheasants Forever Wing Shooter. You kill pheasants. I have to give the game that. They nailed it. Now, is it better than Chicken Blaster? I asked that question about most forms of matter. I'll say it is. I think the inclusion of grass really pushes it over the edge. The Wii was big on bird hate. Here I have ultimate duck hunting. Hunting and retrieving ducks. Yeah. 70% of this cover art isn't a duck, though. And what are you shooting at? The duck's right there. Just step on it. God, I want to kill that duck. I'm not gonna say anything. If I was a shitty opening cutscene to a hunting game, I wouldn't want to be made fun of. You know what? I don't even want to bother. The lack of grouse is really bugging me. How about we try ultimate duck hunting? Yeah, I accidentally bought this game twice. Apparently this game got reprinted by Zoo with new art. At least this box is more duck hunting related, but again, man, the duck's right there, just spit on it. Outside of that, I believe it's the exact same game, and unlike the previous bird murder games, this one's far more simulation based. It's all about making you truly feel like you're about to kill some ducks. Gotta train my dog and put some decoys out, start using duck calls. I couldn't kill a single duck. I'm about to fucking lose it. Ultimate duck hunting is in that weird place where it's incredibly low quality, but the developers tried to make it as in-depth and realistic as possible. The problem is, with the budget they had, they should have gone for a chicken blaster type deal. If you're gonna do a simulation title, you need the budget to make an actual simulation title. That's why Ultimate Duck Hunting is going down here. Now, Ultimate Duck Hunting, that's a bit better. You can adjust your dog's stats. I created a speedy bitch. You know what? I got time and a lust for blood. North American Hunting Extravaganza. Yes, Hunting Extravaganza. This is a fucking party! The only all-in-one hunting experience. I just played Chicken Blaster, man. What kind of a statement is that? The Wii was overflowing with hunting games. The back's headline is almost identical to Pheasants Forever. Take aim against fowls such as pheasant, duck, grouse. Grouse? You know what? I'm intrigued. All right, our first mission is to kill a skunk. I can sprint after it. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get that skunk. That skunk is mine. You have to reload by cocking the Wii remote like a gun, but it barely works. Why can't I just flick it or something? No, it has to be a cocking motion. So many Wii games are ruined by motion controls that are too complex for the system to recognize consistently when they could have just made this a waggle motion, or better yet, have you hit a button. You know what? North American Hunting Extravaganza is better than Ultimate Duck Hunting and Ultimate Duck Hunting, but not much more. I might as well finish up the hunting games I have on me with Deer Drive. Hunting season is open big time. I know.
Another miss.
You kill the deer. It's pretty much a version of Pheasants Forever where you don't kill birds. So it's worse than Ultimate Duck Hunting. Hunting titles on the Wii all look and feel the same. I wish there was a game that spoke to the country boy inside me a bit more. I do love mudding. Calvin Tucker's Redneck Farm Animals Racing Tournament. The FART, huh? Oh, that's funny. Get your redneck on! Calvin Tucker's Redneck: Farm Animal Racing Tournament is a wacky kart game with loads of typical redneck humor. Forza was missing something. They're crazy organized tournaments bring them from the farm to the tropical pirate island, from the polar to Egypt, and from inside the pyramid they are warped into time to the medieval times and returning by UFO back in time again. You ever need a cigarette after reading a paragraph? It's not even a paragraph, that final bit was one whole sentence. What does the manual say? Well, we have a solid recap of the story. Apparently all the farm animals want more out of life than just a farm, so they start up a racing tournament. Billy Pete, Slimy Billy the Frog, in quotes. Billy Barry, the silent but the cool Billy Cool with his sunglasses, decides to join for reasons only the mystical Billy Cool knows. And of course, Crazy Cat Billy Slick decides to join the party because otherwise there is no one left at the farm for him to harass or oppress. Well, what's your character's special ability? Oppression. Well, the game itself, not nearly as interesting as everything else around it. It's not a good kart racer. I've played worse. It's not good, but I've played worse. Apparently there's this other Calvin Tucker game, Calvin Tucker's Redneck Jamboree. These seem to be pretty much completely unrelated games outside of the Calvin Tucker branding. But can you even consider this branding? Who is Calvin Tucker? I've seen this game box at a few stores. This one I've only seen once and it mesmerized me. I had to buy it. I think these are the only two Calvin Tucker games, so can't wait for the next one. Calvin Tucker and the Busters. This is the best game I've played so far, and I don't even know what the official title is. Here's the front cover. The spine just calls it Redneck Farm Animals Racing Tournament. The title screen just calls it Calvin Tucker's Farm Animal Racing. I'll just call it better than Pheasants Forever. You know what? I'm in a racing mood now. Let's try out Monster Trucks Off-Road. Wait, that spelling looks familiar. Oh no! Every time I think I've played the last of the Data Design games, there's always more that pop up. I already played Monster Trucks Arenas. This is the same damn thing, but we're going off-road now. The menus are the same as all of Data Design's other Wii games. The game is pretty much the exact same as Monster Trucks Arenas. The back of the box uses the same template as Data Design's other works. With that being said, I'd rather play this than North American Hunting Extravaganza. This is a shocking kind of bad, and this is just bad. It makes a difference. You know what? I can do better than these games. I'm gonna play Build and Race and make my own damn game. We're gonna put a soccer field right here. It's worse than Duck. So the driving controls are okay, but for a game built around the idea of creating your own racetracks, the track editor is clunky as hell and an eyesore. You couldn't share your tracks online even back when Wii games were online. I don't know, there were just way better options out there for not only games with level creators, but racing games in general. Like Dave Mirra BMX Challenge. What is he, in space? You know, IGN gave this game a 2. It's at least a 4. Time to increase my Monster Energy drink gauge to do something. I never filled it. I assume by doing tricks you boost your meter up, but that's not how I played Dave Mirra BMX Challenge. I feel more is earned by failing. That's funny. I do have the urge to drink a Monster now, though. The store was fresh out. I subbed it out with kerosene. The people who played Dave Mirra BMX Challenge wore Carhartt jackets in April and spent way too long in high school bathrooms. So, a little worse than Chicken Blaster. See, but is that really all bad? I mean, comparing this to ATV Quad Kings, it's way more entertaining than that. Quad Kings has a major flaw. I selected French as my language and now I can't understand anything. I mean, it's functional, but it's just a boring BMX challenge without the fun physics. It gives me severe deja vu with a handful of other games I've already played. I'd rather play Monster Trucks Off-Road. This is more competently made, but this is more of a spectacle. Speaking of spectacles, Pizza Delivery Boy. Let's get into this story. Oh, that's where my wallpaper came from. Looks like this pizza restaurant needs some fresh blood. They hire a pizza delivery boy to make pizzas. I just ride a bike! I'd say this isn't unlike Paperboy mixed with Crazy Taxi. It's definitely the best game I've played so far. I could play this game for dozens and dozens of seconds. It's actually not that bad comparative to other games in the fucking garbage genre. As a 10-year-old kid, I liked the idea of eventually working a job like this. I wanted to work at an ice cream shop, and then I realized I wasn't cut out for that, so Pizza Delivery Boy would have allowed me to live out my minimum wage dreams. I can see some value in this game as a cute little title. There's a bit of variety here, and it has a 5 out of 5 on eBay. Calvin Tucker barely has a 4, so there you go. I think it's about time we go on the family game tangent. The Wii may have had a lust for blood, but it also had a lust for bloodlines. Games for the whole family. How about Pirates Hunt for Blackbeard's Booty? Designed and developed first for Wii. Oh, was that a big f*** you to people saying, I'll wait for the 360 version? A pirate-themed game has a lot of potential as long as it's not a minigame collection with only 5 minigames. Well, thank God we have Pirates vs. Ninjas Dodgeball instead. Half of the time, these pieces of shovelware could actually be tolerable, but they just put all of their effort into the wrong places. Like, why are there so many playable characters? Why can't I customize my character? What's the point of any of that if I can only play as these guys in 2-minute-long minigames? Why do I have to select which team I want to be a part of when I'm playing by myself? No matter what I choose, a random character is going to be assigned to me. It doesn't affect what I do in the game. What's the point? Why do I have to click through pages to read how to play the minigames? You couldn't have consolidated this all to one screen? Would have been easier to remember the controls that way. And then the controls themselves. Fuck them. Fuck these controls. I'm just waving my remote around randomly. There's no point to this. If there were like 20 minigames, sure. But there were only 5. It's better than Ultimate Duck. They were proud of this being a Wii exclusive. What, did Nintendo really prod Activision for an exclusive Wii game? So they went, you know what would be funny? This game encompasses so much of what I despise about poor quality minigame collections. There's nothing wrong with party games or minigame collections in general, but they always have the most horrible descriptions on each game's controls. Look at Mario Party, see how simple that explanation is? It's all on one screen, you don't have to thumb through an atlas. And then the load times, like what's the point of having bite-sized minigames if it takes this long to load? And only 5 minigames at that? Well, Charm Girls Club Pajama Party has over 30 minigames. I can't think of anything else better to do at a pajama party than have an e-pajama party. Enter party name. I hate how these games are getting so political. Yeah, it's a party game where you can customize your girl. God, I miss when we were killing ducks. Play a minigame, here's a 40-second long loading screen. Here's our next minigame.
3, 2, 1.
It's still better than Pirates. Oh god, the blank games genre. Basically taking the success of Wii Sports and saying, let's make our own themed minigame collection. This one based on games you play around the neighborhood. Just go outside! Neighborhood Games was published by THQ, Thuck as I like to call them. THQ was always interesting. They'd either make total fucking garbage or something pretty decent. Guess what Neighborhood Games is? No thinking, just guess. Do it. No thoughts, first instinct. What do you think? Neighborhood Games? Do it. Do it. What is it? Worse than Deer Drive. Damn it! What's the story here? Well, it's the 10th of the month. Let's go to an outside. Same. These controls are horrible. I can't throw anything for the life of me. They just wig out. Only a few games are available from the start. The rest of the 24 I have to unlock over time. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt that some of those games are tolerable, but in the meantime, let's try medieval games. Hey, look at that. It has the same startup screen as Pheasants Forever, except it's a dragon, not a pheasant. Oui, oui, que sur le grand tonnerre medieval. I can't speak Spanish, so you know I don't know if that's French or not. ZeniMax made this? Well, of course, everybody has rough patches where they make something they're not necessarily proud of. This barely missed that patch. Hey, it's the announcer from Mario Party 8 if he looked weird. Alright, we played through a variety of minigames with constant freezing, frame drops, loading times, and sexy characters. These are my main problems with medieval games. It's more similar to something like Mario Party with the types of minigames. We even have a board game mode. I think this is nearing the top of the list so far, just barely edging out Calvin Tucker. You can tell it's of a high enough quality to be considered nearing Pizza Delivery Boy levels of greatness. So I tried medieval games, why not Spy Games Elevator Mission? The title of Spy Games implies this is a spy-based minigame collection, of course with all of them having to do with elevator missions. I would have preferred Elevator Games Spy Mission. No, this is a first-person shooter where you go through hallways, shoot goons, and get to the elevator. It's just the same thing over and over. I guess they were going for an old-school Wolfenstein 3D type feel, but see, that worked because Wolfenstein 3D was released in 1992. Spy Games is a joke. What kind of title is this? It's so much hope for the elevator-based spy minigame genre. And all it ended up being was better than pirates! Space Camp. How does it even work? There's no trees in space. At first glance, it seems to be a fairly quality kids game set at a space camp. Maybe this is some kind of simulation title like Thrillville. No, it's a minigame collection. Should have called this Space Camp Party, and camp implies this is where we sleep. Space doesn't have a curfew. This is a fairly higher quality piece of shovelware. There's not a lot to it, but it's okay at what it does, and that puts it ahead of neighborhood games. BMX Challenge is still above it. It truly had more worth. Like, the concept of a space camp game is interesting, but when it's just another minigame collection, well, I'm sorry, but this is the only game with Dave Mirra in it. It gets the nudge. I'm not all too thrilled with what I've experienced so far. It actually gives me less faith in humanity. I don't think I can ever trust a man like I once did. So I'm removing my shower curtain. There's nowhere to hide when you're in this apartment. Pool Party is probably impossible to mess up. Well, if it was an elevator-based spy game collection, maybe. No, but it's a pool game where it shows a loading screen on how the CPU is thinking of its next move. The controls barely work. How is that possible? All you have to do is poke the remote to hit a ball. At least there's a solid selection of game types here. You know, prison fucking stinks, but they had a good variety of floors. Oh god, I never played this game, but it was in every Wii bargain bin I've ever seen. Mercury Meltdown Revolution. This was always a Wii game you'd see at stores that wouldn't normally sell Wii games. Like Rite Aid. Why was this at Rite Aid? It was always next to the Pong Asteroids and Yard's Revenge Game Boy Advance game. These were basically the only two they ever sold. It was always unbelievably cheap, like $10 to $20 brand new. Used, it was easily $1 at GameStop, but it always caught my eye. I think the pure white background almost made it look like an official Nintendo published game. Who knows, it might actually be good. It was actually good. What the f***? It's like Super Monkey Ball, but more puzzle focused. It's honestly not bad, and I can't believe I'm saying this. It's a better Pizza Delivery Boy. I might as well knock out another game I constantly saw in the bargain bin, The Monkey King: The Legend Begins. This was always on the $20 and below Wii shelf at Walmart. I always remember seeing it. Maybe it'll be like Mercury Meltdown. It was actually bad. What the f***? It's fine, it's just a really bland 2D shoot 'em up. It's incredibly slow, you can tilt the Wii remote to kind of manipulate the environment, but it's just pretty sluggish and boring. Though I see some potential with it, it ain't horrible, but I think this box art doesn't do it any favors. Oh, f*** yeah, I'll buy this. I'm not in the mood for a 2D shooter. I should have bought Space Chimps. These two actually turned out okay at the very least. How about games that I've never heard of that I can't possibly fathom being good in the slightest? Ocean Commander. I don't know, it might actually be good. Minicopter Adventure Flight. Are they allowed to have the Wii console here? Like, did they get permission to do this? It's not even plugged in. I mean, it's better than Ocean Commander, but that's all it really is. Pacific Liberator. Mom, I want it. I want to liberate the Pacific. I mean, it's not good. The Island of Dr. Frankenstein. Spanish. Spanish! Top-down adventure game. Can't understand anything. It's going at the bottom. Better than Pool Party. Defendin' the Penguin. Holy shit. This is a tower defense game. Finally, a real-time strategy game created for kids. All it took was insomnia. It works, I gotta hand it to them. It is incredibly monotonous and boring, and penguins are fairly close to chickens genre-wise. I can't blast them, it's going next to Building Race. Hysteria Hospital Emergency Ward. Finally, a funny game about mental hospitals. You ever played Diner Dash, the game where you manage a restaurant as a waitress and you have to juggle a bunch at once? Yeah, Hysteria Hospital is pretty much the same idea. You go up to your hospital customers, seat them, clean up their waste. Outside of how piss poor it runs, it's tolerable. I'll make a Hysteria Hospital sandwich. This is pretty much an exact ripoff of Diner Dash, so why not try out Power Punch then? A direct ripoff of Punch-Out for Wii. Yeah, they basically traced the character art from Punch-Out Wii, and strangely enough, the Power Punch name was used in the NES days for Power Punch 2. It was originally being developed as a sequel to Punch-Out on the NES and turned out so low quality Nintendo wanted nothing to do with it, so it was released by a different publisher as Power Punch 2. There was never a Power Punch 1. Until now. I actually have no idea if this is related at all to Power Punch 2, but I do know this game isn't great. Why rip off Punch-Out Wii? Was that game really popular enough to clone? I love Punch-Out Wii, but why go to all this effort to copy a game that wasn't a massive hit to begin with? The thing is, they copied everything but the gameplay. It's basically just a regular-ass boxing game. It's obvious there were talented people on this team. Sure, the art is an exact copy, but it's clear the artists were talented. So why rip off a game that already wasn't that popular when you have artists that can easily give the game its own unique style? And then also not even try to rip off the Punch-Out gameplay, which would have been infinitely better. Worse than Space Camp.
Somebody had to say it.
Well, what? Spray? This looks like it could be a quality game where your main weapon is projectile vomiting. I'm surprised the Z button doesn't shit your pants. I'm pretty proud of my pants shitting scheme. If I get pulled over for speeding, I just go, "Officer, I just shit my pants!" What is it gonna do, write you a ticket with shit in your pants? Spray isn't very good. It's a very average 3D platformer with very stupid mechanics. I'd say it belongs right below Space Camp. But see, this is on the verge of quality. It's exactly what I expected Frou Frou Park to be. It says Beloved Taito Classic, so what is this, a compilation? No, it's dog shit. Frou Frou Park is like WarioWare minus everything that makes WarioWare fun. You know, with that series, the 5-second microgames flash by and then you immediately move on to the next one. Imagine if those microgames you had to select all individually and play as if they were a Mario Party minigame or something, and there's only like 30 of them. The minigames here are abysmal. They're so paper thin and they get old after mere seconds. Some old school Taito games get reimagined as minigames, but they really aren't worth it. I will say, this does feel like a fairly premium title, but there's like no reason to play this. So it's better than Pheasants Forever. Escape the Museum. This really hits home. I gotta get out of here! This is a point-and-click adventure, of course, with a Majesco logo in the corner. I think it's fair to have some doubts. It's not bad, pretty simple. It's basically just a point and click on the Wii that just exists to be a point and click on the Wii. Like, there's no true passion here. There's not a story that has to be told. There's no grand characters. It's just a point and click game in the museum. Now there are the sports related games here, like King of Clubs. Horrible. Carnival Games Mini Golf, a spin-off of Carnival Games? This one got terrible reviews, but out of all of the third-party mini golf games I've played, this one is beyond playable. I think it's weird this wasn't included in any of the standard Carnival Games games. Like, why make this its own thing? But as it stands, Now, Pirates vs. Ninjas Dodgeball is the best pirate game on our list today. I don't even know how to control this. This is horrible, but it gets points for originality. You can murder me as long as you're creative about it. We are nearing the end of the pile here. We wish you a Merry Christmas, Jesus Christ. A Christmas game. And it's the best one. This game is a simple little activity book for Christmas time. It's nothing amazing, but for what it is, it's great. You have small little mini games that are super simple, but pretty fun, and little things to do like decorate the tree, count down the days until breaking and entering. There's enough here to warrant this game in a family's Wii collection during the holiday season. It's just a cozy little experience, and for what it is, I think it does a bang-up job. So let's talk about a shitty version of this. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, based on the 60s Christmas special. I beat this in 8 minutes. There are 4 minigames to play. You have to bounce stuff from one place to another, throw paint at toys, which literally just equates to shaking the Wii remote. You don't have to aim at anything, just shake the Wii remote and the game will automatically throw paint at the nearest toy. There's no reason to not keep shaking the Wii remote. There are no penalties. Baking cookies, you're supposed to be doing all these motions to mimic baking cookies, but I found just shaking the Wii remote the entire time does the trick. And then throwing presents to the houses. Kind of like Paperboy, but let me tell you, this is no pizza delivery, boy. The crazy thing is, this game had a lot of promise. Look at this. Graphically, it's not bad at all. But this easily has the least content of any game I have ever played. There's more to do in Pong. Speaking of licensed games, Twilight's seen it. Who made this? Well, you already know. Didn't you? It's a trivia game about Twilight. Keep in mind, this is only based on the first movie. So there's not a ton to work from here. If this was Eminem's Adventure Scene It, I'd clean the fucking house. Well, it's not seen it, but this'll do. We've already taken a look at 2 other M&M's games, so let's round it out with a full-blown adventure. This is an M&M. Oh wow, what can it do? Oh, do I have a game to show you? Adventure is a full-blown 3D platformer starring these little flavor seizures. This game is for those who just love the M&M's characters, your friend who just won't shut the f up about them. What kind of M&M's pointer is that? The M's too big, and why are all the titles so high up? Alright, so let's start a new game. Thoughts so far?
I love it.
So yellow M&M's in a locker, he shuts it. Look at this. What is this? So I have to do some security thing. Hey, yellow's really digging shit here. Never mind. Alright, time to play. Well, it's not good, I'll give him that. I mean, if you really just fucking love the M&M's characters and you want to see what they're like when they walk, I'm sure, I get it, we all have dreams. It's definitely one of the better games of the lot. But I should probably wait until I play Space Chimps to judge any game from this point forward. Now this is Space Chimps. Not that bad. It's honestly pretty good for a tie into a horrible kids movie. I feel like if you'd ever say, oh, all licensed kids games are terrible. Come on, man, not from the Space Chimps. But the fact it got so bad that I'm surprised Space Chimps is playable, this isn't good. How is the Wii so tainted with this junk? And why did people buy it? Anybody who supported this kind of shovelware shouldn't exist. They should be exiled from being a thing. Whoever bought shovelware should disappear.
For thousands of years, humans have misunderstood them and feared them. Now,
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
in a turtleneck sweater is gonna change everything.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Stand back. These are winter boots.
Wait! Why does his life have any less value than yours?
This fall, I gotta say something.
You're talking to humans. You're flying outside the hive.
Barry.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Benson
So you see soda spilled on a sidewalk and you don't drink it?
is a little.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's not bothering anybody. Get out of here, you creep!
Discovering a big secret.
How did this get here?
It's just honey, Barry.
This is stealing. Cute.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Golden Blossom. Ray Liotta Private Select. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
You have a plan?
Yes, plan.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
He's brave.
Where'd you get the honey? It's ours now.
He's bold.
This can't possibly work. Okay, Barry, pull the chute.
He's reaching new heights.
What happened?
I just tried to talk to these guys. Hi.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
There was a dustbuster, a toupee, a life raft exploded. Now one's bald, one's in a boat, and they're both unconscious.
Jerry Seinfeld, Renee Zellweger. DreamWorks.
Want that medium fatty tuna? That scrumptious tuna belly? That salmon and conger eel? I hope he brings me some goodies soon.
Movie.